It's been a long time. We shouldn't have left you without a dope beat. Step two, baby girl.
What would you do to get to me? What would you say to have your way? Would you give up or try again? If I hesitate to let you in, how would you be yourself or play a role? Tell all the boys or keep it low. If I say no, would you turn away or play me off? Or would you stay up? But you don't succeed. Dust yourself off and try again. You can dust it off and try again, try again. Cause if at first you don't succeed, you can dust it off and try again. Dust yourself off and try again, try again. You into me, but I can't let it go so easily. Not till I see what this could be eternity or just a week. Where our chemistry is off the chain. It's perfect now, but will it change? This ain't a yes, this ain't a no. Just do your thing, we'll see how it goes. But you don't succeed. Dust yourself off and try again. You can dust it off and try again, try again. But you don't succeed. You can dust it off and try again, try again. Dust yourself off and try again, try again.
What's going on, Conscious crew? Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. Of course, you already know who I am. It is your favorite breakdown commentator, CTV. Welcome to the Sunday edition, honey. I'm bringing to you a special panel and dialogue that I feel is really needed, especially as a Black people, okay? Which is a conversation, a very nuanced one about the Black trans experience. I have been blessed tonight to have three wonderful panelists. We have two trans men and one trans woman who are going to get into all things sexuality, all things gender identity, all things spirituality, all things surviving niggerment, okay, in the Black and brown community, baby, because it is really a hard knock life for Black queer people within very strong, especially patriarchal spaces. So I want you guys to be really welcoming. Some of our panelists are first-time panelists. So be kind. I will be dropping the link once we get through the meat and thick of our dialogue so that you guys can come and insert your perspectives. You guys can come and give any affirmation. And if you guys have any questions that you want spoken to specifically, so you will have an opportunity to engage the panel. Now, before we get into the minutia of this thing, you guys already know what to do, baby. Give me a nasty piece of thumbs up on this video. It helps with the algorithm. It helps YouTube to do their job and to send recommendations and suggestions out, which is how one of my panelists found me, okay? I was recommended. So YouTube ain't on a bald-headed whole shit when y'all be hitting that thumbs up button, okay? If you're new here, definitely go ahead and subscribe, because if I like it, you're going to fucking love it. And make sure that your notification bell is set to all so that you can keep up with any day and hour in which content may be downloaded from the heavens, okay? And if you don't mind, share. And thank you all to my PayPalers and my Cash Appers. Thank you guys so much for the support. All email, Patreon, Cash App, and all of that stuff is always in the banner going across the screen, and it's always in, okay, the description box, okay? And my mods usually recirculate links, etc. So there you have that. With no further ado, let's get into tonight's discussion. Okay, I messed up my intro, okay?
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Let me just speak to y'all before we get it started. What's going on, Big Sis Oz? Hey, babes. Hey, Kimberly. What's going on, Mika? Hey, DC. Hey, Touch of Nair. What's going on? Hey, Caramel Cutie. Hey, Boo. What's going on, Jace? Hey, Mika. What's going on, Shark? Hey, Boo. What's going on, T Talk with Shay, babe? What's going on, Gailey? What's going on, Exquisite Toker? What an interesting name. Hey, Pink Butterfly. What's going on, Weiler Vision? Hey, Boo. Hey, Bed Star. Brooklyn in the house. What's going on? Hey, okay, you guys. So let's get into it. I want to first and foremost introduce someone who's becoming a damn regular girl. He done moved into the goddamn spare room of the goddamn Consciouztv mansion, girl, and he has just been giving us everlasting life. Welcome, Reckless Logic, back to the platform.
Hello, how you doing?
I am doing wonderful. How are you doing? And thank you for coming through and helping me to navigate this really great, healthy discussion.
You're welcome, and I'm so grateful to be here, baby girl. I feel so good. I just ate. I'm full.
Okay, you got the itis, period.
Ooh,
now, before we even get started, can you go ahead and let the people know where they can find you on social media, etc.?
Alrighty, what's going on, raggedy bitches? What's going on, hoes? My name is Reckless Logic. The name that you see on the screen with 2 C's because we are unique. My Instagram is strictly Reckless, but however, my name on YouTube is Reckless Logic, the name that you see.
Period.
Thank you.
Seabreeze 40. You know what? I'm gonna try to remember your question. Maybe I'll allow that to be the first question. Okay. Hey Ashley, what's going on, Miss Mayisa? I probably screwed that up. Hey Lisa. Do we have a Brandy on the rocks? Hey Bull. Can you remember this question for me, Reckless?
What definition of the word trans has changed drastically? My question is, what are you transforming into?
Just kind of a paraphrase it later.
Okay, no, just
yeah.
What we can say. So what are you transforming into? I'm gonna write it down.
Okay, so with no further ado, let me invite another regular smuggler face on the platform. Y'all already know who the hell he is. Big Rainy. Hey, boo. And you're on mute.
Greetings, everyone. Hello.
How you doing? Thank you for being here.
Well, I thank God that I'm here. I'm just grateful to my creator that I'm here to be a part of this great show because it's time that we have adult conversations about trans issues and how those issues affect us and how they affect those who we are close to.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you for blessing us. I'm happy to have you here. And I know you also are a content creator. So before we get started, can you tell the folk where they can find you out here on these social media streets?
You can find me at Ma Pa Rainey's. That's M as in man, APAHRAYNIS herbs on YouTube. Ma Pa Rainey's herbs. You want me to type it in there? And I can type it in the chat.
My mom got it. Like they already know, because you were old nasty piece of conscious crew member, so they already know where them links is. But did you just do sign language, Big Rainy?
Yes, I was hard of hearing for a long time, and I had to learn sign language.
I am so jealous. I need you to teach me sign language. Okay.
I had to learn it to survive.
Because I want to start doing like sign language dances in the club and stuff while I'm twerking. I want to be able to communicate in every which way I need to bring my date home.
I think the sign language you be doing is like this.
Okay, don't do me, Big Randy. Do Jesus, boo. Don't do me.
I'm so glad to have connected with you, Conscious. I really am thankful, and I'm thankful that Miss Miko made that bridge easy to traverse to you and Jives and many others, and I'm just so grateful.
Yeah, amen. Well, we're going to get into all things.
We're going to
get into all things, and we're equally thankful. Thank you for blessing us today. I want to bring up my sister girl. You guys already know who the hell she is. She had her breakthrough moment over Christmas 2021 massacre weekend, honey. Miss Queen Tosa in the building. Hey, love, and you're on mute too, if you
Hello, thank you so much, Conscious, for having me here and for the people showing up. And my name and my channel is Keeping Up with Queen Tosa. Okay.
So yeah, you know what, Queen Tosa? Did you just try it?
I did. So this is keeping up. So KEEPINGUPWITHQUENTULSA.
How, how do you know?
Well,
Sign.
actually, it was taught to me in school, and I have a relative that is hearing impaired.
Oh my God. So I got two tutors. Awesome. Great.
Yes.
I'm going to be driving y'all mad. Mods, please rotate everybody's channel links for me, please. Thank you for being here, Queen Tosa. The people have questions, loaded questions. So I know y'all are here to have the hard conversation, and that's what we're going to do tonight. So thank you for gracing us with your transparency and your truth. I'm looking forward to this.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Now we have a new Conscious Crew member. Okay, he found me when I was cussing out some Karen. Okay, and he's been faithful since. He's also new to panels, so we want to welcome Troy. Hi,
How y'all doing?
how are you feeling today? Thank you for blessing us.
Thank
Can
you
you
for
tell me
having me.
a little bit about you?
I'm Troy. I've been trans man. I've been trans for about 5 years. I just subscribed about 3 weeks ago, and I'm just here to have an open conversation and hopefully educate some people. And that's about it.
I'm gonna tell you right now, you gonna make some of these ladies wet with that voice, honey. That voice is giving the big DM 101 FM all day.
And I don't know
So
no sign language neither, so
good. I'm taking that L with a
yeah,
partner. We got to get up on that sign language. Well, I'm happy to have you guys here. Now, before we get started, I want to go and make sure that we have everybody's pronouns correct. Now, Big Rainy and yourself identify as trans men.
right. Yeah.
Yes. And Queen Tosa, trans woman.
Yes.
So obviously,
And
like,
so the pronouns will be she, her, and hers for me.
she, her, she, her,
Hers.
and hers, okay? And he, him, his for Troy and Big Rainy. Now, what? So, because you know what, I kind of had this conversation mapped out chronologically, but I'm just gonna go where my spirit leads me to. How important is it for you all when it comes to pronouns? Because you know we have the T.S. Madisons of the world who are like pronouns matter. Call me what I tell you to. You know, and then we have the Flame and Rose of the world who are on their he, she, we tip and says pronouns don't matter to me. You can call me what you will. What is your relationship to the pronoun word? And I'll start with you, Queen Tosa.
Well, thank you for the question. That's a good question. Well, for me, it's important to me because I feel like I've worked so hard to become she, and this is where I am. And I don't need anybody acknowledging or reminding me of what my past was. Um, it's the work that I put into it, the blood, the sweat, the tears, the trials and tribulations. It's like history. It's like history. So that's why it's important for me. I'll yield the floor.
Amen. Troy, what is your relationship to the world of pronouns?
Pretty much like she said, I don't want nobody to be thinking about my past.
Mm.
I think that it's one of the things that when I first transitioned was one of the things that I wanted people to put respect on. Outside of calling me my correct name, I definitely wanted them to refer to me as he. But I will say it was kind of difficult at the beginning of my transition because I still had feminine traits, so it kind of when I went places, people would still be like she. So it kind of you know, it would be a difficult issue for me, especially with like friends and family. That was probably like the hardest, like my mom and stuff like that. That was like the hardest thing for her to like transition to calling me him or saying her son and stuff like that.
Got it. Wow. Okay, we're gonna get into more of that. Big Rainy, what is your relationship to the world of pronouns?
I go by he, she, and his. It was a hard journey because there's a gap that Troy just mentioned where you still look somewhat feminine, but at the same time, you're going into masculine. And I've been literally almost assaulted by black men wanting to fight me or calling me the F word or derogatory terms. And I was ready to fight because I had to fight all my life because I was very skinny. I was the runt. And being a foster kid born of a white woman, I already knew, I always was hip to the battle of trying to fight for my rightful place at the table of life. So as a trans person, he, she, and his, because don't discount my journey. I hate it when people, like I get on the phone, oh, thank you, ma'am. I like, ma'am, it's he. They, you know. So I encounter that a lot on the phone when people, sometimes they'll keep on calling me ma'am, and I just hang up on them.
Yeah, for sure. Oh my goodness.
Thank you.
Troy, I know people are saying that you sound a little muffled.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, and you do kind of sound a little muffled. I don't know if it's probably them headphones, because usually headphones and StreamYard kind of be on this bald-headed whole shit. But while Troy is getting his mic situation together, that's a really great point to Big Rainy and Queen Tosa and Troy's point, is I think a lot of people don't understand like how much work even goes into the self-actualization and the self-acceptance, and then of course all of the aesthetic the challenges and just how much goes into how you show up today. That is worth putting absolute fucking respect on people's names for. And I you have your hand raised. Yes, Tosa.
Yes. And then another thing, I'll throw this out there. Even with name changes, I mean, if my name isn't currently that, then respect it for what it is. And I feel like a lot of people get caught up in, oh, well, I knew you as this, and oh, this is the only way. Well, you need to find another way because, I had my aunt reach out to me recently and she's like, hi, how are you? And I didn't think to text her back. I called her and I said, well, unfortunately, that name does not exist. And I thought we made this clear. And this is what it is. Oh, well, I can't help it. Well, if you can't help it, don't dial my number. And I politely hung up. And it is what it is. I'm not begging for you to understand. And this is not a back and forth. Legally, it's on paper, and you're going to call me that. If you can't, don't call me.
And even if it's not legally, I'm telling you what the hell to refer to me as. So get with it or get lost. Legal or no legal. Something that Troy and Big, so this is so, it's the intersectionality for me. Like trans people live such an intersectional reality. Along with like lots of other queer people too, but certainly trans men and trans women. When Troy and Big Rainy were speaking about kind of like transitioning into being a man, but then also kind of the inherited homophobia that you take on, because you're not necessarily even transitioning into being a chest beating toxic masculine hip hoppity ass patriarchal exaggerative testosterone driven man. That might not even be your idea of a man. So Troy and Big Rainy, could y'all speak more? Yes.
Okay, so I can give some insight on that. They pretty much get the experience kind of what myself has experienced before transitioning, because there was a point where I lived as such. So I remember me and my best friend, and actually, if you give me a second, let me just get her picture.
Okay. And while Queen Toast is getting the picture of Big Rain, I was just speaking to the panel and saying that it's crazy how you and Troy almost had to like also inherit the homophobia transitioning into be a male, because how you show up and how you what you envision as a man might not even be congruent to what the community around you holds as an idea. So what was that like?
For me, it was very hard because I have feminine traits that I've made peace with. And I wanted to also embrace the feminine as well as the masculine, because I wanted to be a healthy man. I didn't want to become another toxic male. So I tapped into my past experiences as a woman and said, okay, I drew upon that. And I said, okay, this is how I'm behave because I'm not going to treat women the way I would treat it. And in transitioning, I think it was the greatest accomplishment I've done, to transition, but it was very hard as a Black trans man because the ones that gave me most grief were my own people, wanting to fight me in public places, one calling me F words and other derogatory terms. And I had to suck it up. And a lot of us, go through a lot more than that. And we end up ending our lives or doing something destructive. But fortunately, I ended up networking with an organization called BTAC, Black Trans Advocacy Coalition. And Reverend Jonathan Thunderword, my spiritual dad, is very active with the organization. And a lady named Monica, oh man, she passed away a few years ago. She was very prominent in the organization for advocacy for Black trans. And that's what gives me comfort because I know I can go to them and talk to them about it because they've been through it. And so they represent us in DC. They represent us around, in various governmental areas because transitioning is hard for a Black trans man. It's more difficult for us because we're already demonized as Black females, as lesbians. So we're jumping from the fire into hell and brimstone. So it's a hard journey. And that's why it's always been recommended that we have therapy at the same time we're transitioning. Because when I transitioned in 2004, the Harry Benjamin Standards of Care Act was still in vogue. And so I had to get referrals from a therapist, from a doctor before I can get my testosterone. I had to be psychologically evaluated before I can actually get on testosterone. And that was another barrier. They put barriers in your way. And so I had to pay a lot of money out of pocket. But I am glad that I did that because it's worth it. I want to live free. I just want to live free. I just want to live my life as a man and as a Black man and just be left the hell alone. That's all. I don't bother people. I just want people to be free and I'm free. Thank you.
All love. Well, I have questions because I also want to let Queen Tulsa piggyback off of her story that she was starting too. But did transitioning as a trans man also, did you feel it gave you any nuanced insight into also just how limited it is being a Black man because the Black community only is really welcoming of one or two types of Black men? So what did you make of your experience as it relates to this is what Black men are stuck inside? It's this toxic patriarchal bullshit. Like now I have to be masculine to be accepted as a man on top of identifying as one and transitioning into one. Like, how did that help you to relate to other Black men or maybe empathize with the Black male community?
For a long time, I felt schizophrenic. It's like if I be too masculine, I encounter being profiled by the police. The first time I was ever profiled by the police was as a trans man at a BART station headed to night school. I'm in full scrubs. The name of the school in bronzing on my scrubs, and they 4 big beefy cops, well over 6'3", stopped me. So what I did, I walked amongst the middle of them and asked them, "What do you want from me?" And they said, "Well, you're using this pass." So I know now what Black men go through, and I never knew that as a Black woman. Now when I walk down the street, white women clutch their purses or they tense up, or when I walk into a store, the security guard gives me that look. And so what I do, I immediately check my bags, and I have to conduct myself in a way as a Black man that I didn't as a Black woman. It's a whole different protocol, and it can mess your mind up at times if I didn't have a faith anchor, an anchor in my faith and spirituality. It has driven me to attempted ending my life, attempting suicide attempts and ending my life. And so it's hard. It's harder for a trans man than I don't know what trans ladies go through, because my wife was a transgender woman who passed away. But It's hard for Black trans people, period. Because my wife died of a broken heart, really. Not cancer, but really of a broken heart. And so it's really hard as to transition in America.
Yeah.
It's easier for other people, but not for us. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I
Did I answer your question?
Yeah,
I
you
hope
answered, no, you answered the question. Before I let Queen, I think that Troy is still finding his microphone situation. Before I let Queen Tulsa go, I was going to say that because obviously, like, I'm a gay man, but I'm like a different type of male because I also embrace my femininity, just like you do, a Big Rainy, and so that of course was received with some backlash growing up, etc. And when I got to the place of self acceptance, and I accepted my femininity, I accepted my divine femininity, I accepted that pendulum swinging, and I didn't want to be burdened with trying to be for other people. I didn't want to burden myself with living up to other people's expectations just to receive something that should be inherent for all of us, which is love and a dignified to be treated with decency and respect. And when I was strong enough to give that up and to just allow myself to be, I look back at the Black males community, not just the Black gay male, but just the Black men's community. I was like, oh my God, how many cis hetero identified men are also stuck in this pretentious, materialistic relationship to themselves because they know that the love in their community is completely conditional. It's contingent upon you being the type of man we think you should be in order for you to have an experience of love and respect. And so on my platform, I always talk a lot about femininity and how all men should embrace their femininity, and that I feel like the Black LGBT, the LGBT community movement at large is not just for the sake of us, but it's also for the sake of like helping, giving Black men a bandwagon to jump on to break this construct that's also killing them and restricting their living too. You know, because straight Black men are not a monolith, but they may perform in order to make it look that way because of the fear around being anything other than this rigid standard of Black male masculinity. Before I let Queen Tulsa complete, Troy, I know that you're back. Are you good with your audio, boo? You're on mute.
Yeah, can you hear me? Or is it still muffled?
I think it sounds better.
Okay, let me know.
Yeah, you sound much better. Now, you also spoke about like you still have effeminate traits. Is that something that you run away from, or is that something that you're okay with?
I would say in between, because sometimes I'm okay with it, and then sometimes I'm not okay with it. It depends on who I'm around and what I'm with. Like, if I'm around people that I know misgender me a lot, then I'm going to try to be more masculine. But if I'm around somebody that I'm comfortable with and I know that they understand that I am a man, then I'm okay with being more feminine, more myself, just saying certain things, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if that makes sense. Like, I don't, I try to portray a certain way around certain people so they don't misgender me or say certain triggers,
That speaks exactly to what I just said about how performative we as queer people have to be just to feel safe and
Right.
to feel and to have respect. It has to come through performance. Now, because I'm curious, so what is your ideal then of being a man? Like, where do you extrapolate your ideal from as a man?
I would say from the men that raised me, but to be honest, I'm winging it because I mean I don't know. I didn't have a father growing up really. He was in prison, so I just kind of go unfortunately off of what I see in the media, the men that I'm around, my uncles and stuff. But other than that, I don't really have a general ideology what a man should be. I was raised Baptist, so I kind of go off of the things that I've seen in the church, like a man should be the head of the household. He should provide. But other than that, I don't know. I'm still learning every day on what I need to do to be a man and what designates me to be in this position, and how I identify myself and how I should move, how I should operate, you know?
Wow, that's really interesting. Um, okay, hold. Let's put a pin in it right there. Reckless, are you there?
Girl, I'm over here having issues with this computer. You have
Okay,
to
I
come
just
back to
wanted
me.
to also, because I didn't get around to you identifying your pronouns, which I assume are power bottom, right?
No, ma'am. My pronouns are he. But however, I like for me, honestly, I don't get offended when they say her or she or whatever, because I think because that's like a cultural thing when it comes down to
Mhm.
the gay community. But however, so I know understand some people don't like that. For me, I'd be like, okay, for me personally, I understand and I attach myself with he and him. But however, if they be like girl or bye girl, I don't get offended.
Okay, got it. A Queen
Okay,
Toast,
okay.
I know. Hmm?
Okay, I'm about to drop down and come back on my phone because this
Okay,
computer
cool.
acting up. All
I'll
right.
look out for you. Queen Tosa, you were just
Okay.
going into the story. Mhm.
So yes, I was going into the story. So this is my best friend, Jemiah. Rest her soul in peace. This is a young lady that I got to travel through life with. We met in elementary school, and this is my trans sister. We were on a step team together, and she left us May 5th of 2020. This was my teacher. This is the girl who taught me how to be a sister. This is a girl that taught me how to love um, another girl in our community. So rest
Jesus.
in peace to her. And this is where I get my strength from. And I always say her name, Jemiah. She didn't die of a violence. She died because of asthma attack, and I believe she had COVID as well. But thank you.
Wow. Oh my God. Well, sorry for your loss, and rest in peace to Jemiah. She was your mentor, essentially.
Yes. I
Yeah.
mean, we were the same age, but it's like as far as like the ballroom and things like that, she was advanced in that. She was in houses. And like when it come to work and when it come to sex work, I mean, when I was in college, I didn't have no funds. I'm like, girl, I need to do something. She put me on. She put me on my hormones. She was like a teacher for me.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I just wanted to give acknowledgement to her.
Anyway,
Oh yeah.
amen. Shout out to sister. And I know you guys have questions. We will be dropping the link, you guys. Okay, for your questions. So to that point too, like, did any of the trans men on the panel, like, well, I know that Troy, you just said how like your uncles, etc., were kind of your references for manhood and masculinity, etc. A Big Rainy, I wanted to ask you the same question. Like, where did you extrapolate your version or vision of masculinity from?
Myself, I had no role models. I grew up in a household, a foster place that was ran by a woman, and most of the people and the occupants in the place were female. So I had no solid reference point of what a man should be. Because even as a little girl, I was very tomboyish. I had my own ways. And so I learned lately when I started transitioning, I'm like, well, where's my focal point? Where do I tie down as a foundation? So I started watching 1950s movies because I like 1950s movies. And I like how the men, black and white, conducted themselves. But then I was at a quagmire. I said, but I'm kind of feminine. I don't mind being, an elegant gentleman, but like what Troy was talking about, there's certain spaces I cannot be feminine in. Like when I'm out and about, it's more like you see a 1950s no nonsense man. That's how I conduct myself in the street. But then in here at home or around my friends that I can trust, I'm more of, Harlow Rain, more comfortable with being feminine as well as masculine. Can I just have my yin and my yang also? Because without my yang, I can't have the yin. So I have to have that balance. The shore cannot exist without the sea. So I had to have that. So it was difficult. But I tell you this, I have no regrets about who I am. And I'm tired of performing Every time I go in the street, I have to perform. God damn, I should have a whole lot of Oscars in this house by now. We all should if we're trans, because we have to perform all the time in every space just to make it out alive sometimes. We walking past a group of real masculine black men, we kind of get that strut going. We walking past a police car, we walking like a 1950s black man, straight eyes straight and keep on moving. So it's so many roles we have to play within a 24-hour period that cisgender people don't have to deal with. So and
hey,
then
I'm sorry I'm late. I'm sorry. I can chime in a little bit. I'm sorry. Okay. What? Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna introduce you at the big rainy.
Okay, but I'm just taking it one day at a time with this thing, because I'm tired of having to wear this coat, put on this mask, put on that mask. And I said, you know what? I'm going to a place where I could be my feminine self, because more in Polynesian culture, men who have feminine traits are more accepted. And that's where I'm moving to in September. I can't deal with it here on the mainland anymore. Amen. Thank you.
Well, you know what? It's okay to go where you are celebrated rather than tolerated or hated. So,
Conch, I can be on a few minutes. I'm really at the bus station. So
okay. Well, welcome to the panel, Ms. Ra. Happy birthday! It's Monica's birthday, you guys.
I went to Atlanta and I kicked it.
She been in ATL fucking that pussy all through the streets, honey. Bringing it up.
Happy birthday.
Honey.
Hey, Monica.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Hey, how y'all doing? You better not be down there with Vaughn, and I know that.
I'm going to just chime in for a little bit. I only got a little bit of time because I am at the bus station.
Yeah.
But I'm glad we're having this discussion. See, if I was at home, Conch, I would have definitely showed up and I would have been talking my shit. But my bus don't get here till 10:30, so I got plenty of time to talk shit on my side now. I'm trying not to get too loud. Can y'all hear me good?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Yes.
All right. So you know my stance on it. Black trans folks, we got to fight. It's time to fight, honey. It's time to whoop some ass. It's time you got to be swinging. You got to kick ass, okay? It's time to kick some ass. Do what you got to do sometimes. You already know how hard I am. You already know my stance on this, Conch.
I do.
I believe in you got to beat you got to beat some ass some damn time. Because it's for survival. It's hard being black already. You got black folks attacking us for being black, and then you got the black community attacking us for being gay or trans. So we stuck in the middle and we ain't got nowhere to go, and then it causes a lot of mental issues. That's why you see a lot of black LGBT folks, especially a lot of black trans women who are bipolar like I am. I'm bipolar. I got ADHD and all that type of stuff. It causes a lot of mental issues. It causes a lot of mental issues because you're not getting that love from white or black folks. You ain't getting love from them damn crackers any damn way. But for you to be rejected by your own community, that's just adding on more hurt. That's just adding on trauma, on top of trauma, on top of trauma, on top of trauma. And then it causes you to lash out. And then when we lash out, they want to wonder why we lash out. When it's the same people asking why, who made us lash out. You get what I'm saying? They made us this way. The reason why a lot of black gays and a lot of black trans are so angry is because the world made us this way. We got every right to be mad as fuck. We got every right to walk around with a frown on our face. We got every right to walk around here pressing about every damn thing.
Monica, I'm going to piggyback off of that.
Yes.
When it comes to just the violence, we were bashed in our houses first. So when you want to talk about where did it come from, it started in the household.
Exactly. It started in the household.
And then just imagine it coming from your household, and then you still have to go out and defend yourself because other people, what I'm saying, in their beliefs.
And family can hurt you the most. Trust me, I know. I experienced this firsthand.
What do you do when your family is against it and then you're in trouble and some other people are against it? What do you do then? Do you think that they
got to let some family members go? If the family members don't accept you, I know it hurts sometimes, but you got to let them go. That's why we have platforms. People go create gay families and trans families because their real family disown them. So that's why it's important to have gay families. Like I consider y'all my family. I consider Conscious a brother.
Since you're here, you're my sister. What is your
Hmm.
take on black trans against black trans? Because there's been a divide. What are your thoughts on that?
It pisses me the fuck off because here's the thing: you protect these motherfucking down low ass, want to live in the closet head ass niggas, but you would sit there and fight with your own trans sister. You know, you sit there and fight with your own trans sister, and you spill her tea with no problem. But these motherfucking down low niggas that you let use you for dick and ass, who don't give no fuck about you, oh, you protect them, but you film shame and you trans shame. But when it comes to these down low ass niggas, they don't give a fuck about you. If your gay ass or your trans ass were to get beat to death or get beat down, you think them down low niggas that you fucking and protect and go give a damn about you? No, they gonna sit there and let your ass ride. They gonna pretend like you don't exist. It's gonna be your trans sister that's gonna speak on your behalf. It's
Yeah.
gonna be your feminine gay brother that's gonna speak on your behalf. It ain't
Mhm.
gonna be them down low ass trade ass niggas. And this
Now
what
check
pisses
this
me off.
out, Monica. Okay, so I was on Twitter earlier and I had asked the girls a question, and one girl had replied. I said, "What's your what's your take on women, trans women versus trans women?" She said she grew up in the projects, and before she started her transition, it was public schools, rough. It was rough being a gay black male, going to school, fighting for herself. She said when she had become trans, she started setting boundaries to remove those issues or whatever. But she said her issue with the trans is they're catty, they're shady, and they keep up drama. And she says we just bash each other. She said that's the problem. We're bashed, and
Exactly. Use
it's
that
like
energy
we're
for the
we're
right
hurt.
people.
Like she got hurt, and so it
Use that energy
transformed
for
to
the
her
right
because her
people.
people hurt people.
Yeah, use that energy for the right people. So this will make me mad about black gay folks and black trans folks. Sometimes we so quick to fight each other. Why y'all ain't out fighting these damn down low ass homophobic ass niggas? I see all these videos on YouTube about these gays fighting each other and they whooping each other ass. Why you ain't got that energy for that down low ass nigga that just murdered your trans sister about a week ago? Why you ain't got that same energy for that nigga? Why you ain't over there and you beating that nigga up? Why y'all ain't jumping that
Windmilling.
homophobic nigga? But you sitting here jumping your gay brother over here. You because he slept with your
Because
man or somebody. You gonna jump him or
so
because he
I
said
feel
something
like
you don't like.
I feel like it's mental health. I'm an advocate of mental health. I seek services, I seek therapy, counseling, or whatever. And I had to, like, going through it, I realized a lot about myself. And it was like, oh, before I'm not the problem, it ain't me. Well, it was me in certain aspects because of the reaction that I would give when somebody would say something. You don't have to reply to everything that somebody
Sometimes it's
says.
hard when you're hurt. Sometimes
You
it's
know
hard when you're
what?
hurt. I had that problem. Because somebody
Yeah.
look at me crazy, say to me,
Because
y'all know me. Y'all know me. Y'all heard me enough. I am quick. I do have a temper on me. I'm kind of hot headed, you know, and I
I
will
love
go off.
you. Can I just say that? I
I
love you,
love you too.
sister. And let's build a
Same
bond.
here.
I know your channel, but let me follow
I
it.
think
I want to work with you. I want to hug you.
I
Oh,
think that what
thank
Queen
you.
I think that because two things I want to say. I think that what Queen Tosa is talking about is like we all have triggers, right? Like we all have things that we deem as disrespectful, things that will grind our gears, things that make us react in a certain kind of way. But I think
Exactly.
also there has to be a certain. We also have to work toward having a certain level of self-esteem that allows us not to fight every fucking battle and to be able to rise above other people's problems with us because it's not my job to burden myself with your problem about me.
Right.
It's
That's
not.
your homophobic ass
But it's
problem.
like I
That's
said, it's
your
all about
transphobic ass problem. That's your problem. I don't have to inherit
exactly.
We
and
don't
give
have to accept that invitation to
your
that
problem.
argument. We don't
Exactly.
have
But
to
this is when
accept
they
the
put their
invitation.
hands on you. See, they think they can put their hands on us. And they think and a lot of LGBT folks believe in this non-violent shit. Now, when these niggas put their hands on you, you whoop their ass. See, y'all, but see, some of these
Well,
LGBT
you
folks
whip
believe
ass
in
of
if they
anybody
put
who
their
puts their
hands
hands
on you,
on you.
If they put their hands on you, you don't need to hit them back. And that's what a lot of LGBT folks believe. So that's why they look at us as being weak, because we ain't been fighting back yet. And that's why I say you got to fight back sometimes. When we start fighting them back, they going to know not to fuck with us, because they going to realize, oh, I ain't going to mess with them, because they might probably have another army of trans women or army of gay men come jump my ass. They'll think twice before they jump.
Well,
You get what I'm
sis,
saying?
I don't want it to result
You get
to
what I'm saying?
violence. I don't want it to
Sometimes it
result to
has to.
violence.
I'm
If
gonna
we
be
can get
well,
out of
I'm being
there.
100 with you. Sometimes it has to result to violence. Sometimes you
Yeah.
got to whoop some ass or bust a cap in somebody's ass some damn time. All right. And I believe in concealed carry. Go get you a damn gun. All black trans women, black trans folks, period, but especially black trans women, get you a gun. I'm a huge supporter of the Second Amendment. That's one thing these racist white folks and these niggas can't take away from you is your right to bear arms. But you better bear all them arms, okay?
And
Bear
our
it.
yeah,
Bear it.
and our black sisters, because we don't want to leave our black sisters out. Ladies, if you are cisgender female, let me say this. Let me get the record straight. There is no competition. I'm not in a competition with you. I come from a black woman. I love black women. There is no there's a divide there, and I just want to close it. I love you. I support you. I stand with you. I'm an ally. I'm a black woman. So
Here's the
let's
thing.
hopefully
Yeah,
we can
yes.
heal that wound.
But some of these black women, I'm an advocate for black women too, but some of these black women, they be on that bullshit too. I'm just gonna be real. Because
Humanity.
they think black trans women are out to attack them, some of them. Even with these
Yes.
investment women, they don't like black LGBT. They don't care about black LGBT folks or black trans women
Preach.
either. You know,
Preach.
sometimes these black women ain't even on our fucking side. They want to sit there and attack us too. You know, as much as I'm the first one to stand up for black women, but some of these black women be on that bullshit. Those type of black women, I don't give a fuck about. I'm just gonna be lying. I'm not gonna lie. Those black women, they can go fuck themselves. But most black women are for the queens. They are for the sisters. Most of the black LGBT community supporters are black women. So um, so I do stand up for black women. Plus, my mom is a black woman, and I have black sisters and everything. So
So,
I'm gonna stand
so,
up for black women. But some of these black women be on that bullshit. I'm not
so
gonna
with
lie.
that being said, because I was going to speak to this when Queen Toaster had spoke about the like trans uh people perpetuating violence and division amongst each other. Do y'all think that largely comes from adopting an already toxic culture? Because black women are also the recipients of a toxic patriarchal construct that has pit them against each other. And it would seem to me that if trans women are modeling themselves off of cisgendered women, then they are kind of inherently or indirectly adopting a same toxic practice of protecting the men and then looking at each other as competitors and being defensive unto one another, which is how patriarchy would have it. Do y'all feel that way as trans women, that there could be a
Yes,
correlation?
yes. Sometimes yes, and I think both cis and trans black women, we use, like I said, we using that energy. We have that energy because the world has traumatized us. But at the same time, we using it against each other when we should be using it against the right people. I'm not saying technically get rid of that energy. Sometimes you got to allow that energy to go to the right people. Like have that same energy for these racist white folks out here. Have that same energy for these black men that's killing you. Have that energy. Save that energy for the people that's out to get you, not your fellow black cis sister, not your fellow black trans sister. Have that attitude for the right people. Use that fight mode. Don't use it on another black woman or another black trans woman. Use it on the trade who trying to kill you. Use it for that racist ass cracker down the street. Use it for that black man that's sitting there beating you across the head. Use that energy for them. You use that energy for them. And then once you start doing that, they ain't gonna fuck with you no damn more, because it's just disheartening that they throwing black women in trash cans and they choosing half black women over black women. And they talk about dark skinned black women like a motherfucking dog, and it pisses me off. But this is why, and you know why I talk about dark skinned men the way I do. I'm not attracted to them, and I talk about them the way I do because I want them to feel black women's pain and dark skinned black women and the shit that they say hurtful things about dark skinned black women. So I want them to feel that pain that they make dark skinned black women feel. That's why I'm always on here talking shit about them. You know, that's why
Well,
I'm always on here throwing
Monica,
shade at them.
hold on, Monica. Yeah, but you can't get to resolve by inducing trauma. So
And how they
trauma for
and
trauma, the trauma for trauma is literally just a vicious cycle that
But here's the thing:
re-injures
it's not just
everyone
how they do.
involved.
Like I said about the light skinned men, how they treat light skinned men. Because I take how they do that personally, because it was some situations that happened, that I took personally, involving a light skinned male, and stuff like that. So that's why that traumatizes me as well, because it was a situation.
Monica, my love, can I say something, beloved?
Yes.
Your light skinned sister love your chocolate self. I love you for who you are. And
Thank you.
let's not focus on the negative, because we don't want to spend too much time on those
No.
negative.
I was gonna tell you about this story. It
But
was the
listen,
individual that.
love is created right now. So as long as we got that understanding that we're gonna love each other, and it's, I see color. I want to see your dark skin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But I
There
was
we
just telling. I know what you're saying, and I just have to get it out. Just let me finish getting it out. Like I was telling Conch, and Conch, I told Conch about this. It was a situation where an individual who was of that light skin, a male who was of that light skin complexion, committed suicide because of bullying and all that. And this is why it affects me so much. It affected me that because the situation affected me that damn much. And that's why I take that so personally. And that's why, you see me talking about it. That's coming from a place of hurt. When I talk about dark skinned women and light skinned men's color, that's coming from a place of hurt. I'm taking that personally. It ain't that I want to be a light skin. I'm not light skin. I love being dark skinned, but I'm just saying, I take that personal, how they treat dark skinned women. One, because I am dark skinned myself, and how they treat light skinned men. Two, because of that situation I told Conch
Well,
about. You
listen,
probably
when you
won't
think
remember it.
about that, you think about all the people that's on the beach that's trying to get to your color, my mama. Okay. You listen, mama. When you think about that, you think about all the people that's out there burning the shit up out of their skin.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's let it go.
Sometimes
You
it's hard to let. It's
listen,
hard
no,
to
no,
let
no,
stuff
no,
go
baby.
sometimes.
You have people out there spending money to make it to your tone, baby. What
Yeah,
more? What
you're
more
right.
do we? What more do we need to brag about?
Nothing.
You are loved, and not because of your skin, because of who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Let's start there. It starts with self care. Love yourself, and I know it's easier said than done, but just take the steps. Be open to change. You just sound like me when I was just angry at the world. Get some help, my sister.
I
Get
am.
some.
I'm in therapy. I am. I'm in therapy.
I love
I'm in.
you for that, and I stand with you.
I
I've
think
been
that
through.
one of the things that is difficult for people who are a minority within a minority within a minority within a minority within a minority is that it's difficult to really heal. It is possible because a lot of us on the panel have made it over the hill of self-hate into self-love, but it's also like the difficulty of that journey is so profound because your trauma is like reinforced daily through the cultural practices of your community, of your family, the religious beliefs that are reinforcing these ideas of separation from God, separation from your loved ones. And so when you're constantly having to be avalanche, and it's the same reason why the Black community is like largely still stuck, because our trauma is reinforced largely in this country. So
Exactly.
it creates,
Reinforced.
it's reinforced. But to Queen Toast's point, I mean, I think it's one hell of a burden, but there ain't no chance for our lives if we don't transcend it, no matter the difficulty level. Because it's either the system is going to win against us, to Big Rainey's point, that can result in suicide of trans people, of queer people, of minority people, or we can salvage some semblance of a
And it's the
normal,
suicide. Yes,
sane
and it's the
life.
suicides. Like I told you, Conch, that situation, that I told you about, it really affected me. That's where that's when that started to go left. When I told you about that situation, I DM'd you and we talked about that situation that I
No,
talked to you about.
You know, that's the situation that kind of really traumatized me. I was already traumatized because of my own experiences, but I wasn't as, you know, angry as I was before that situation. You know, when I saw that individual commit suicide and what he had been through and all that, it really just rubbed me the wrong way, and that just really made me go so dark. And that's why you see me on here, because you know how I say fuck kids and all that. I wouldn't be saying that. I wasn't saying that before this situation. That situation where these kids made this boy commit suicide is what really pissed me off and really made me have anger even towards children. You know, that's where that happened. And I'm being dead ass real with you. Not only because of what the kids did to me when I was a kid, but what they did to that individual. You know?
Well, that's why the self-help and the therapy is necessary, because it's a lot to internalize. It's a lot of injury to the soul, to the mental self, and no one person can do that alone. So whether people get that help through spirituality and the church and conversion, or whether they sit down on somebody's couch and actually peel back the layers of what has been done to them psychologically, what's been done to them.
I gotta go, y'all. Okay, my bus.
All right, boo, because I heard
y'all.
your bus in the background. But thank you so much, love, and get home safely.
All right, thank you.
Love you. Be safe.
You too.
So, and that's the heaviness. Like, Monica is like she's like the raw, articulated, like, she's like
beat your ass.
She's the like, if you pull back all the political correctness, like, that's what it is largely for a lot of Black trans women. What do you guys say to that pain as trans people yourselves when you hear that? What happens in your psyche?
I feel like our trauma is just reinforced by the drama, because soon as we, like, say you go to the therapy office, you have a good session, and you leave your therapist's office and you go across the street and some man wants to fight you because you look like a F word. Or there have been times people literally came in my face and wanted to beat my ass because I look too feminine. So I had to learn how to hide that, because the only place I really felt safe as a trans man was when I attended church in California. There's a church down there that's welcoming and affirming of transgender people. And that's the only place I felt safe. When I stepped out of that building, I turned into John Wayne or Samuel, whoever, a masked, very macho man, or Barry White. And I nearly killed the dude because I was on my way home from I think Bible study or prayer meeting, and it was in San Francisco. And I was on my way home, and it was a Black guy. He was leaning against the exterior of the church, and he said something, and I kept on moving. And then I heard, and I'm like, wait a minute, he's calling me the F word and N word and everything. And he came at me, and I turned around and I had a box cutter in my hand. I said, you want a piece of this? And I chased him because I wanted to kill him, because I was so angry and hurt. I'm like, I'm not bothering anyone. So I remember slamming my rucksack on the hood on the trunk of a car, reaching for my box cutter. No, it wasn't a box cutter. It was an actual blade. Pulling that thing out, and I went after that Negro and chased him because I was angry. Because how dare he violate my space and my peace of mind when I'm not bothering him? And it's always some insecure jackass fool that has nothing else going for them. So they project their anger and their rage on trans people who are boldly living our life up and loud. And it could be scary. I mean, one time I was on a bus and I had a white boy, some Peckerwood, look at me and he said, "You a man?" Because I had taken off, because that's when I was trying to go back to female. I said, well, just go back to female and just be left alone. And so now I know what trans women go through, because my hair was receding and I tried to pull a scarf over it and I didn't have the scarf on. And I ended up nearly fighting all of them, because I will fight a motherfucker. I can relate to what Sister Monica is saying. Sometimes you just have to unleash a can of whoop ass and just bam. And they'll leave you alone, because some people won't back away unless you beat their ass.
Well, hold on. No, when I got into a fight, girl, I end up behind the house sucking a man, sucking his dick.
I'll end up cutting it off. I don't play that shit because you have to come out as a warrior. Because until we stand up and start beating ass, taking names, they're gonna treat us as if we are entertainment. They see us as entertainment, something novel. Okay, I've been with a trans woman. Yeah, I want a woman with a little bit something extra. You see it online. They treat us as some type of freakish experience.
Yeah.
But yet we want to get married. We want someone to, like, I want to court a lady. Most of my loved ones, most of my partners have been trans women who have just begun their journey. Black trans women. My first wife, she was blacker than an ace of spades. I mean, that beautiful purple, mysterious black. That when you look at her, you see the endless love of God. Well, she died of a broken heart. Because down in Memphis, where she came from, they treated her brutally, and the police would take her in the alley and make her perform, sex acts in order to avoid being arrested or ran in. So she literally died of a broken heart, even though they diagnosed her as having cancer. Her brokenheartedness is what gave up, which she didn't have a will to live. Even though I was paying to put her through school, to become a nurse. It was like she just gave up.
Yeah.
Black trans women go through a lot more than black trans men because we fit right in. Once we get locked in, our hormones lock us in, we are stealth. But black trans women, they stand out.
Not all of us.
Well, some of them do. Some of them do. But what I'm saying, the ones who stand out, they have to. Ones who don't pass readily, they have to deal with a lot more heartache. I know my wife did because she didn't pass readily, and so she had to deal with a lot more heartache. And I had to get into fist fights because I'd be doggone if somebody gonna step to my wife in the street. So I was like,
Rainy, can we hear from Troy? Troy, you've been so quiet this time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I really want to know about you. Like, you really, listen here, Troy, your swag got me over here on set.
Okay. Well, first of all, let the captain ship. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I flirting?
First and foremost, because but I would have asked the panel about passing privilege. So look, I know I'm not going to have enough time to get into the conversation that I want to because every time that y'all talk, I have 50 million 11 other questions and conversations I want to have. Yeah. So before we move on to the question so this idea of violence, do y'all, all of y'all, including a Reckless on the panel, do y'all feel like it's this whole thing of standing up for yourself? What does that really mean? Like, do y'all feel like it's worth it to stand up to some bubbling heckler at the train station? Is that like worth whatever that could lead to? Is it? Because for me, I'm at that age in my life where I'm only arguing with people I actually have consistent proximity to, because they would pose the biggest aggravation to my life if they got out of order. Random ass motherfuckers, I am not interested in proving anything to. But what is y'all relationship to that? Standing up to yourself. Do you feel like it's necessary to call somebody out who misgenders you on the street or who disrespects you in the theater? Like, what do y'all feel where are y'all at with that? Self-defense and standing up for yourself.
I feel like, people you're only answering to what you identify with. So if I notice somebody is on that extra, I just pretty much ignore it. I know sometimes it might be a little difficult, but it's like, why would I even give acknowledgement to it? Why am I giving light to it? I'm confirming it when I'm replying back. So it's, in my mind, I just try not to give attention to it. Now, with family members, I would check your ass. But, people in the streets, because they don't know you. They don't know me. So that's for me.
Okay. Troy, like, what is your relationship to standing up?
I don't think there's really no need to get violent unless they being highly disrespectful. I don't really feel like you need to get violent though. As long as you make them put some respect on your shit, you good. You know what I'm saying? Like, It's all about how you carry yourself. Like she said, family members, yeah, I'm not playing with family members. I'll cut you off. We ain't got to talk no more. That's that. But people, they don't know you. So they may, some people are really just trying to educate themselves, and it may just be a genuine mistake. But if they keep doing it over and over and over and over again, and they're being disrespectful, then that's where it becomes a problem. And I will say to what, I think her name was Monica. Was it Monique or Monica? So what she was saying about just being people attacking her and saying certain things. I think in the black community as a whole, it's almost like the oppression Olympics. Like we got one group want to be on top of the other group. So like you got black people, they want to look down on gay people, and then some gay people want to look down on trans people, and then it just keeps going like over and over and over again. And I think that's what's going on in the black community. Like she was saying, the light skin versus the dark skin thing. Like we can never just come together as a whole and just be black people and support people. Like trans people, we still black. So I don't understand how we're separate in issues from black people. Like I've seen a lot of black people upset that there was a bill passed for us to get rights, but we're still black people, so it's still a win for black people, is it not? You know what I'm saying? Like stuff like that, I just don't understand why we're so against everybody. Like everybody's so against each other in the community.
Well, I know that Big Rainy is taking names and whipping ass, and Reckless figuring out his ratio of ass per person.
I don't know why you put that comment up there, but Miss Barbara, Miss Barbara.
She has a point because she's echoing what I just echoed.
No, but the thing, this the reason why I be getting annoyed when she say that, because she says that, but yet she be answering to everything that be on the panel. Like, I understand what you're saying,
she's doing
but
that virtually. She's not in the streets putting her life at risk over a Dusty.
But however, let me say this. I think the whole thing, like you said, I'm trying to figure out my ratio. My thing is, I don't get violent unless I feel like I'm like in danger type of thing. Because at the end of the day, yeah, like my thing is, yeah, you're not gonna talk to me crazy. As in, you say something to me, I'll say something back. And if I feel like it's going too far, I'll try to walk away. But however, if I feel like it's getting to that point, then bitch, it is what it is. Now, I'm gonna be honest, and I'm gonna be the one to say it. In every war, some people live, some people don't. It is what it is for me at this point, because for me, I think the whole thing about it too is that sometimes I walk away from a lot of stuff. Is that when I do get fed up, and the next person that do say something, they usually just get it and get the full-fledged everything. So I think that's why every time it does happen, I try to nip it right in the bud. Because then, if I nip it right in the bud, even if it's every single person or whatever, I don't get to that point. It's easy for me to just calm it all down instead of me just okay, yeah, fuck this, and then I just go left. So that's my whole thing on it. I understand it's not right, but I'm just gonna be honest.
I love it. That was actually, I was just going to tell you that if you nip it in the bud, it doesn't. You will get to the climax slower if you start dealing with it at its most micro level. I want to welcome Chocolate Earth Foundation to the panel. What's going on, Bull? Is there anything that you want to say this far in? Because I got quite a few things I want to go through with the panel.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Hi, everybody. How y'all doing? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. I wanted to say, first of all, as a woman, as a cis woman, I have much love for all of you. I know that there is a great divide within our community. We have so many divisions instead of us all coming together. And to your point, Queen Tulsa, I appreciate that you said that there is no competition or anything like that. A lot of us know that that's not the case. You know, we know that you be who you are. I think that is the struggle within our community, that we all Black people put each other in a box, no pun intended. It's like, if you're not this particular way, and if you're not that particular way, it becomes an issue. And I hate to hear that, you know, you guys have to deal with the violence that we deal with. Believe me, I know what that's like, in the sense of where a man would come at you in the wrong way, or want to mess with you because of this and that, or manhandle you, or put his hands on you in some way. And it is like we have to fight. And as women, as men, it should be where we should be able to sit down and talk to one another. And Conscious, you just have me hooked. It's like a drug. Every time I come to this show, you gotta, conversation.
I want to be your crack. I want to be your crack.
But I have two questions, if that's okay.
Before you ask your questions, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
As a woman, as a cis woman, because oftentimes I try to imagine what the fuck is going, like what are cis women, what do they feel threatened by? And the only thing I can diagnose it as is I feel like Black women feel so snuffed out in this society. They feel so fucking snuffed out. Like there's just not enough room. There's not enough respect. There's not enough affirmation. There's not enough emotional, spiritual, physical resource and support for Black women. And so I feel like sometimes the Black women who do take up issues with Black gay men or take up issues with Black trans women,
right,
while they are directing it toward us and they're launching their frustration from the issue of the LGBT uprising, I feel like it's not really about that. What I feel like I hear in the underbelly is, I don't mean to be transphobic, but I just don't want to share my slice of a slice of a slice of a slice with nobody because I need a goddamn hole myself.
You pretty much answered the question, sir. No, I'm just teasing. In all honesty, it's like this. The reason why, and to your point, Black women as a collective, we are put on the bottom of the totem pole. It has always been that way. It's been that way since they started bringing us here, that Black women were you could pile everything you wanted on her. She carried everybody. As we've grown, and I blame this a lot on media, and not social media, but just media, period. Because I remember the first time I heard anything about a trans woman or a trans man, it was negative. You know, it was about, rappers is undercover and this and that. And it pushes this negative agenda that trans women are trying to take over as women. It's the same game that, and I say this for Black men, and I hope I don't offend, but a lot of that comparison too. I watched an interview where this gentleman said, he was like, well, I date trans women because I'm not trying to get nobody pregnant. And I kind of sat back like, but does the person you date know that? Do they know that you're using them in this way? And then I'm an ID fanatic. And to see that there are so many cases of trans women and trans men being attacked, being murdered, because again, it comes with this sexual identity. And Black people are all about sexual identity. If they ain't talking about wet coochies and big dicks all the damn time, then it's like, how do you fit that in and then allow someone just to be who they are? And to Queen Tulsa's point, they turn trans women and more trans women. I can't speak, and I would love to know, but trans women are put on a pedestal in some Black men's eyes in the sense of, she's what I want, but I don't have to deal with the issue. And it comes down to, and this is only in comparison, I cannot say I'm in your shoes, but what I do know is within our community, there is an issue with our sexuality. That's why everybody's so worried about who you identify as. Why do you care? But now it's been pumped into social media that these women are better than regular Black women. And so instead of a lot of Black women studying, researching, trying to find out, they become angry. They internalize, here's somebody else I got to compete with. She looks better than me because what? I'm not enough. And I know Black women struggle with that. That is the big issue. Why am I not enough? Why is the Black woman, cis Black woman, compared to everyone else? And then, but then I'm transphobic if I say anything about it. So it's not really, like I said before, and I'll keep saying, there is no coalition of us all being able to discuss this and be like, okay, just be who you are. I would love to see that, but I know that that's not the case. For Black women, it's a struggle. It's a struggle just to be. I know what I've gone through as a Black woman, the racism, the misogyny, physical abuse, sexual abuse, going through all those things. And my question back to you guys, do you find within your dating life or with your significant other, how is that for you? Because it seems like for us as Black women, our choices are very limited. And I think, to your point, Conscious, it is. It's a slice of a slice of a slice. How much lower do they want us to go? And that's patriarchy. That's Black and white, straight men making up rules that don't make sense.
Wow. Queen Tulsa, well, you are the
That's a lot.
the
That was
panel.
Yes. And first of all, I want to say I'm sorry that you had to go through and endure that pain alone. I stand with you and I'm glad that you are here to talk about it. What I would say is, as far as like dating, I did date for a while and I found that I was getting the same guys over and over and over again. I was giving too much. They wasn't giving me what I was giving them. And it was like, you know, I got frustrated, but I felt like in those moments I was sowing a seed for the man that was for me. So I did. My husband did find me. I've been married for 3.5 years, so to be 4 years September the 7th. And so I was a person that was like, fuck love and all this and that. And you just, when you're with somebody, they love you, they flaws and all. I'm not perfect. He's not perfect. There were some situation that happened for us to even get this far. And 4 years, it wasn't easy. I'll say that. But it's all being patient with somebody else and taking the time to get your mental together and also walk them into getting their mental health together as well. But in, to that question, you like, okay, to your other question, you were like, what's the competition? Okay. Chocolate or foundation? Like, so you're into guys?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm not into anybody right now, but yes, mainly.
Okay. Have you ever got a good?
Nobody's in Chocolate Earth Foundation.
Right. Chocolate Earth is closed right now. Go ahead.
Okay. So let me ask you this: have you ever got some good dick that just, oh my God, just blew your socks off? Right. Yeah, good.
I might have to say I got mediocre.
You got to think about it. That's a no.
Listen, I apologize. That's not what I mean. I understand what your question was. I'm just being silly. Don't pay me no mind.
Okay,
but
so that's the part. Some of us girls, we have an extra tool, and some guys like the way that sometimes we're fetishized, and sometimes that's what they go for, and sometimes they'll pay a girl to get them, and they'll be in a relationship or whatever the case may be. So I feel like that's what you can't give to them. You ain't got no big lollipop that you know what I'm saying? The volcano.
I got what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
So that's one way,
But you know what? That to your point.
Sexual.
My issue is if that's what you like. I had an ex who, admitted to me that he wanted to try certain things, and he was like, "Yeah, I'd like to, do such and such. I'll be nice. I ain't gonna tell his business." But what I asked him, I said, "Well, why do you feel comfortable sharing that with me?" And he's like, "Well, you don't judge." And I was like, "Yeah, I judge." But the truth of it is that if that is your desire, if that is your preference, we talk about preference all the time.
But we are still women at the end of the day, sis.
Exactly.
We have extra equipment. So he just, he accepts that part of us, and we're still a woman at the end of the day. So it's no different. The only thing that's different is that part down there.
Exactly.
I still cook for him. You gonna do the same thing.
Yeah.
because
You
I think
know,
what
I
we're talking
think
about.
that's what it is.
I
It's
want to
that division, the pretending that there's some kind of division, and it's not. It's not.
but
We
I want to insert something in
Oh,
there. I think
Mhm.
that the experience maybe trans attracted men are having, and the perception that cisgendered women are having of trans women are two totally different things. Because
Mhm.
yeah.
like, let's be honest, the men's community don't give a damn about the things that women hold up as the things that make them a woman, like their womb,
Right.
capacity to have
Right.
a menstrual cycle. Men is it look like a duck, it quack like a duck, it walk like a duck, it's a motherfucking duck. I'm in it.
Exactly.
So it ain't gonna be that much more deeper for them. And then
Right.
for black women, I mean, for I guess women in general, black women, they're like, well, that bitch ain't a woman because boom, 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 boom. Like I
Which
got
is
X,
none of
Y.
your business. Which is none of your business, and that's the problem. Get out of my business. Quit
Well,
worrying about what I am and what
but
I
I
have.
want to speak up for the black women
Miss
that are free.
Miss Barbara.
Oh,
I
I do
see
have one more
you.
question, and then I'm gonna be quiet. And this was to the
Okay.
men. Gentlemen, I'd like to know as well, what is it like for you guys to date, or are you in a relationship?
To Big Rainy and Troy.
Right.
I just got out of a relationship, so
I'm
but
sorry.
today it is difficult to reach out to people because
Mm.
you have to disclose that, and then it goes from there to see. You might like somebody, and then it's always that anxiety of, if I tell them, are they gonna fuck with me still? I mean,
Yeah.
they can be like, fuck no, I'm not fucking with that shit, or they can be like, oh, I'm down, it's cool with me. So it's really 50-50 to see what's gonna happen. But I found that most girls don't care. They're
Mm-hmm.
pretty much open to it. I do say that if you're passing, it's easier. I will say that if you're passing, it's definitely easy. If you're not passing, people are going to be more reluctant to talk to you.
Do you mean like looking more like the gender that you are? Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Like if you're looking more masculine,
Right.
then they're going to talk to you. If your voice is deeper, they're going to talk to you. It just really depends. Lesbians, 50-50. A lot of lesbians not with it. They just like, hell no, I'm not gonna do that. Like the last girl that I talked to, my ex, I didn't tell her at first, so it came out kind of later on in the relationship. At that point, I hadn't been on hormones yet. It was just me
Okay.
telling her I want to be a guy. Are you
Yeah.
okay with that? And she had never been with a guy, so she was like, I don't know. But eventually, she was cool with it, and we went from there. So
Now, so this is before you transition.
yeah, yeah.
So
Well,
you identified. So you identified as
I was
a
dyking. I was dyking. I was
okay.
dyking.
Okay, so you was identified as a lesbian. Okay,
Exactly.
got it.
Exactly.
So gosh, I forgot what the fuck I was going to ask. Oh, are you so? Would you be? Are you trans attracted? Would you date a trans woman, post
Me?
op or pre op? No, for
Oh,
the
my
trans
bad.
men. Well, I know that
Oh,
a Big
okay. Yeah.
Randy has had an ex who was a trans woman, so I know the answer to that. Are you trans attracted, Joy?
I don't know. I've never a trans woman's never approached me, so I don't know. And I mean, it would be
Are you?
more. It would be more on personality. Like if I'm real big on how we vibe, and if vibes is good, it is what it is. So I mean, I've never been in that situation, so I don't know. I probably would. I wouldn't have a problem with it. As long as she look good, she fine as hell,
Now,
and
does
we,
it matter if the trans woman is post or pre op? Like, would you have a preference in that, or
because I can't discriminate on the. I mean, I wouldn't want to discriminate against me, so I wouldn't really care.
that's fair?
I wouldn't really care. But I will say I don't really want to be penetrated
Okay.
Got it.
Hey,
because
All talk,
I'm just
all
saying.
talk, baby.
okay. Here.
I want to be. I'm the top.
Yeah.
I'm the masculine
But
figure
that's
in a relationship.
crazy.
Yeah, so I want to remain in that role as long as I'm, the masculine figure, and I'm the one doing the fucking, I'm the one doing the dicking. We good.
You know, I had a lesbian. I
I
had a
love it.
I had a
If
lesbian
question,
friend. I had a lesbian best friend in high school, and she used to always say that she's a stud because God gave her a lot of thrusting energy.
I
She
am
had a lot of
weak
thrusting
inside.
energy. So,
Right.
but I wanted to ask you before I allowed Miss Barbara, and before I let Miss Barbara go,
Oh, can I ask Big Rainy? He never answered the question. I was wondering how his dating life was or is.
and before he answered that, I want to ask you, Chocolate Earth, are you trans attracted? Are you attracted to trans men?
I have been, yes. I've seen some attractive men who I didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, wow, okay. To me, it comes down to the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
The patience, the understanding, and being open. I know everyone isn't. And I hope this doesn't come out wrong, but it kind of, when I was growing up, dating a white boy wasn't the big thing to do. It was not. My mother said, you can bring anything in here, but he can't be white.
Amen.
And then and then I went out with a white dude. Like, it was just like that. But it's a lot of women that are like myself who live in life and they're like this. I have no hate for my brothers and sisters. I'm proud to be Black. I don't care whether you're trans, whether you're queer, however, that's your business. If you want to share it with me, by all means. But I think the problem, like I said, comes into, we're so worried what it's going to look like to other people. If I met the type of man that I'm looking for and he happens to be trans, it is what it is. He's who he is now. I wasn't raised that way, to look at people, look down on people. I was raised in the hood, honey. Ain't nobody looking down on nobody. And because Black people identify so much with their sexuality, and to your point, it was Queen Tulsa who said, I don't think there's anything wrong with fetishizing a person, because we do in some point. That's where the attraction, the lust, the desire comes from. That's all mixed into that. But I think we're so worried about what someone else is going to think if we make that particular leap. And a lot of us are trapped in that patriarchal mindset that this is a man, this is a woman, this is how they're supposed to look, this is how they're supposed to act. And we know that's not true. There's just so many variations. And for anyone to sit up and discriminate or treat a person that way, we all know we all Black up here. Unless somebody different, I'm Black. But it's like what we already have to go through. And I couldn't even imagine having to do that within the Black community. It's hard. It's still hard to this day. We still having this conversation. It's 2022. So
it's a problem when you're being fetishized, something happens and then you're dead. That's when it's a problem.
yeah, exactly. I agree with that.
Big Rainy, I know that you had one a Big Rainy to answer your question as well. Can you reiterate it? You're on mute.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I had a slow people moment. Okay, so what I wanted to find out was, Big Rainy, can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah.
I wanted to find out, if you don't mind, what is dating like for you, or what exactly, like, how do you put that together? Like, how do you approach it as well?
I don't bother with it until I leave the United States. I won't even think about courting anyone. I've been celibate for going on 8 years. I took a vow of celibacy to teach myself discipline, because I used to be a hoochie coochie chaser.
Oh.
And now I had to realize I respect women as a man. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to be interrupted and cut off for what I'm saying, okay? I don't overtalk anybody, so let me say what I need to say. So as a man who is celibate, we're looked at as less than male. I've been cussed out by Black women. I've been cussed out by women for being less than a man, for not being manly enough. But yet I would get into fist fights defending transgender women. I've gotten in many fist fights, body slamming dudes into the traffic damn near behind messing with a transgender woman. Now, I don't fetishize transgender women. The reason why I chose to court transgender women when I started out in my transition was because I felt safer with someone, with a woman who understands what it's like to go through this journey.
Right.
That's it. And she understood, and she ended up dying early. I mean, she died like within a year of us being married. I was putting her through school, paying to put her through school because I paid off her debts, previous debts, so that they could release the grants so she could go to school. I'm not in here trying to, fetishize on somebody because I'm old school. I believe in courtship. I don't date. A date is something on a calendar for me. So I decided to wait until after I leave the United States in September and start courting then, because I'll be living in a whole different culture. There's a little more understanding of people like myself. But I don't even give a woman a second glance because I'm focused on preparing myself to get the hell out of the United States alive. So I can say, how I survived the United States, damn it. So I've given up on dating.
Okay.
Or whether courtship, as far as the mainland is concerned. I'm done. I'm out.
You said the mainland. Can I ask where you're going? Is that okay?
Yes, Hawaii. I recognize Hawaii as an independent kingdom. I actually signed their official paperwork years ago, acknowledging them as their kingdom, as a kingdom. There's a Polynesian culture. Polynesian culture recognizes multiple genders, where I could be free and ain't nobody fucking with me. Ain't nobody judging me. Ain't nobody telling you be quiet and all that fuck shit. I could be myself. I got people over there waiting for me. So when I'm gone, I won't look back. It'll be a one-way ticket and I will not ever return back here. Because once I leave a city or a state, I never come back. Because I don't go back to the vomit that I just horked up and eat it. So I know that it sounds far-fetched, but that's my dream. I'm out of here. I'll be purchasing my airline ticket in a few weeks. And it's true. And now, you know what? I'm ditching everything that I own. I've gotten rid of half of the property that, furniture and all that crap that I own. Because to be free, sometimes you have to cross the water.
Honey.
Because I am done with these fool-ass judgmental black people. I'm done with these crazy-ass sardines calling me nigga. But I'm done with the heartache that I experience at the hand of my own people. You go to your own. You don't go running to no damn body else. That's why I started looking at courting outside of black people, because of being treated like shit by black people. Because they don't know how to treat each other. I can't help if my mama was white. Back in the day when you was born with a white mama in the 60s, you got your ass beat. So I was fighting niggas every day. In the house, outside the house, at the church, down the street, every day. Females. Males. And I'm in therapy. I'm getting the help that I need to get whole, to be healed, because I'm not worthy of any woman until I get my mind right. So right now, courtship is off the table until I make sure I'm right here and here, because I don't want to bring any baggage into that. Pardon me?
Can you send that memo out to all the straight men, please? Because they don't seem to understand what they gotta do. Like, get yourself together, sir. I applaud you. I applaud you, and do what you gotta do.
Because I want to bring a whole person. I want to bring a whole person to my future wife. That's all. I'm out. Thank you. Amen. Did I answer your question, ma'am?
Yes, you did. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I want to introduce Jazzy, apartments available in New York and to the platform as well. I still got plenty of questions to go, but Miss Barbara, I know that you were busting down the doors to get up in here, honey. So what's going on? Tell me how you feel. What's up?
I first like to say, how are you, king and queens on the panel?
We are wonderful.
Good.
Okay, I would like to give y'all my honest opinion, but I would like for y'all to please respect me, to just be able to complete my sentence. I don't want nobody putting words. If you could just let me complete.
And before you get started, Miss Barbara, we do have quite a bit more show to go, so you don't have to also
make an article.
Say everything in what you're about to say, because
I'm gonna make it very, very quick. You've been knowing me, Constance. I've been coming for you for a while. King,
Yes.
thank you. You know I love standing by your side
Yes.
as a demon slayer. Okay, I mean what I say sincerely from my heart. Ha!
Yes.
I never like labels. Okay, I have 3 sons. I'm going to only speak on for myself as a black woman. Okay, the only thing I'm fearful of for my sons is him bringing home a gay man, a trans woman, and the reason being, the first thing I'm going to lose is my grandchildren. I'm not going to get any grandchildren from him. Okay, so that's my first heartache, and that will be my first pain. That will be my what? My first heartache and my first pain, because I will not have what? Grandchildren. Hiraka. There's such a thing as adoption, but that's not what I would want out of my sons first. My second thing will be for me to get my shit together and realize that this is his life and this is his love. And I am to respect both of them in everything to the utmost, regardless of my feelings. And that's what I would try to, as a mother. I will get on my knees. I will cry in the closet. I will run. I would not project any scorn on them. If it was unbearable, I would just shun from them until I could bear it. I'm not going to stand as a liar. You understand me? But after all, I'm going to love mine and whoever they love. And I'm going to ask them to forgive me for feeling like that. Oh my God. Thank you, Jesus. I'm done. I'm done.
You know what, Miss Barbara, that was very human. I actually really respect that. And you know, I know as queer people ourselves, it's easy for us to kind of like not really have to care because it's our experience. But like any other society, a family is a small society, and we're all invested in each other and have dreams and aspirations for each other. And certainly parents have their own projected dreams and aspirations for their children and wanting them to be well. And they have their version of what wellness is for their kids. They have their version of what that should look like. And so this
episode, I love y'all, and I don't want y'all to ever think that I want to disrespect y'all in any way.
We don't, Miss Barbara.
I'm just saying, man, I would die for y'all. I would die for y'all. You understand me? Because I'm not fighting nobody. I'm shooting them. You understand me? I'm not fighting nobody. They coming for mine. I'm shooting them.
Yes. Yes. Pew, pew, pew. Yes. Look, we know that you are a big ball of love. I mean, you long-winded, but we know that you a big ball of love, Miss Barbara.
Okay. See, I thought I made it short.
But no, I love what you said, because I know, like, growing up as a gay kid, I didn't give a damn about how my mama feel. Now that I look back on it, it's not really that I had to, but I now that I'm older, I do understand that, like, none of our lives are like happening within this vacuum. Like, we're connected to other people, and it's a lot to work through, which is why relationship and love is important. Like, obviously, parents have a difficult time letting go, period. Like, whether their children are gay or straight, they just have a difficult time with their children.
And as a parent, I was trying to break down the door as a parent. When I'm hearing angels talking about slaying demons, they shoot you, they kill you. That's their job, to kill you. That's their job.
What if I dated your son?
I'm saying, Constance, that's their job. So you can't slay the demon. That's their job. They coming for you. You understand?
Miss Barbara, what if I was interested in your son?
I already told you my feelings about that.
What would your feelings be towards me?
She would go run into a closet and pray until she cannot kill you.
Yeah, I already explained it. You wasn't listening. See, that's your problem. Y'all gotta listen.
Oh, now, Miss Barbara, not
okay.
Who is y'all?
Because I'm just getting on it as the elder. As the elder, I'm just getting on it as the elder. That's
hold up, it's high time that the black cisgender community listen to us too, because y'all been talking forever.
Exactly.
Too much.
How about listen to us?
This is not that you trying to listen
Now,
to.
if I decided to date your son, that is none of your business, and your feelings really won't matter because we will understand that you are not with it. Period.
Okay,
Right. And it's also not your decision to decide if your child wants
let
it.
me honestly answer it. I didn't hear what Queen Tulsa said.
And y'all wonder why we go outside the black community.
What did you say, baby? I didn't hear you, sweetheart.
I said
and many of you wonder why we. I'm sorry.
No, my brother, it's your turn. Go ahead.
I didn't hear you.
Ma'am, you were speaking.
Okay.
What I said was that if your son was interested in me, whether you liked it or not, I would give them a chance. And there would be nothing that you could do about it.
When you finish, I want you to hear.
When you're in love, when somebody's
hold
in
on, because we got a lot to go through. I can straighten this out easily. I want us to be clear about what Ms. Barber said. She didn't say she would do anything about it. She didn't say she would run a witch hunt against their relationship. She's just expressing that she understands that she has a certain desire for her own children. And if they made certain decisions, as a mother putting on her big girl panties, she would allow them to do that, but that would not take away from the fact that she's probably going to temporarily suffer because she has to take the time to divorce all those dreams and desires and things she's projected onto her children. And if it took her to disconnect totally before she could show up genuinely, not performative, not faking until she make it, then that's what she would do so that she doesn't insert any poison into the experience that her children have.
So can I add on to that though?
Yeah.
Thank you, Jesus.
So another problem is that black parents, black elders need to realize that at a certain age, your child is no longer your child. So you no longer get control over what they're doing. Your child may not want to have kids. Your child also may not want to have biological kids. They may want to have a surrogate. So you may want your son to have this, but that may not be what they want for their life because it's their life and not yours. Like, I just need to throw that out there because I feel like our parents think that we care and we don't. We don't. We're not y'all.
The most heartbreaking. Let me just answer that young man, and I'll take y'all on one at a time. The most heartbreaking thing. The most heartbreaking thing for a parent is to lose control of their child when they can't direct them in the direction that they want them to go on. That's the most heartbreaking thing. But the most accepting thing is to respect your child as an adult. But even though your child is an adult, it will always be your child till the day them bones. And then you understand?
I understand what Ms. Barber is saying. I think it's important for her to be here because she speaks for a lot of mothers. A lot of parents are this way, period. Not even just when it comes to anything. They just, when it comes to anything. But to clarify, Ms. Barber, because I want to make sure that I understand, are you saying that there is something inherently wrong with your son being with a trans woman, or are you saying that because it's just not something you prefer, that it would just be difficult for you to accept him doing something that you just would not have him do if you could have your way?
I am not judging God's children and people and human beings. No, I'm not. You understand? My ignorance would never, whatever demonic ignorance I will come up with, I would never let that affect my son. I don't care. I will slay that demon down. My first reaction, because I was doctored in the church for many years, my first reaction would be rejection. But being that I have learned the Holy Spirit, the true Holy Spirit, my first reaction is love. Regardless of that, I'll be shocked. But immediately, I'm going to love my people unconditionally. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I would not, I've always been a person of truth. And if I couldn't deal with it, I would be like, I can't deal with this right now. Please, I have to just shun for a while. And if I don't live to see another day and have to die and live in the spirit, seeing my son live happy, and I could have shared that happiness with him by forgiving him on this earth and not die unhappy, not forgiving my child, because I shun my child because my child ain't going the direction that I want my child to go into. Now I'm dying, never speaking to my child, never seeing my child never loving me. No, my choice would be, I'm over it. What's up? What we cooking for Thanksgiving and who's cooking?
Miss
Okay.
Barbara, Miss Barbara, Miss Barbara, your child doesn't need to be just because they choose to live their own life. I
Right.
remember
I didn't know what happened. Who's talking now? Wait, let me just identify who's
I'm
speaking.
It's Big
I'm
Rainy.
talking.
It's Big Rainy. It's
Miss
speaking to
Barbara.
you.
Hello, Miss Barbara. But what I'm saying is that your child, should they be gay, identify as gay, or identify as trans, they don't need your forgiveness of validation. Free. Their creator has already given them that validation when
I
they
would like to
entered
give it
this
to
world.
myself. I would like to give
Exactly.
it to myself. I would like to give it to myself. I would like to forgive
Okay.
myself for even coming at my child love, trying to dictate his life.
Yeah.
Okay. I see. And you know
Actually,
what? I
actually,
thank you,
I
Miss.
found a lot of redemptive value in how Miss Barbara presented her plight.
I
I think it's
appreciate
fair.
her being
I think
here.
it's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I appreciate you, Miss Barbara, for
I
being
think it's
here
honest.
and
I
stepping
think
up.
it's
I appreciate.
Yeah. I think it's honest and I think it's fair. She is being real and not politically correct about she will suffer. She got her own invested ambitions and dreams for her children. She want grandchildren. She feels that wouldn't happen. She will want them biological, etc. Even though we know that still can happen, even with a trans man involved. But another story. And
Yeah,
but
and
she
let me.
also
Can I
implies,
just say? I just want to say one
hold
thing,
on,
please.
hold on, Barbara. But she's also aware, and she's also burdening herself though with getting over it as well, which is
No. Hold on. Let me put this on it. Y'all gonna stop thinking it's all about that. Y'all gotta understand this. Let me keep it one more point. My oldest son is with a woman 65. And that's just as if he was with a transgender or gay man, as far as I'm concerned, because I will get no what grandchildren. You see? So that's my thing. You understand me now? I hope y'all understand. My youngest son, what? That's 35, is with a woman 65, white woman. You understand? All right. Okay.
amen.
Okay. And I
Okay.
get no grandchildren. So it's just like I would prefer Queen Tulsa, yes, over her. Okay, yes. Okay, yes, I would prefer Queen Tulsa over her.
Well, it's
Yes.
not any mini mighty mo, but we
Well, I don't
understand.
care. I'm not trying to do any mini money mo, but if I had to be honestly pick, you ask me a question, I'm being damn honest.
So can I
Oh,
ask a question then?
Well, I ain't.
maybe
Can
I
I,
went too
Who,
far. My son
who
is kicking my behind right
who
now.
just
is
yes.
this
Hold on, Miss Barbara. Go ahead.
okay? So I'm confused. So you just said, because I understand your plight on, you know, the understanding that you wanted kids and you'll still, get over it because you want to love your sons.
Right.
So your oldest son is with an older woman.
65 years old. Come on
Right.
now.
So the pretense of you wanting kids, but your son chose an older woman who could not give kids at
Right.
this time.
And I
What if
told
your
you I
other
feel
sons
the
give
same
women
way.
who? So my question is, what if your sons, why be heterosexual? What if they want to be with women who either cannot have kids or a defect to have kids, and none of your sons be grandkids, despite them not being gay or trans attracted?
And
Then
then
what
as
would you
she
do
said
as
that,
a?
You know,
and
what you
then as,
trying to tell me, if he met a beautiful woman that couldn't have children, would I feel some way about her? Yes, at first I would. Yes, at first I would. I'll feel the same damn way. I would have to get over it. I would not want her to be his wife. No, that would be my first initial reaction. And I would have to be praying about my demons and realize that there's beautiful children that could be adopted.
okay,
Okay, that was my
now we have
question.
to. Okay, yeah, because we gotta move on to more trans related issues with the trans people on the panel. Uh,
Okay,
and
thank you. Y'all want
I'm
me to step down?
You
Thank
can
you.
stay up if you want to. You can stay
Okay.
up if you want to continue to ride the wheel, Miss Barbara. I was so speaking to the parent issue, and I guess even the LGBT folk on the panel can speak to this too. Like, what was Troy, Big Rainy, and Queen Tulsa like? What is y'all relationship to y'all parents? Did y'all go through the I I disown us? I'm not supporting this. Do y'all have supportive parents or is there a strained relationship because of the queer slash transgender?
So when I came out to my mom as lesbian, before I did my transition in high school, she told me, basically my family told me I was going to hell, and that was cool with me. So then when I did transition, my mom cried, and I didn't talk to my mom for probably at least 3 or 4 years. I didn't see my family. I didn't go see anybody. I didn't hang out, like I didn't see them at all. I recently just saw my family in December for the first time in like 3 or 4 years because of that same type of ideology of it's just taboo to them, and they're like, fuck no, we don't know what that is. We don't understand it. Like that's just not happening. But when I did go see them, people were referring to me as my proper pronouns, my name, because they understood, like, if you can't get past this, then I can't be around you. And that was my initial reason for not going over there anymore, because people were disrespectful. I couldn't get anybody to respect me for who I was, and they just felt like, well, why can't you just be gay? Why can't you just like females? Why do you need to dress like a dude, is how they put it? Why do you need to take it to that level? And people don't understand that in order for you to be yourself every day and look in the mirror and just go out and actually be able to just live and just be happy, you have to be this way. It's not a choice. And every day, I wish that it was a choice. I wish that I wouldn't be trans, because I'm like, why am I putting myself through all of this arguments, just so all of this drama, and you have to, because it's something that you need. Like, you have just to be yourself and live through life and make it every day. You have to be this way.
Wow, fighting to show up everywhere.
Yep.
That's really traumatizing. Queen Tulsa, your relationship, do you have where's your family at with you and your transition?
Okay, so my dad is like a weird situation. Like, he's been over my house, but I've never been to his. And he's just kind of like weird. Like, I don't know. Our relationship is just up in the air. But my mom, me and her, we visit on the phone all the time. We have a great relationship. She actually come on my show the other night.
Wow. How does that feel to know that a lot of your peers don't have at least one supportive parent, and you have that?
Well, it makes me feel sad because I know how it feels, because we didn't always have this relationship. And to have it now, I understand the good, the bad, the ugly, and not saying that, like my dad, the reason why I say our relationship is like weird and it's strange is like his girlfriends have always ran his relationships. Like, it's just different.
Your father is a simp, respectfully.
And he was a pimp before, so I'm like, what happened? Yeah.
Maybe he found white Jesus. White Jesus got these niggas acting weak.
You know what? He has been saying that he's been going to church and stuff. So yeah.
It is. It always happens. Stay away from that being white Jesus, honey. He don't do you no good.
To you, okay. Tulsa, can I say something to you?
Hold on, Miss Barbara, because we got to get. Hold on to it.
A minute. It was just
hold on to it, Miss Barbara. Just hold on to it, Miss Barbara, because I can't, because if I gotta allow you to do it, I gotta let everybody do it, and we gotta get through.
Okay, all right.
So just hold on to it. Just hold on to it. Big Rainy. Your relationship to your parents, is it? Do you have an active relationship? Like, what is the dynamic?
I never had parents. I grew up in the foster system. So I pretty much was a street urchin. So I didn't meet my spiritual dad, Reverend Jonathan Thunderword, who's a trans man and an advocate for Black trans people, until like 2004. So when I initially started transitioning in November 2003, I lost my housing and everything. And I think it was only one lady, because I was attending college part-time, was one lady, a white lady, that stood with me, and a couple of my instructors from the school. That's the only support I had. And I had to find it within myself. That's why I'm very self-reliant, and extremely, like, I went from...
Was the mother white? Because I thought he said he knew that his parents was white. I don't know. I can't understand.
Okay,
Biological
Miss Barbara, hold on. Okay. What I know about my biological parents is told to me by the foster people. My mom is Scottish Irish. The guy that raped her is black. That's how I came into existence. All right? Cleared up? So I went straight into the foster system because my grandmother, my maternal grandmother, did not like black people. And she sure as hell didn't want a half-breed black baby. So that's how that started. So I had to find my connection and be my own parent. And I had to learn to be my own mother and father. And I had a great distrust of anybody adult or anything creeping on 2 feet. So I'm my own mother and father. But I thank God for my spiritual father, Reverend Jonathan Thunderword, and his lovely wife, and because they played a big role in my life and helping me to find a foundation as a transgender man. Okay, I'm out.
Okay. To build, it's not sarcasm. I serve a very black ass Holy Ghost. But I'm not explaining all that. Now, speaking of parents, there's been a lot of controversy around trans children. I know that like the millennial generation, they were able to come out kind of quite later in life, mostly after adulthood and transition, etc. We're living in this age now where you have young people identifying as trans as early as 5, 6, 9 years old, 10, and you have some of their supportive and progressive parents like Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union also coming under fire from the black community for what is being interpreted largely by some of our community as encouraging transgenderism, and there's this concern for the way to support a trans child, and a lot of the community is not here for that support. I mean, a lot of our straight, cis, black counterparts are not here for that support. What are y'all thoughts as the trans people on the panel when it comes to the trans children idea? Like, how early on in y'all's own experience would y'all have wanted y'all parents' assistance, and do y'all think there should be some boundaries and stipulations? Like, what's y'all attitude using Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union as a launching point when it comes to Zaya Wade?
Well,
Go ahead. Hand up.
Okay, I'll actually use myself for an example because I am trans, and my oldest is trans. My oldest hasn't just come out and said it, but she's not wearing a dress. She's not wearing anything girly. And that's just how we're rolling with it. Whenever she decides to put a label, we'll address it. But we just accept her for who she is. And if you want a button down, we're going to get that.
Love to answer this as a parent.
So I support and love here because I know how it was when I was coming up with the lack of support and love. I give that to my child.
Okay. Troy.
And so
I think as me personally, I knew, what if something was different with me when I was a kid. Like I think Rainey said earlier, when he was growing up, he was tomboyish. I was the same way. Like I never played with Barbie dolls or anything like that. I always played with Hot Wheels, action figures, video games. I didn't want to wear dresses. Mama used to have to force me to wear a dress. Stockings. I was like that type of stuff. Like literally made me cry. I did not want to wear that stuff. So I think people just need to listen to their kids more, because I would have rather my mom been more acceptive. And I'm honestly jealous of people that have transitioned in early middle school or elementary, because they're able to get on hormones faster and they look better. They get further along and get more changes because they were able to catch those changes before they went through puberty. Yeah. So I feel like you gotta listen to your child. I don't think they should do it at like 3 or 5. I think you should give them a little bit more time. But I think that middle school, right when they about to hit puberty, I feel like that's fine because at that time they've been exposed to the internet. They've talked to other kids. They can tell you like I feel different. You know, at least let them go to therapy or a psychologist and talk to somebody about how they're feeling because the feelings aren't going to go away by putting a Bible in their face and telling them, "Oh, I'm going to shun you," and just making them fear. Putting fear in them isn't going to change how they feel because at the end of the day, they're still going to like what they like and they're still going to want to be, you know, how they want to be, regardless of how you feel.
Do y'all? What is the backlash from having gender norms forced upon you? Like, what can you tell me the experience of like being forced into a dress, being forced into heels, being forced into mini skirts, etc. Like what was your internal experience?
Awkward, out of place, just almost like an out of body experience. To be honest, like you don't feel yourself. Um, like I would, for example, I was like I told you, I was a stud throughout high school. For my graduation photos, my mom did not want me to dress. She didn't want me to wear a suit. I wanted to wear a tux for my graduation photos. My mom literally was like, "No, you're gonna wear a dress." So for my graduation photos, I had to wear a dress. I didn't go get them printed out or anything. I refused to look at my yearbook because in my yearbook, I'm dressed as a female. You know.
Wow. A big rainy. Same thing for you. What do you gender norms and children? What is your approach and attitude about that?
If my child wanted to transition, because I have adult children, but I gave them up for adoption um, over 30 years ago. But if my child wanted to transition, I would be supportive of them. However, like Troy said, no hormones until at least until they started to enter puberty. And what I would do is get them into therapy, gender affirming therapy, get them into environment. Because if I had a chance to have children all over again, I would homeschool my children, and I sure as hell wouldn't raise them here in the States. And um, I would validate them because a church elder told me something that struck a chord in me. I asked her, I said, "How did your daughter turn out so great and awesome?" And she said, "Baby, the children given to us is not for us to run. I was just there to guide her and be there for her." And I'm like, wow. And that gave me something to think about. Now, as a child growing up, being forced to be female, I was all boy as a child. All boy. I knew what I wanted. I knew who I was. I was chasing grown women at 2 years old, trying to get up on them because I had a strong libido that kicked in at when I was around 2 years of age. So I knew who I was, but they would make me wear these leotards or whatever you call them, stockings. I don't know what the hell little girls wear and all those stupid dresses and all that mess. I hated it. It was torture. It was torture. I hated being forced to behave as a girl. I couldn't, like when I would sit down, I would hitch up my bridges. I was beaten for that. But I always had masculine mannerisms, and it was torture. It was really traumatic, and sometimes we can be our own worst enemy as a black community. That's all I can say. And thanks to church and that colonization, thanks to the Christian religion colonizing our minds, we just think in black and white, heaven or hell. And I'm done. And now that I'm free, I'm good to go. Thank you.
Amen. I want to ask Queen Toast, and then I have a question for where the hell did Chocolate Earth go? Chocolate Earth, get back in here. I got a question for the cisgendered folk in the building. What's going on, DC? Hey, boo. Before I ask the cisgender heterosexual folk on the boat, Queen Tosa, your experience, like, what do you think about projecting gender norms onto children and your own experience growing up as a trans woman? Like, did you feel just as awkward as Troy and a Big Rainy did in male clothing and all of that, or did you have a different experience?
Well, mine is way different. Mine was like my mom would encourage me to like fuck bitches, and
Your
it's
mom?
like, yeah, and
Oh,
it
wow.
was like it wasn't really my thing. And like my best friend, she got like sprung, so it's like every time she wanted to come over, she wanted to do it, and that was like a really big turnoff for me. Just and then it was like a baby situation, or my best friend is pregnant, and my mom just, I mean, if she could have wished that baby was mine, she would have. But as far as my child growing up, I'm not forcing anything. When my child is ready to have that conversation, we'll address it. Um, you know, my child looks like her father, and I am similar to my mom. So it's, I understand it now. And it's like with my experiences and my hardships, yes, she's of a different race, but now I have the tools to understand and raise her to who she
Now,
is.
how old was were you when she was kind of encouraging you to be sexually active?
Oh my God, I was like 15, 16. So I was like in eighth. No, I was like 15, 16.
Wow. Do
Come
you
on.
feel, do you feel like that do you think she was trying to make you straight? Do you think that was motivated by her seeing you and being like, I can see that my son is effeminate, da 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 da. Let me try to encourage manhood, or do you feel like she was just being toxic and predatorial and just
I feel like when I had knocked one of my sister friends off, I think she told my sister, and my sister was like, "Oh, you know how the gossip is. Oh, she had sex with da 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 da," and I guess the girl had expressed that it was really good. So I guess at that point, my mom was like, "Well, let's get a grandbaby somewhere."
Can I
okay? So
ask a quick question?
there's a lot to
Sure.
unpack there. Yes, you made chocolate, and then first you just put that thriller ending on that Queen Tulsa, and I feel like I'll have to bring you back to have a whole conversation about that alone because that's a whole little boosty situation right there.
Yeah.
Have to.
Yeah, I'm confused. I wanted to
That's a
hear
whole
that.
little
Can you explain what she was saying? Because I don't understand, Constance. Can you explain it to me?
explain what
What Tulsa was saying?
she was
Like,
saying. That her mother encouraged her as a young person to be sexually active when she was a teenager,
oh, okay.
and she was being pressured to have sex
Listen,
with
Tulsa,
these women.
please. I just want 30 seconds. Let me explain something to you. And you can put me on any show. I'll call the show my damn self. If I had a choice between that 65-year-old white woman and you and my son, yeah, I would choose you. And he loved you, I would choose you over her. And that's the honest to God truth. I think you would be a beautiful woman to take care of him and love him if he loved you. Huh. Now,
To Ms. Adams' point,
AJ,
this is exactly why I wanted to have this conversation because I think that people think that LGBT people just kind of pop up out of the ground like carrots and shit, and
yeah,
that there's an entire multiverse of complexity and oppression and stress, to Ms. Monica's point, that also can lead to mental illness and depression and schizophrenia because of that internalized trauma. And so hearing from LGBT people, and this is why I say cisgender heterosexual people need to stop talking about queer people and talk to them. Stop being informed by Western religion. Stop being informed by the Bible, and actually burden yourself with actually uh, encouraging relationship and also speaking and allowing trans people to tell you who they are and what they are and why they are and what they want in their experience, because oftentimes queer people don't get to speak because straight folk are already speaking for them, already speaking on their behalf, already have a made up motherfucking mind about the issue. So there are no fucking questions. So I wanted to, and I know you had a question, Chocolate Earth, and I also have a question for you and some of the other cis hetero folk on the panel as well. But
Sure.
go ahead.
However, I'm enjoying it. Listen, that's why I came up. Thank you for the moment. It just I love learning about any and everything and everybody. So that's why I even was like, these are conversations that need to be had, and I'm honored to be a part of it.
Yes. I wanted to ask to the cis hetero folk, and I want you guys to be really honest, because it matters to the issue of trans children. What are y'all thoughts? So, like, as you're living in this culture where, once again, there are trans children happening, there are parents who are trying to assist their children in the best way. It's creating discrepancies about if that's proper parenting, if it's abusive, etc. What do you think about the Dwayne Wades and Gabrielle Unions of the world and desires? Like, what is your attitude about that? Starting with you, Chocolate.
When I saw it, when I started following it, and what I saw was, again, allowing your children to be who they want to be. We've said that in many instances. Children come here empty vessel, and they learn and they do and they change. And so their environment, it's the nurture and the nature. I wouldn't have a problem with it. I've worked in the school system. I started working in the school system when I was 18. I was a teacher's assistant. And working in the school system really gave me an understanding of what these children have to go through. If we had a community, if Black folks really had a community, this conversation wouldn't be had, because we would be able to nurture our children without the advice of the media, without the advice, what a celebrity does. And that's how I look at it. When you see someone put their children on TV and talk about they're trans or they're gay or they're changing, for some reason, our community takes that and runs with it. And then it's this oxymoron, because we throw the Bible in there, even though nobody go to church. And then we want to use that to beat people over the head with the fact that, oh, well, you should be this, you should be that, you're a child, you need to do what I say. All of these tropes that make no sense, not really. And we come here asexual. Children come here asexual. So they're going to experience, like, for instance, I know my brother's probably going to kill me, but when I was 19, my mom had my younger brother. And when and I think it ties into what Big Rainey was saying. My little brother he was an affectionate little boy, and he would grind on you. And we would be like, well, okay, why are you grinding on me? When you watch a child grow, and I've seen people take that same situation and turn it into something disgusting. Mm-hmm. And that's why I'm like, leave children alone. If they want to put on high heels, if they want to put on a dress, if they want to put on lipstick, what does it matter? The problem is that we care too much about what other people think. Let your child be your child. And how can you say that you love the Creator, that you are following these particular rules that were put down onto us, and then judge your child and go, well, you wrong for feeling this way? And then they turn into adults who are completely confused about their lives. So for me, I'm raising my younger brother. And so his interactions, how he is, and he's very soft-spoken, very to himself. He's always been like that. And I think, again, adults have too much to say or want to pour into that, oh, this is wrong if a child decides to do X, Y, Z. I've known of friends of mine who were beat because when we were kids, they would put on a dress. What does it matter? They imitate what they see. And then they decide. Yeah. And it doesn't make sense when that's all we do. To the point that the sexuality piece, it still comes back to that. We push this sexual identity for what a man and for what a woman and what a boy and what a girl has done. That was put on us. Our community wasn't like, oh, we're the Black community and we get to make our own rules. We being beat over the head with a Bible that doesn't even belong to us. And then we want to take it and use it and say a child is going to hell. I'm so sorry for you, Troy. I send that out to you because no child should be talked to that way. It shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter, because if you truly love, which is a verb, an action, then you should be big enough to know that if your child decides to be a particular way, it goes back to, I don't want you dating nobody white, but you do. And then, or I want you to have children. I didn't have children. And I didn't give my mom grandkids. And it wasn't because I didn't want to, but it's like, I want to be who I want to be. And that's the problem. We just so worried about it. Let that baby be. I was very disgusted when in the news and people making comments, oh, he wearing a dress, you know, they brainwashing him. It's a gay agenda. What agenda is it?
There is no
Where?
agenda.
Show me. Show me this agenda that they walking around telling everybody this is what you need to do. And to everyone on the panel, we have lost community. We have lost it. And the only way we gain it is by being honest. I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care. It should just be about love and making sure to teach them how to be a human being, which is to love yourself. We damage our children when we say the type of things we say or push them to do things they don't want to do. And now that trauma, and that's the thing that concerns me. People don't think about the trauma that they put on other people, especially children. So for me, like I said, I wouldn't care. That's a blessing. Yeah. That is a blessing. Having a child is a blessing. And to the point earlier, it's not for us to push our children into things they don't want to do. That's why you have adults who are special. We have trauma. We trying to deal. We trying to work it out. And it's not in comparison, but this is the best I have in the sense of I was considered a tomboy growing up. And then one day my father was like, do you like women or do you like men? And I was like, why do you care? Why do you? Because I like to do things. I like to work on cars. I like playing basketball. That's just something I see and I enjoy it. That's the problem. Stop tying everything to someone's sexuality. And when you do that to a child, trying to make them do something different. Oh, I'm sorry. I done got too long anyway. Thank you.
No. I had to mute Miss Barbara because she has some music playing in the background. I was trying to figure out
where the music, with wrapping it all up. No, I don't have a problem with it. If I was blessed to have a child and that's the way it went, that's the way it's going to go. I want to be nurturing. I want to be giving. I want to be loving. The same thing that thankfully I received from my mom. Yeah. And that's the issue.
Yeah. I want to say that to your point, Chocolate. I think that what scares a lot of cisgender people about trans children is because trans children also force cisgender people to transcend the thing in them that gives a fuck about what other people think. Right. And this is something that is difficult for most human beings to do because we've all been conditioned to be invested in the opinions and perceptions of other people. This is why we're act a certain way in church, act a certain way in school, act a certain way in the neighborhood. We are constantly taught to conform to the ideals and standards of the communities we exist within. And so the real agenda is not really the gay agenda. It's the conformative agenda. It's the conform unto agenda that is creating this bullshit that people who refuse to do that are dealing with. And there was some clapback to Kevin Samuels, to Kevin Hart a few years ago when it came to the Grammys, because there were some tweets that were brought up about some jokes he made on Twitter about bashing his gay son over the head with a Barbie doll house or some shit if he found out he was gay. And there was some backlash. And the reason why he got backlash is because those things may really be funny to cisgender people. But just like in the case of Gabrielle Fernandez, this Mexican child who was brutally murdered and tortured.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
He was killed because he was so-called gay at 8 and 9 and was tortured and murdered by his stepfather. So these things are not just jokes to queer people, because queer people die under these circumstances. They die.
Oh yeah. Oh
They
yes,
die by
definitely.
way of these ideals that are that are indoctrinated into them. These indoctrinations are the things motivating the violence and the hate crime and the oppressions that queer people interface with. So I agree with what you were saying, and I think there's something to be said, like, about the fact that we all need to give up the fuck we carry around for other people's thoughts about us.
It
Like,
is such a peaceful place to be.
yeah,
It is such a peaceful place to be, because if you're not, I have had the opportunity and the blessing to be all over the country. I haven't left the country yet. That's my next one. But I've had the opportunity to meet all types of people in my life, due to jobs, traveling, whatever. And it still comes down to the human factor of it. The fact that we are in a space that we can have this conversation and not feel, and it was to the point of, Troy said it, it's who you're comfortable with. We hang around. If you go to go somewhere and you see a whole bunch of, let's say you see a whole bunch of Asian people, white people, black people, and you see Hispanic folks, you're gonna go where your people are, because it's the comfort of it. But then on the other hand, you don't give yourself the opportunity to know what someone else is feeling. I can never say what I know what it's like to be a trans woman or a trans man, but I do know what it's like to be a human being. And if you are true to that, if you believe in the universe and the creator, and you hold these things high, then who are you to sit up in judgment in a way that would hurt a person? How do you sleep at night with that thought process? And because we're already in a community, and I feel like it's an upheaval. It's an upheaval of all of different types of Black people in the Black community saying, listen, if you're not going to speak for me, I'm going to speak for me. And that's what I guess you want to say, cisgendered men, Black, white, in this country, those are the two main characters. And one follows the other's lead by going, it's just like all the deaths and murders of gay men and attacks of lesbian women. This has been going on for years. And not one time as a Black community have we rallied around and gone, enough with this bullshit. What does it matter? If you my brother, you my sister, I should just love you. Now, until you do something that make me not want to love you. But just seeing you, I shouldn't allow myself to go, oh, well, I don't like this person, I hate this person because this and that. And it all is so stupid and asinine. It makes no sense. You're a human being. We have all types of things in nature that aren't the same. But in human ability, it's like change and evolvement. These straight men and some straight women, that I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't understand how you can sit up and say someone is competing with you. How? What are you talking about? This isn't a race. We're all human beings. And we should be in a safe space, but we haven't created one. We have not created a safe space for our people. I don't care what you are. And that's why it's danger. That's why you have to fight. That's why you have to be careful what you say, or when you go outside, you're a different person from what you are inside, because people are idiots. Individuals are very smart, but as a collective, they're retarded. Yes, I use that word. I used it. I'm just saying. But that's all I have to say.
For sure. Well, thank you for that, Queen Toast. I know you want to speak to that, and I want to get Miko and Jazzy and Miss Barbara in there for that question too. But go ahead, Queen Tosa. Hey, boo.
Okay. I guess what I wanted to say was, in those spaces, I know that she said that Black women have it hard, but like, what about the guys that kill the trans women because they want to protect themselves? Like, who do you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant that too. I meant that too. That was in there. I apologize if I didn't say it clearly.
Oh no, it's like, I feel like us transgender women, we get the short end of the stick on that end, because these guys, they know how to find us. They know the areas, they know all of that, but then they can sit up here and tell their family, oh, I didn't know, and their family believe them. What are y'all thoughts on that? I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Because you were covering everything else. Chocolate.
I feel like, again, it's tied to sexuality. People want to believe what they want to believe, and that's very true. It's just like to my point before, because we live in this patriarchal setup where men are straight men are dominant, supposedly. And when it comes to Black men and their sexuality, they don't have a clue. And when you're raised under this hierarchy of you're going to go to hell, or God is this and you should be this as a man, because we tie those two together as a community. We use that a lot. I understand that Black men will lie about their sexuality. They will lie, they will kill, they will hurt, they will maim to hide their sexuality. That's why we still have women who are living with HIV now from the 90s with the down low crisis. And a lot of Black women, they don't get that voice isn't there, but there's a lot of Black women living with HIV because, again, Black men didn't want to deal with the fact you're gay, dude. If you like men, you like men. But unfortunately, yes, I get so sad when I see these cases of Black men killing trans women to hide their sexuality. And the fact that it pushes us that far based on a book that's not true. Like 50% of Black people are Christians, or so they say. And we've been pushing that narrative, especially when it comes to the LGBTQ community. It is the evangelicals that's pushing the government to go, no, we don't need this, we don't need that, all across the country. It ain't the politicians that's about the business. It's the politicians that's trying to get that church money. Oh, that's against God. That's against God. But you lying, scheming, killing, and doing, but it's against God. It makes no sense.
We just had a pastor. Who is the pastor who was just outed because his sex tape?
Dwayne Dawkins.
Twitter.
Yeah,
Dwayne Dawkins, is it? You said
Dawkins.
Dwayne Dawkins literally was, almost equivalent to a Bishop Eddie Long in terms of preached anti-queer rhetoric. And then here it is, busted down Tatiana in a whole situation.
And paint them another color. Paint them white. They doing the same thing. It is that lie they want to tell themselves. You can't stand up here and tell
learning from these situations that the truth is going to prevail, and that's why we need we need to facilitate a transparent and honest society, not one predicated on what ideals of each other are, but strip all that shit and take the bold move to actually live in a mysterious ass society amongst people who are more complex than what we could ever realize. Human sexuality is complex. Gender identity is complex. The human soul is complex.
Human beings are complex.
And if you try to put you try to put a person in a box, they are going to bust open, and they're usually going to do something detrimental to themselves because they don't feel comfortable, they don't feel accepted, they don't feel loved, and that should not be the case. That should never be the case. And for us as Black folks, and those of us who do, I say yes. That's what my foundation is all about. I'm trying to build some stuff. I'm trying to build communities. That's what my mama asked me to do. And that so we can have a comfortable place and be safe. Yeah. Because it's not like that anymore. People are just it's insane. It's insane.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
got some more questions to get through. I want to let Nico and Miss Jazzy, Miss Barbara pop off. Nico, is you there, love? Trans children, Dwayne Wade, Gabrielle, Zaya Wade. What are your thoughts?
Ooh.
Especially
as a told you were gonna do child development.
Huh?
Told you were gonna do child development.
Lord.
I think this is so appropriate. I was just patiently listening, doing my homework. They got me doing immigration, child, and multicultural diversity. They ain't talking about nothing. But I found some papers from 2 years back, 9 pages of. It's from the Safe Zone Project, LGBT vocabulary of terms, almost 9 to 11 pages of just terminology that we have to get acquainted with as counselors and social workers and childcare developers. And so they peel back these layers of how gender is presented to children from binary, positions, and how roles are assigned and how this plays with the psychology. And this is, and then this, okay, I'm not going to get lost. But with what Troy was saying, remember Conscious when we used to have church as our forefront in faith. When we go home, we were just Rick James in it, and we was Prince in it, and we were right. We was on the couch, right. Those were the men that we found the sexiest, the most masculine. Remember, I said my dad has 13 siblings. They was a lot of just flamboyancy, Michael Jackson, curls, light skinned men, just sexual. And everybody dated. And then it's like, wow, you got these kids in church with these hormone biological raging hormones, and you're giving them limited information. You're not understanding what they're embracing, and you don't understand who they are. It becomes this. So that's like, I remember, coming home from church, and either you have, like, when it went from the Easy E Ice Cubes to you have to be shy, and nobody knew where to go with that, and everybody was questioning their sensitivity, right? And then, like, for instance, I grew up with my father's and the toxic church, and my sister was raised by my grandmother. So when her son, like, oh gosh, I love my nephew, she put him out because he, came out in his early 20s. He was going to Duke, everything. Him and his guys still together. Nobody in the family really speaks on it. They don't support it. But then it made me think back on when I was growing up. We never said anything. Like, we just watched him die of AIDS. Everybody would say, oh, that's the funny family member, things like that. It was always still family you couldn't touch or fuck with, period. So it was like, I don't know, to see so much hype around it now is, a little concerning for me, because then it makes children focus on things they shouldn't even be worried about right now. I feel like all of that comes with discovering who you are. People realizing we're going from, what is it, agriculture to industrial to technology, where there's no such thing as gender roles anymore, And then for me, the bottom line becomes, because even watching how my nephew got treated, having to be his mom on the low, and knowing why they thought like that, because my family is uber religious, and he did his, he's one of the highest earning paid people in my family. He does his own thing, pays his own bills, minds his own business. Him and his guy go on vacations and stuff, and he's like one of the best people to ask business advice from, because he's pretty level-headed. So it just made me realize, when people actually are comfortable with who they are, and they don't care what other people think, that, like, that is commendable in a world where everybody's trying to, sound like the next person, or, um,
everybody got somebody to please.
for instance, right. And I wanted to talk to my sis Queen Toast. When Monica was saying earlier, how she frustrated she was feeling. That's a genuine cisgender's position. Like, remember when we first I think the first time I came on your panel, I connected with her because she's awesome. And it's that energy of being sick of nigga shit. And I don't need help. Clearly, if everybody knows there's an issue with colorism, featureism, how Black women are treated in general, and if he's presenting as that level of feminine, that he's going to have the same level of disrespect now, even as a man, he wasn't expecting, and it's bothering him. So that speaks volumes to what Black women have been saying this entire time, So it's not even a get help. It's like, what can we all do, So it becomes a
But don't you
multi-layered
think that it's both,
conversation.
Nico? Because it's like I said, but don't you think that it's both? Like, society has to change so that stop using the trauma, but then the person has to also get the help to undo the internalized hate and anti-Blackness that now has been given birth to them. Because
the social trauma and the way it's constructed is so deep. It's so intricate. It really is. Like, because I get it. Like, even with watching all those, I'm not going to say punching bags, but you get it. And I didn't want to be that. So I tried something different, not realizing, like, people genuinely judge your wounds. So it's like, you can't win for losing. So fuck it. That's how I see it. And everybody who's happy do they think. There's there's basically, for me, what I'm seeing for these children, or I don't like sex and children in the same term because, I was molested, but I see sexuality and people as something that is to be expressed between two individuals. So even with, the way that the world has evolved, it has to be like overstood that what people do behind closed doors is not their business. How people try to shove it in your face as moms, I am on Miss Barbara's side. I have concerns because I got two boys. And then it makes me feel away because, okay, perfect example. My oldest, he's 22. I've never, my nephew struggled developmentally growing up. So he used to fight my son. My son is 22, he's 26. And it's like they're cool now and they're both big, big guys. But I always taught my son never to like judge whatever, his father is a pookie, always in and out. He's institutionalized like a motherfucker. And so he was on a basketball team. He was a captain, and then one of his friends had a transgender sister that was on the cheerleading team with my daughter that wore the uniform and everything. And then the brother or something, they was on the news and something made its way to the projects and they was like, oh, your son is going to make it big, but he's flagrant or something they called him. And they was calling my son a gay guy, basically saying he's a closet or whatever. And so he came out like banging on my door, crying, talking about, I can't believe you let this happen to me. Weird shit. Nigga that damn never helped me raise his kid. So I'm asking him what's happening. He's saying my son has gay pictures on his Facebook. And so I look on there. It's a Spanish kid that's not even my kid. But he don't even know what his own child looks like. And he's just annoyed that it's two boys like straddling each other, whatever the picture was. And I don't know, because toxic masculinity is what it is, that's what that turned into. So his father coming out of nowhere out of 7 months wanting to like see my son while he was sleeping. Like it was weird. And it was a little scary for him where he, became more careful with how he hang out with people because he didn't realize his dad is ghetto. But yeah, I know, like I have uncles, my nephew, there's so many men around us, even with the guys that he go to school with, like the school is comfortable, everybody's fine. Nobody like really makes a big thing about it. What the next person eat doesn't make that kid shit and vice versa. So it's like a matter of just being supportive. Yeah. And when you're limited, like when a lot of us are grown up, like most of the time religion are making these kids gay and then they don't know how to handle it because it's suppression of self, and then they're blaming the kid is like for not following directions. So lack of information.
Wow, that was loaded. I love that. I agree. I was going to ask you guys too before I could continue to go down the line to Miss Jazzy and to Miss Barbara, and I guess before I move on from Miss Nico, do you believe that kids can be turned gay or lesbian or bisexual, etc.? That young people
Oh,
can be.
thank you. I wanted to share a story with you. I love it. This the ghetto, baby. So my first lesbian experience. It was this girl. I was going to school. I'd never seen her a day before in my life. This is back when the phone still had the, spiral thing going through the house. And she kept calling, and she pretended to be a boy for like 3 months. And then we like would just talk all the time. And she was saying she had a cousin that goes to my school, and they were from New York, and I was living in South Carolina. So, long story short, this guy that I was talking to ended up dead, right? And then this girl shows up to my house saying that she's his cousin, and I'm hanging out with the family. And then like months go by, and everybody's cool. And then one day she says she has a crush on me, like a year later or whatever. And she's such a dope human being, like it didn't even bother me, And then I felt bothered by her because she would tell me this story about her dad this man that raised her up until 2 years prior, that one day he was in front of the pharmacy drinking and he said, well, I just got the paper, you're not mine, and like dismissed her in front of everybody. So from that, she was just like stuck on that and also on just covering up everything beautiful by herself. And she was gorgeous. So it just made me think, like, I, even when we were in a relationship for almost a year, I think in 4 months, I got shot at, I got stabbed. Like it got bad. Like psychologically, she was so bad. Right. And then that's how I ended up in New York, actually. So then it made me realize, like, even moving forward, knowing her mom, knowing the guy that, raised her or whatever, sometimes trauma, it don't even have to be sexual. It could be so bad where, like, another girl I went to work with, she felt like her dad chose her family over another family, and she just didn't want anything to do with men in her life. So, trauma is real. And so you can't underestimate that. And white supremacy definitely will rear its ugly head in the gay community as well.
For sure. Absolutely. Wow. Thank you for that, Nico.
Thank you.
Jazzy, same,
Yes.
same. Welcome to the panel, boo. Happy to have you here. The
I'm
mother
happy to
goddess.
be here.
The trans children, Dwayne Wade, Gabrielle. You think it's a little too early to put the boys in skirts and the baggy jeans on the girls, or the I don't know which. I probably just fucked that whole little switcheroo up. But do you think there's like, because I know in the black community we take a lot of ownership over our children. They're literally like our property. So, and we almost treat them like a baby doll, and so we dress them in our likeness and and we project all of that. It almost creates like a narcissistic form of parenting, almost. And maybe this is something in general that most parents in the West suffers from. Don't really know it. But what do you think about trans children and how one should go about cultivating the proper environment for that trans child?
First of
Or,
all,
or hell, strap that. Can there even be a such thing as a trans child, to some people's argument that children don't know who the fuck they are, they don't know what the fuck is going, despite trans people stating that they know sooner than later, despite the reality that there are lots of trans children who are identifying as trans. There's still this, idea held that who listens to children.
First, I'd like to thank you for having me on the panel. I've listened, and there's just so much to absorb. But the first thing I want to say to Big Rainy, to Queen Tulsa, and to Troy is that I applaud you for your courage. I applaud you for your courage, because it should inspire all of us to be our authentic selves. I've had people, I am a happily sexually fluid woman. I'm proud of it. I don't know, it might be just greed. I just might want a whole bunch of different shit, But in terms of, I knew when I was younger, that I loved being around the girls. The babysitter, when they got naked, I loved it. And I was very young.
Hold on, how young are we talking?
Well, probably about 3 or 4 when they
what?
Yeah,
really?
I loved it when my babysitters would
Wow.
take off their clothes, because they're thinking that I'm just, I'm just a baby, and that they have no idea what's going on. But I knew that I loved seeing them out of their clothes or in their bras and their panties. I really do think that we don't do children a service when we don't understand that they are little people, that they know who they are and what they are when they get here. What the other thing that this nation does not address is that there are children that are born hermaphrodite, and the parents are pressed. They are pressed to make a decision right then and there, what that child should be. So if a man wants a son, then the baby's vaginal opening is closed, and that becomes a boy. And I saw a documentary about a man who knew at a very young age that he was not a man, that he didn't feel like a man. He was not a man. And he was abused by his father, because his father wasn't happy that he didn't grow up to be the one that wanted to play sports. And And he wasn't the man that his father thought he should be, and he eventually killed himself. Now, all I want to say is that, and I heard Rainey's story about his wife. I cried. I've just been very emotional because I have never walked to another to the collective's drum. My norm for me seems pretty eccentric, pretty wild, or whatever. I've never done that. And for a long time, I tried and it just simply did not work out. And now I don't give a shit what anybody thinks of me, what they have to say about me. I must be mindful of my own thoughts. And I think that Gabriel, I applaud any parent who is supporting their child, the one that they, the mother that gave birth to that child, the father that was there, that is their child. That is the fruit of his loins and hers. And I applaud parents who love their children unconditionally and aren't trying to, and aren't pushing off what they think they should be on them. That is enough. That right there, the pressure that parents put on their children, regardless of whether they're trans or cis or whatever, the pressure that parents put on their children to be who they want them to be has caused so much mental distress for children.
What do you say to parents? Just to play devil's advocate, what do you say to parents who, I don't want my child to go to hell. I don't want my child to be bullied. I don't want my child to be mistreated, as this is their excuse for being defensive against the identities of the
in terms of the good Christian brothers and sisters who feel like they can send somebody to hell or know God's thoughts, you know, I feel for them, because you do not, doesn't, in Isaiah chapter 55, he says, my thoughts are not your thoughts, nor my ways your ways. We don't want any child to suffer hardship. I was a bullied kid. I know what that feels like. We don't want a child to go through any painful experience. However, in life, we do. The child is not going to, we have no, the child's not going to go to hell. Okay, if we are taught that God is love, the unconditional love, the creator of all things, that where the child spirit, all spirits return home. They return to the Father, the creator. Now, some people say that some don't get a chance to stay, but all souls are his. He breathed his life force into us. And with all of our imperfections, we are still reflections of the creator. We're still reflections. I don't want to see a child hurt or bullied or teased or tormented, especially at home with those that are supposed to love him or her. I don't want any child to experience that kind of pain. The story you told about Gabriel, I watched that documentary on Gabriel Hernandez.
Yeah.
It was horrifying. No, we don't, I don't want any child to experience that. But there are always, however, that's just part of being on this blue marble. That is part of our experience. I don't like it when I hear people talk about who's going to hell. You don't know who's going to hell. You don't know. It says in I think it's 1 John chapter 4:20 that how can you say you love me whom you have not seen, and I paraphrase, and hate your brother whom you have seen? You are a liar, and the truth is not in you. So all of these folks who are talking about they're walking in the godly way, they're not walking in the footsteps. They're not even walking in the shadow. So when I think of what I can't imagine what a child who feels unhappy, well, who knows that the body that they're in is not who they are. I can't imagine what that is like. I just know that if it were my child,
Right.
I would listen to my child. I would do my best to help my child. I would suggest anybody and it is painful. I watched T.S. Madison Experience and Miss Mary.
Yeah.
Miss Mary didn't say that it was easy to accept that her once son was now a woman. She didn't say that was easy. What she said was, that is my child. And I love my child. And I wanted my child in my life. So we had to work through some things. I've spoken to too many young trans children, young gay, out in Piedmont Park here in Atlanta. They're in Piedmont Park because their parents have put them out the home. They have no place to go. Their parents have kicked them out of the home.
Encouraged by pastors like Eddie Long.
Oh yeah,
who
exactly, and that's
who
the other
are
thing.
who are of the community.
All right, the hypocrites that would stand in the pulpit. If I talk to 10 of my gay friends, 9 of them would tell me they were turned out by a pastor. Yeah. So half the time that the people are praising their pastor, you don't even know who that person is. You think you know.
Yeah.
But you don't know. And for Rainey, I know I lived in Hawaii, performed there for many years, and I expect I'll be returning. It is, the community there is very accepting, but you are still ruled by the laws of the United States of America, because it is a state. That's both good and not so. We know the laws in the states are messed up. They're not written for anybody except white people. And if he's been there before, it is a loving Hawaii. In Samoa, the third sex, the Fa'afafini, are boys who show feminine traits that are raised to live as women, and they are accepted as part of the community. They are accepted. They're called the third sex. I just think we spend far too much time focused on what somebody is doing in their bedroom. If you're not invited to the party, or if it's not your thing, I don't know why I have to be concerned about who you fucking and sucking, because it's none of I'm not there doing it. Okay.
I feel like it's a fetish for them.
Do you?
I do.
It probably could be, but I think there's just far too much conversation about that. I saw someone who made in the comments, they were talking about what was happening in Sodom and Gomorrah. It wasn't just about, it was about total hedonism, people go buck ass wild. It wasn't just down to homosexuality. That's not even mentioned.
But they say that it was, because one of the things that I hate about the religious argument is I don't even think that religion is an excuse to be like to divest from someone's humanity. Like I'm not even going to use a book to.
But that's exactly
as a staple for me to deny
your humanity, and that's exactly what this Bible has been used for. That's what the Bible has been used to deny Black people their humanity.
but that's also one of the issues with even using religion at all to develop a moral code. That's why, like, I try to just like it has to come down to simple. It has to come down to literal rationale and logic. The reality is, this is another human being, and
exactly.
they deserve the same dignified existence that you deserve. Whatever the hell.
Absolutely.
And if your dignified experience is showing up as the evangelical black man or black woman who has conservative ideas, like, to have the emotional intelligence and the maturity to understand that other people also have the right to carve out their own destiny, just like you do.
Yes, yes, and I totally agree with you. I think that that to me is the issue. It has been religion. It has nothing to do with spirituality. I don't even think Western culture really has gotten a full grasp of spirituality, the truth about the Holy
Do you
Spirit.
know what's funny, Jace? A
What?
lot of American Christians talk about Sodom and Gomorrah without realizing that America is damn Sodom and
Sodom
Gomorrah.
and Gomorrah.
Honey,
So
don't do it.
it's a dub for me. I want to give Miss
Thank you
Barbara
very
an opportunity to speak to that too, because there are a few more questions. I know we are dawning upon our 3-hour mark, and I know people can't be here with me on one night. But I got just a few more questions, but I want to let Miss Barbara speak to this whole the trans children.
And can I
Okay, I would like to know how much time do I have to answer the question? Because I heard a ministry, I heard a ministry, I heard a sermon. I just want to know how long do I got?
But just try to condense.
Okay, King, I got you. Let me do it real fast, okay? Now, I'm gonna leave my opinion to Gabrielle at the end. Okay. All right. Now, I worked as a nursing assistant, a professional shit cleaner for like 13, 15 years. Okay. I tagged people when they died and they took their last breath. I seen what it took for them to maintain their life, their physical body. You understand? So my opinion about surgery, I'm having it with my daughter, my oldest daughter. She wants to mess up her breasts and not take care of them and get breast implants. She said that's the easy way out. I'm furious with that even thought of that. I'm telling her no, it will put poison in her body. You understand? So I'm having problems with a heterosexual daughter with that. Now, as far as a child is concerned, that'll be hell to the no. And this will be my reason. See, Jazz mother, either she was influenced by money or something. She ruined the transition of her being able to transform into a transgender because she gave her daughter those pills too early and her penis did not grow big enough to do the operation. So they actually mutilated this child and used her colon. Okay. Absolutely not. I don't agree with none of that. Because let me explain something to you. I always admired Magic Johnson's son. I admired his style, his fashion, his clothes. Even when he was wearing dresses, shorts, I didn't give a damn. I loved how he took his weight down, how he made his body, his temple. I love your fine ass too. That's what makes me love you even more, Conscious, how fine you is. God, whoa, that's the way.
Don't flatter me. Don't flatter me, Miss
Oh, baby, stop. Somebody's interrupting me. Man, that's the panel. That's the king. But I don't want you to make me lose my thought. But I'm serious about this. I don't flatter. Because I love Tulsa. I would have flattered her with lies. I don't flatter. I'm telling the truth. Now, as I was saying, how fine Magic Johnson's son got that body together. Oh, my God. I got testimonies that could witness. I'll be like, hey, I love his style. I love his grace. I love his fashion. And one thing I love, he ain't cut it off. He ain't go get no surgery. You know, he can sustain his life as a child. I would tell my child just like this. I'll be like, let me tell you something, sweetheart. You have to do what you got to do and wear whatever you got to wear. But this decision I'm making is a medical decision that you will have to make on your own. Because medically, I don't give a damn what you think you is. I don't want you cutting off or adding on nothing on your body. If they can't love you like you are, then that's a demon. Because your God don't make no mistakes. And your God created you just the way he wanted you, regardless what you want to do with you. You understand? That's your decision you will make. But as the parent, as your parent, I'm going to get you all the therapy you need. I want you to know all you got to do is wait till you get of age. I don't want you to think you can never get it done. I just want you to know that you can do whatever you get out of the car because I'm going to take care of your health. Well, mommy, you wear the dress, I don't care, I'll buy it. I'll buy the shoes too. Okay?
Yes.
Okay. I said that now for Gabrielle. Let me to give you my opinion on Miss Gabrielle. Hey! And that little mother effer with that money, I would have beat the living brakes off of her. I would have beat her ass so bad. That dumb bitch. I'd have beat her ass so bad, I swear. I'd have been in jail gladly. I'd have beat Gabrielle ass so bad.
Why, Miss Barbara? Why?
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Gabrielle don't know how to raise no child. Let me tell you what she did. Her little baby had to tell her damn breath stink. You understand? Do you think I put my funky ass weed smelling? She probably got a dick smelling mouth. You think I wake up in the morning and say, good morning to my grandchild? Good morning. Hell no. Hell no. I'm serious about that. Her damn daughter had to tell her breath stink. Don't play with me. She's a net. She don't look like I'm done. I'm telling you what I would have did.
I'm confused on how. What?
Where is that coming from?
Yeah, I'm lost. I'm lost.
But why Gabrielle and not a Dwayne Wade? Like
I would beat the brakes off of him too. I'd have beat the brakes off of him too, because I would have felt like I'm a poor mother and they money rules. You know, they money rules. You know, they're gonna use their money against me and my baby. I don't think so, nigga. I don't think so, because I'll be that serial killer on your ass. I don't think so, nigga. Your money ain't gonna rule.
But what are you so against like
I'm against the fact that they status publicized that bullshit. I'm against that fact. I don't know if the mother was down with that. I don't believe the mother was down with that. You understand?
No.
Wait, down with what?
Can I get an answer? What happened, Constant? Was she down with it?
No, not per se. She was.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So the mother being poor, she couldn't get to that heifer. But baby, it couldn't have been me. It couldn't have been me.
Wait, down with what?
Wait a minute.
Down with what? You don't rule my child. That's my child, bitch. That came out of my ass, bitch. I dare you, bitch. I don't care about your money, bitch. Sorry, y'all asked me my opinion. So
hold on, you guys. I'll go ahead, Reckless.
Okay, we understand that. I'm trying to figure out what are you talking about exactly? Because yes, I understand.
About the fact that the mother wasn't down with it. The biological mother of that child that don't got no money, like Gabrielle and his ass, wasn't down with her child being transitioned like that. And they overruled her. And that couldn't happen to me, because I'll die for mine. That grizzly bear will come out of me. King Kong, I'm like motherfucker. I'm like that damn with Denzel Washington. King Kong, you ain't got nothing on me, baby.
Miss Barbara.
The child wanted to transition regardless of the parent. So the child was going to transition regardless of what the parent felt anyway.
Yes. But Miss Barbara, this is the reason why I kind of be like, ugh, because didn't we literally just say not too long ago how we understand as people with the melanated people, as parents, we cannot treat our children like they freaking Barbie dolls. So you have to keep in mind this
about a health situation. Let me answer your question, Reckless. We talking about a health situation. Didn't I tell you I'll buy him all the dresses he want?
Oh,
But
okay.
who
Hold on.
ever,
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
but who ever said,
He
Hold
hasn't
on. Hold on.
had surgery.
Hold
When he should
He
have been.
hasn't had
on.
surgery, Zaya.
Hold on, you guys. Hold on, you guys. So I think that's what we need to clear up. Miss Barbara, they have not allowed Zaya to do any hormonal treatment. She's only aesthetically presenting herself as a young lady through
Yes,
clothing. She's
yes.
not on hormone treatment. She hasn't had um gender reassignment
Reassignment.
surgery or any
Yeah.
of that.
I wouldn't give a
And they
damn.
have spoken about also not permitting that until she is an adult and she's able to make that decision for herself.
Okay, now check this out. It shouldn't be out in the open. It shouldn't be discussed with the public. You understand what I'm saying? That done and
So
no,
let me
that
ask.
should be nothing done to no because for her health. She don't
But
need
why hide it? Why hide
that's
it?
hold up.
she does
But
not need that
Why would we
child does
hide
not
it?
need to be the ambassador of this
Miss
situation.
She's not.
Her
Miss
parents
Barbara.
figure.
Can I ask you a
Miss Hold on, hold
question?
on, hold on, hold
Oh,
on,
I'm
hold on,
sorry.
hold on, hold on. Miss Barbara.
Yes.
Zaya Wade should not be treated any differently than any other celebrity child who we know has celebrity parents. For one, so we should know she exists, just like we know Will and Jada exist. We know every other celebrity child exists. Secondly, I don't you think that it is healthy that somebody like Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade, considering their platform and their visibility, are able to use that platform to illustrate something very unique and different that we don't see? Because the reality is there are plenty of black parents who are dealing with a trans child in their family and have no point of reference, have very little information and resource, which only impacts the child more than it does anybody else involved. Because I think, to our earlier point, we understand that parents narcissistically make most shit about them more so than it is about the child who's ultimately the one suffering. So you don't think that that's fair for them to use their story and the situation going on in their family as a way to say, hey, if there's any other black households out there, you're not alone. If there's any other black parents out there raising a trans daughter or a trans son, that you're not, this is not just happening to you. There are other people in this plight, and this is the way we're choosing to go about it, because we also know that largely, to the other trans um, to Troy and Queen Tulsa and Big Rainey's point, most of the way in which that trans children are being dealt with is by being thrusted to the streets, put in shelters, put they're living lives of homelessness.
Yes,
They're
yes.
having to go into sex work at early ages just to survive. And so here it is, we have an example of black parents doing it differently, not taking the it's about me route. I'm going to love my child. I'm going to do the brave of heart thing and go on this journey with my child. We're going to learn this together. And I'm going to hopefully use my platform to also illustrate another way that we as black people can deal with this on this level. You don't think that that's that
You're not
that
gonna know.
May I ask Miss
Yeah, they're not gonna
Barbara?
hold
hold
on.
on,
Let
hold
me
on, hold on, hold on,
I
because
gotta answer one question at a time, please. Let me
yeah,
just
because
answer the
I
thing.
want you to respond to
Let
that
me
first,
mama.
Ms. Barbara.
Okay, mama. Let me explain to you something, right? Things are influence upon children. Let me tell you a story. Once it take 1 minute. It just take 1 minute. Okay, in Tompkins County, Ithaca, New York. Okay, there was a little black young boy that was raised. Haha. The teacher was influencing him to wear the dresses like his mother used to dress him as a boy, going to class, and the teacher used to like change him soon as she get there. Everybody, all the kids in the family, you F this, you F this, you ain't nothing but an effer, you ain't nothing but an effer, UG. You know, this was every day on this boy neck. This is what they did. The teachers, the community, the family members, everybody was like putting the oh, you F, you ain't nothing but an effer. You express yourself. Express yourself. Now he is full blown homosexual. That's what he calls himself. So I'm telling you, like this for me, I don't want to see it on my TV. You know, I don't even now I'm to the point to be all fair. I think they need to take all sex
even the heterosexuals in the bed, because
No,
they
Miss
said,
Barbara.
you know,
I had
May
enough.
I
I had
ask a
enough.
question,
Oh,
Miss
I had enough.
Barbara?
I had enough.
let
Miss
me
I had enough.
Barbara,
I had
I
Miss
enough.
just want to
Barbara,
answer my
may
question, and
I
I'll
ask
let
you?
y'all come get me after I finish the answer. All
I
right?
just, I
Because
just have a
reason is,
question.
you know, God, let me answer this. Let me finish this one, and I got you. I guarantee you, I got you. Now I don't even know what I did. I thought.
You're talking
That's
about
good
the
because I have
child.
something to say now. Okay,
No, no,
so Ms. Barber, that is a very
hold on.
much of a
Yeah.
trigger. I'm
Y'all
a
make me
recovered
lose my
addict, and
point,
my
and y'all
family
not let
pushed
me
me
answer
out
my
of
question
drugs
properly.
into prostitution. I was out there selling my ass at 13 and 14, walking that street on North Avenue.
What happened, baby? I didn't hear your question, sweetheart. What you were saying to me? Because I want to answer your question, Tulsa. Say it again, please. Please. I want to hear you.
Queen
All right,
Tulsa
say it like that. Say it like
Then
that,
I have
Tulsa.
one. Jazzy has a
Well,
question.
okay, King, what did she say? What did Tulsa say?
But it wasn't a question. She was just letting it be known that she was one of those young people on the streets who was having to sell her body in order to get by because she had parents who insisted on their way and made no space for her way
And she
in
left
that
her
environment.
mama house, right? She left. That's the choice that she made. I left too to sell drugs. Because I wanted to be fast and I wanted to school my boyfriend. Yeah, I left
I
too.
didn't
You make
leave.
those choices.
That's not my story. I
So,
didn't
so
leave.
Oh,
conscious. I wanted to say
I
something
just
real
wanted
quick.
to
And
Just
ask
hold
you,
on,
Miss Barbara, do you think that
hold on, hold on,
I was just
hold on, Jazz.
asking?
Hold
Okay,
on, Jazz.
okay.
Before you ask,
just
Troy, go
just as a just as an education moment.
mm-hmm.
It is disrespectful to
Are you
refer to
asking
a
me or you
trans
telling me,
person.
baby?
I'm
Miss
telling you.
Barbara,
I'm telling
Okay.
you. I'm
I'm
telling
he
just
you.
trying to get it
As a
crazy.
as a trans person,
hold on,
Only
hold
thing I'm
on,
trying to do is get it
hold on.
straight into asking me a
Miss
question. That's it.
Barbara, he just listen and no, he's not asking you a question. He's making a statement. He's
Okay,
making
that's
a
all.
statement.
I'm trying to follow.
so
Well,
as a trans
you
person,
gotta
I've
listen, Miss Barbara, and it'll take you where you're trying to go. You gotta listen. You gotta
Okay, thank you,
listen.
King. Okay,
Listen.
thank you, King.
Okay,
so
go ahead.
Yes.
I've noticed that a lot of cis people that are uneducated will refer to trans people as a transgender. Stop saying that. It's not a object or anything like that. It's a trans person, and if you can refer them by their pronouns or just try to find their name. Stop saying a transgender. I've noticed that on YouTube. Like when they're talking to DL people, they'll be like that this person was caught with a transgender. What is a transgender? It's highly disrespectful. Stop saying it. It's cringy as hell. I just wanted to throw that out there as an education moment.
What
Please
what's a
stop
trans
saying
woman then?
All I
what.
all I wanted to
Again,
ask
right?
Miss
We're
Barbara
told,
Hold on,
right?
hold
is,
Gender
on,
is a social
hold
construct.
on.
Okay,
Huh?
sorry.
What is a transformer? A transformer is a fucking cartoon, an
No,
action
I
figure.
said it
It's
was a
not a
trans
person.
woman. No, I said
Thank
trans
you,
Like,
woman
what are we
Troy.
specifically.
talking about?
I never said transformer. I said what's a trans woman? Because again, right? Look, we're
Oh, a
A
told.
trans
trans
woman.
woman?
Wait, wait,
That's what I'm saying.
wait.
That's fine to say. You don't say a
No, break
transgender.
it down
You
for you,
don't. That's
right?
what I'm saying. I'm saying a trans
No,
woman is fine to say, but you
Let me
don't
just
say
clarify
that's
real
a
quick, brother.
transgender.
no,
Right. So,
okay,
brother, right? So,
yeah.
check this out, right? So, check this out. So, we're told in all of our lives as a heterosexual man that that gender is a social construct. So now they're telling me that they are a trans woman, right? So then my question is, okay, so then what's a trans woman? Like, what's a woman to you? Like, how do you define what a woman is?
oh my God, you sound like
Why does it fucking matter?
I'm just
No,
Why,
asking.
why, but why
Can
are
you
we, the
define what's a
only
woman to
reason,
you, bro?
no, because the only reason that you're worried about what a woman is and the definition of a woman is because you're trying to be transphobic. Point blank, period.
It's because you
Point
can't
blank,
define
period.
it, my
Why does
brother.
it matter? It doesn't matter because you're gonna go back to a vagina and a penis when what you have between your legs does not define who you are.
So
You can have the
so so
biggest dick in the world and you can be a
so
shitty
then
ass
educate me,
man
brother.
and
What's a
not do
woman, bro?
anything.
Educate me then. What's a woman?
Educate yourself. It's not my job to educate you, my
No, because
nigga.
you got the answers.
Educate
Because you don't know
yourself.
what a woman is. That's
Educate
your answer,
yourself.
brother.
How do I
My
not
brother,
know
it's
what a
cool.
woman is?
Wait, okay, so what
Can
I
anybody
just
answer my
wanted
I
question?
to
What's
want
a
to break
woman?
it down.
Like I
Give
said, go educate
me
yourself, my nigga.
Joy.
Education is free. Go pick up a fucking book. Pick up a pencil. I'm pretty sure
Because
you
you
ain't
don't know,
picked
my
up one in
brother.
a
It's free
while.
because you don't
I'm
know.
pretty sure, nigga, I know a lot of
Nah,
shit.
because you don't know. You
So
see,
that's
I
it. Hey,
got
bro.
him. You see
Hey,
right
bro.
there,
I ain't
bro.
going back and
I
forth
got
with
him.
you. Like I said, go
Flacco,
educate yourself, my nigga.
Thank you, Troy.
Flacco.
I
May
was
I
We
ask
just
can
Troy a
gonna ask
question,
hold
Conscious?
on, hold on. Don't make me. Don't make me.
I'm very respectful. You feel me? But he don't know.
Oh, I'm being respectful too. Go educate yourself.
I just wanted to ask Miss Barbara if she.
Hold on. I don't even want another question right now to Miss Barbara. Hold on.
Okay.
Just hold on with Miss Barbara.
Okay.
Flacco, you have a habit of bringing out the thuggiest, even in the most chillest and peaceful of human beings. Okay, because Troy been up here on like on his boy next door shit, and he ain't had to hug up until
I asked a very common sensible question, no conscious, right?
But
And
you
he
see
can't
how
answer the
that
question
trigger
because he don't know.
everybody because it's disrespectful for them to say a transgender. It is disrespectful, and people
But
say
explain what
it
the
to
woman
be
is, my brother. Just
disrespectful.
explain it for me, bro. Just break it down. Like, what's a
Bruh,
woman?
I'm not doing this with
Because
you.
nobody
I'm
here can
not.
explain it, bro. It's cool.
Yes, I can. Y'all allow me to speak.
No,
Jesus.
it's not a nobody up here. I mean, if Troy,
I mean, somebody answer the question.
They
What's
can
a
answer you.
woman?
I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not educating
what
you.
Toy was just
so who wants to take
addressing
on the
was the
question of?
fact that everyone refers to transgender men and women as transgender in particular. What Flacco came up here and said was, what's a trans woman? It triggered Troy because he didn't understand that he wasn't referring to transgender, he was asking trans woman. So that's why I was asking Conscious to stop. If you wanted me, remember I was talking about these 11 pages, honey, and I can just call out all the names and you can ask me to stop when you want me to read the definition. There are so many terms that they just unloaded onto us in the last 3 years. It's deep. So this is even look how nobody here got the conversation that y'all gave. This is funny. So it's like it's so many terms, and I even heard you say something about normativity or whatever. So it's gonna go bigender, binder, biological sex, biphobia, bisexual, butch, cisgender, cisnormativity, cissexism, closeted, coming out, constellation, cross-dresser, demi-romantic, demisexual, down low, drag queen, drag king, dyke, emotional attraction, faggot, feminine.
No, I got you.
I think my point got missed. That's not what I'm saying
Yeah,
at all.
I
My
got
point got completely missed.
I got
That's not what
Where
I'm
you
saying.
finding these definitions? I need one of those dictionaries.
On deck. Hold on,
I
it's
got
too
you, Miss
many
Barbara.
hands. Hold on, it's too many hands on deck. So hold on. I want to let Reckless, then Chocolate, and then Troy. If you want to clarify, you can.
Okay.
Go ahead, Reckless.
So
I was gonna get
thank you. Alrighty, so the whole thing is, can y'all hear me? Because I've been up here yelling.
Yes.
Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, I'm glad Nico cleared that up. Okay, I'm glad Nico cleared that up because I was trying to calm that down before they start going and getting into it, because that's what Troy was explaining about people just referring to transgender as a transgender, but however not realizing that there are dog whistles also incorporated with that, because you're not addressing the person. You're not addressing the person as a person. You're doing them as an item, and that's really dangerous.
Exactly.
Now, what Flacco did, he came up, he's asking a question, but however, in the context of the conversation that was already being had, and he doesn't know that sometimes that can also come off as dog whistles as well. Now, to answer your question, Flacco, what is you said a trans woman or the definition of a woman?
Yeah, can you define what a woman is?
Define both of them for all of us.
Okay. A woman. Okay, there's a difference between female and woman.
Yes, woman, yes.
I got you. It's gonna be, follow me. It's gonna be this difference between male and man. Now, with female and male, it's talking about the anatomy. This is the reason why you have male animals. You have female animals. It's the biology, the sexual anatomy as well. Now, man and woman, there are social constructs as in the way that you present yourself, the way that you walk through life.
And the way that you are, hold on, I want to answer that. And the way that you are socialized from the point of biology.
Yes.
The science is one thing, but then the culture given to you as a man and the culture given to you as a woman is a whole nother thing. That's the social construct.
Yes.
Which also goes to the point of where when you go to the manosphere and when they feel like they're not the provider, they don't feel like quote unquote a real man, even though they do have a male anatomy and stuff. It goes to how you're socialized. What are things that are associated with being a man compared to a woman? Now, however, trans woman means that you transition into a woman. So with that being said, that means that you were born a male, But however, as time went on, you had the experience of realizing that you weren't having the same experience as everybody else around you. So you transition into the opposite gender that you feel is more appropriate for you and your psyche in your body. Does that make sense?
That
Can I
makes
respond back to him, please, Conscious?
Well, no, can I speak on it? Because I'll
Well,
give you that. Trans woman is a woman who was assigned male at birth. Trans women have a female gender identity, may experience gender dysphoria, and may transition. This process commonly includes hormone replacement therapy and sometimes sex reassignment surgery, which can bring relief and resolve feelings of gender dysphoria.
Period. And
Tough
before you
question,
speak,
right?
hold on. Before you speak, Flacco, I want to say that it's not that Troy couldn't explain it, Wonder. There's just some people who don't believe that other people's ignorances are their burden. So just like you have a lot of black people who say that they're not going to educate white people, like it's the same thing. You have a lot of trans people who are not interested in being a resource for straight folk and would like them to pick up a book, go watch a documentary, and go and show that same passion that was invested in learning how to hate them and put that passion into the opposite resources to properly educate themselves on LGBT related things. Now go ahead,
Can I
Flacco.
add this, Conscious?
Yes.
So, to add the Queen Sisters, transgender from a child's perspective with how they're explaining it, a gender description for someone who has transitioned or is transitioning from living as one gender to another. So like what Reckless was saying earlier, it's genuinely just transition. It doesn't, and what Troy was saying as well, it doesn't refer to either gender. It's just saying you're transitioning, period. So a trans man, trans woman is given under the same noun. The man is first. An identity label sometimes adopted female to male transgender people or transsexuals to signify that they are men while still affirming their history as assigned female sex at birth. Sometimes referred to as trans guy. Number two, trans woman. Identity label sometimes adopted by a male to female transsexuals or transgender people to signify that they are women while still affirming their history as assigned male sex at birth.
Here's the girl.
That's what they're given in the American Psychology Association.
Hit the link.
Okay.
I had a definition. Somebody said,
easier.
Get a definition of hate. Hate, feel intense or passionate dislike for someone. The boys hate each other. It is a noun.
Just written definition.
Somebody said, can we also, I want to let Flacco respond to some of these things too, but before we go, hate feels intense or passionate dislike for someone. And in a lot of cases, to your point, JMASK4G, it is hate. Whether that hate is motivated by fear, whether that hate is motivated by religious indoctrination, whether that hate is related by social norms, customs, traditions, etc., whatever the motivation is, it concludes itself as hate. Now, Flacco,
I'm gonna be nice to you, J Mask.
Your question, sir, or
Right. So cool. Right. So like, and here's where like I guess like myself and other, like heterosexual people like get confused, right? Because again, right, like really early on, right, we were told, yo, listen, man, like male female sex, right? However, but it's gender shit, it's a social construct that was just made up, right? So, and that's why it's ever changing. So when I hear somebody say, I was born a woman, I'm like, hold up now, like, how can you be born as a made up construct, right? Like, I thought that gender, right? Again, y'all told us that gender was just nothing but a social construct. So when you say I was born a woman and being a woman has nothing to do with biological female, now you're telling me that like you were born biologically just feeling like a made up construct. I don't understand.
No.
Hold on.
Okay.
Before anybody says anything, I want to say that you almost are speaking, Flacco, as if trans people are speaking monolithic. So I don't know who you heard that from, but that's not
No,
the way.
just trans
That's
women,
not the
bro. Yeah.
way that a lot of other transgender individuals are articulating their experience. A lot of them are not claiming to be. They know that Tosa and Troy. You want to speak to what some of the what some of your peers are echoing out into society that's confusing people like Flacco.
Troy, go ahead. I'll let you speak first.
I need him to elaborate more into what he's meaning because I'm just a tad
Okay,
bit
elaborate
confused.
more, Flacco. Well, hold on. Well, go ahead, Flacco.
Right. Like for example, right? We was always told, right? Like there's nothing that like clearly defines what a woman is, right? Because again, right? Because we were told that gender is a social construct that was just made up by people, right? But so hence, right? I'm like, I'm like it's ever changing. So when somebody says, "Yo, I was born as a woman," I'm confused because again, like they aren't talking about I was born as a female, which we can, I'm clearly measured, right? But they're saying I was born as a woman. So now my question is, how can you be born and feel as a woman if it was a made up construct?
Okay, so I guess I
I'm
can
not.
go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so what I look like, well, when I was younger, what I appeared on the outside was one thing, but what I felt on the inside was a whole different other. Are you familiar with chromosomes, the X and the Y's?
Yeah.
Like for the girl, you know, um, my brother has like a whole facial hair. I just, it wasn't destined for me to be no guy. And Um, um, I guess if you ever read my book one day, then you'll understand my whole journey. On my channel.
But you
I
wait. So
want
question, right? You just said right,
Yeah.
and X for the girl. I thought that girl, man, woman was made up construct. So you mean X for the female, right?
to hold on.
I'm.
Let me jump into this because this is easy. First of all, I
Yeah.
think that we're hold on. And I don't know whether Flacco is doing this intentionally, but this is basically a battle of semantics here. Okay, I want you to remove the semantics. Okay, Flacco, remove the semantics. The truth is,
Mm-hmm.
even a lot of trans people who don't have the proper language to uh, speak in a rational way or a logical way about their experience. So please give some grace to people who are also trying to understand their experience and use words and meanings to define that. I'm
I've
going to
never heard
impose
anybody
in
say
the
that.
train, huh?
I've never heard. I'm just. I'm
Yeah,
understanding what he's saying, but I've never.
every,
I'm not sure where he's getting that information from
but
because the trans people that I've spoken to, I've never heard any of them deny that they were born in their original gender. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no denying that I was born a female and I transitioned to a male. So I mean, I'm just not understanding what he's talking about. The gender is a made up construct. I've never.
But how could you
I
be
just
born
not
as a male
understanding.
though? When I
hold on, hold
thought
on,
I
hold on,
never said I
hold
was
on.
born. No, no. I never said I was born as a male, and Queen Tulsa never said that she was born as a female. We
Now,
I
never
will say
said
this.
that.
I will say this because to Flacco's point, especially when like the Caitlyn Jenner situation kind of exploded and kicked down the door in pop culture, and then we was having an even bigger conversation around trans visibility, etc. Now, of course, Flacco to every group, and this is the case for Black extremist groups. This is the case for LGBT groups. You're always going to get like radical people within each group who are going
Right.
to talk radically. I have also heard that verbiage myself. However, I'm also clear about what they're really trying to say, so I don't get lumped up into trying to challenge them on semantics. I know that ultimately what they're saying is that I've always been aware of my identity
who I
from.
am. Yeah.
But to Troy's point, the term trans implies that they know they're not biologically
Exactly.
male or biologically
There
female.
was a transition somewhere.
Hence the term trans. Okay, so I know that people aren't always being super clear and choosy of their words when they speak. but just also try to apply some context, like just some common sense to what people are trying to illustrate about their existence. Yes, Reckless, and then I want Flacco to respond.
Because I can answer his question because I have really heard those sentiments. I think what trans individuals who have said that before have said is that yes, you are right that gender is a social construct. I think the thing is the hard truth about it as well too is that when children come out of the womb, they are conditioned to be assigned depending upon their biology of what gender they are going to basically take the role as, which is why boys wear blue, girls wear pink. But however, I think what they're saying is that ever since they were young, the things that appeal to that biology they did not connect with. But however, when it comes down to the opposite gender or the gender that fits them more appropriately, that's what they are connected to. They never really connected with if they were a male, they never really connected to football or anything that is associated with being a man or a boy. So I think that's what they're saying.
So Flacco, do we need to further unpack?
Yeah, right. So like
if you
right.
will.
Nah. So here's my last like thing, right? For me, right? Because again, I definitely, like don't want to turn, like
No,
it's like
hold on,
right. Yeah.
No, hold on. I want you to get it all out because
Okay.
if there is a way to bring you to understanding, I would like us to take.
Yeah. Okay.
I would like us to provide that.
You're right. Yeah. Check it out though, right? So again, right. When we hear right, like for example, right, when I hear right, male, female, I think of okay, the X chromosome, a penis and a vagina, right? Cool. Those are males, and as a female. Now, when I think about gender, right, is man, woman, right now, my whole thing is okay, cool. So, what is a man and what is a woman, right? Because again, like, but the base definition is a man is an adult male and a woman is an adult female. However, we're going past that and saying, yo, gender is a social construct right now. What's a woman? Because again, I know males who love pink, who love to dress up, right? Right. So if those men are like being categorized as just males who just love pink, love like paint their nails, love to dress up, et cetera, et cetera. Exactly what are we defining as a woman, right? That like you can identify as, right? Because again, I don't understand like what a woman is, right? Can somebody just
Okay, so listen, let me I got the answer for you.
Sure.
Call your mama. Call your mama. Call your mama.
I mean, it's gonna be based off of
Call your mother and ask her what is a woman. What is a woman?
She's African, right? So she believes, right, that
Flacco, it's gonna be
vagina
based off of
means
you,
that she's a
off of
woman.
your experience, bro. It's gonna be based off of your experiences. The gender is gonna be based off of norms, stuff like that. So it's really gonna be subjective to each person. You may think that a woman is cooking, cleaning, being a housewife. Somebody else may think something else. It really just depends on. Like I said, it's subjective to each
on
person.
the culture, really. Like
yeah,
in the culture,
it
ultimately,
depends.
like define a woman. Like so, for people in the West, woman would be like. I mean, just think of a gender roles. To Troy's point, a woman is.
I will give a definition of a woman.
Don't interrupt me when I speak, you guys. Like let me speak, please. Like calm it down. Like Jesus Christ, woman, man. Okay, just think of gender roles. That's like the easiest way. And just like every culture across this globe has various traditions and customs around gender. Some of them are very androgynous, so you don't see much of a distinction between female roles and male roles, etc. Like so in the West, you know what comes to mind when you think of women. So when you're thinking about the difference between female biology, woman. Think about what females do in this society. What do females do? They like Barbies. They like to twerk. They like to twerk. They wear mini skirts. They like long hair. They may play in makeup. They like whatever women do is what trans women are inviting themselves to. It's the culture of women. Whatever men do in this culture is what trans men are inviting themselves to. This is why when straight folk have children, a
Yeah.
lot of times, if there's a boy, the boy will go be raised by his father because there's a culture around masculinity and manhood that his father is expected to teach him. If there's a girl, the girl will go to her mother because there's a culture surrounding what women do and what role women play and how women dress and how women are to show up. So this is what trans individuals are showing up in the culture. They are adopting the culture that's defining whatever men and women do. So this is why you'll see trans men, they look like you and I. Just like Troy, he aesthetically looks like you and I. He's wearing things that you and I are wearing, a pullover, a backwards hat, dress, etc. Like this is that. Does that? I tried to put it in like a hooked on phonics kind of a kind of.
Right. Now I'm conscious, right? So like, for example, right? I'm like, oh, okay, right. So like, I know, like, a few like gay dudes, right? Who, let's say, love like color pink, love to twerk, right? But like, they don't identify, I guess, as like trans, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then also too, right? So if you're saying, right, like it's dependent on like let's say like your like your environment, right? So right, so right, but so cool, right? So let's assume, right, somebody moves, to let's say like East Bubble fuck, of like let's say like North Africa, right? Where like let's say like the men are like more feminine and females are like more like dominant. Would that like trans woman then like guess like conform to that, society?
Yeah, yeah, like because we all use culture as information. That's why in the initial conversation I was asking Troy, asking Queen Tosa, and asking Bit Rainey what inspired their perception and vision for being a woman and or for being a man. And for Troy and Big Rainey, it was the men in their life, their pastors, their uncles, fathers, etc. For Queen Tosa, her mother, her friends, like sisters, like that you are informed largely by the because that's your only point of reference for at least what the external representation of your gender is. Now I know that somebody keeps saying because I also believe that trans is also like a psychic awareness that because I think about it this way, like how do women know, how do cisgender women know that they're cisgender, or cisgender men know that they're cisgender? If you was to strip away your biology and you was just to be reduced to a skeletal, how would you know what sex you are? And so I believe that sex largely starts on a purely metaphysical psychic level, and there are some people who are just not born in the vehicles that represent that identity. Now, you don't have to have a penis to identify with maleness. You don't have to have a vagina to identify with womanness, because there's something I believe more spiritual about these fundamental things that make up our identities as human beings. So I look at largely my way of like really understanding the trans community is looking at people who have a psychic awareness of who they are. That psychic awareness is in the body of something that's inconsistent. Like the software is one thing and the hardware is another. It's like putting
Mm.
uh, a Windows software on a MacBook Pro. Like it's there's an inconsistency. So trans people are burdened with rearranging that external to illustrate what's internal instead.
I get it now, but that makes sense, bro.
Are you sure? Because I don't want you to say that
No,
in
no,
vain.
yeah.
I don't want you to say that in
I'm
vain.
confident, my nigga. Yeah. That makes sense now, bro.
Can I ask Flacco
Hold on. If it do, play it back to me. What do you now know?
No, right? Like, for example, right? So when you say like hardware, right, and software, right? To me, like that kind of like talking my language, right? For me, right? Like for example, if let's say like my exterior, right? is a big like Apple sign. You feel me, right? But then like my interior is like Windows XP, right? You feel me, right? Then like I would say, wait, pause now, wait, hold up, bro, right? Why do I, like, why do I look like a big ass a Mac computer, but I feel like a, Windows XP? You feel me? So, that's where like I draw from it.
Look, does that work for everybody? I think that's
no,
that's
it doesn't work for me.
Okay.
Flacco, are you into transgender women?
Are you trans attracted, Flacco?
No, wait. What did that mean? Sorry.
It means a man who is attracted to trans women. Are you a trans attracted man? Like, are you attracted to trans women? Would you date trans women? Would you have a sexual encounter with a trans woman?
No.
Okay.
You said that too quick.
Yeah.
I feel like there's potential there. And listen, I want you to have a good relationship with the trans girls in our community. I feel like with just, when you come, just, be yourself. But I want to have engagements and conversations with you. Because I want to have relationships with our Black brothers. There should be ways that you could just freely talk and not be judged on just by a conversation. And I know that's been a problem in our community. Some guys don't want to be seen talking to us because they don't want to be labeled as, oh, they talk to us. Does that make sense?
Right. Also, too, right? Like this, like a preconceived notion, right? That like for example, right? Heterosexual men, right? Feels like adulation from straight men is your vices, right? Why? Because again, right? Like we see women again online, trans women, right? Online, lying on straight men, abusing us. You feel me, right? So, there's definitely, I don't know, Myth, right? But I'm definitely up for having conversations. You feel me? Especially on my channel.
Okay, well, let me hold on.
Oh,
go ahead, Queen Toast.
Are you following my channel, Flacco?
No, but I can definitely follow.
It's the Queen Toast show on YouTube.
So Flacco, if you had a friend, one of your homeboys was said that they was dating a trans woman now, how would you feel about that?
I'm like, honestly, man, like my entire view on it, right? Like for example, right, my brother's gay, right? So like my whole entire view on it was like, even though again, like that's not my lifestyle, I never judge. You feel me? So
that ain't
I
answering the
wouldn't
question.
care.
That's a typical answer that Black people always give. I don't got a problem with the lifestyle. It's how would you feel? Would you not talk to bruh, or would you still kick it with him?
No, that's my dog. Yeah. If we friends, we cool, for life.
All right.
Let me ask you this question, Flacco. What did you first think of me when you was introduced to me? I said, what did you think of me when you were first introduced to me?
I was shocked that you you didn't come off as what I would think a trans person would be. If that makes sense.
That's because I'm not trans.
He's not.
No, sorry, like gay, right? You're gay. You feel me?
You mean like a flamer?
Nah. Like you talk like a nigga. You feel me? Right? He talks, act like 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 he's not like a
Please do not give him that rhetoric, please.
Not a flamer, Queen.
I mean,
okay.
You guys are flamboyant.
Can I also ask Flacco a question?
Who's speaking?
Yeah, sure.
Nico.
Okay, hey, Nick. Yes.
Are you first American born generational?
Nah. So I was born in Africa. I came when I was like 3 years old.
I love you, my brother.
Yeah, I can hear it in your voice and your culture, because earlier, I think even when you first came on, that's what was misunderstood. It's a culture. I love this conversation. He genuinely, is asking questions that he's, and then with the culture, language barrier, not even language barrier, but just the way we dialect and converse with each other. He's trying to get an understanding, but from where he sits in his time, and we're having another conversation. So.
May I ask him one question, please? What country you from, Flacco?
Right. So, born in West Africa, Liberia. I came here when I was like 2 years old. No, 3 years old. Yeah. So,
In your country, do they have transgenders?
um, they exist, but like, so for example, right, if you do like anything, like gay in
No,
public,
I'm
like
not talking about gay. I'm
it's like a
talking
10 year
about
like
transgenders. Do they
prison
give the
sentence.
operation now?
Um, Trans don't exist because like being gay is a crime, so it's not like you can't do that.
Well, it exists. It's just criminalized heavily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know. I just
Yeah.
wanted to know.
Oh, we're gonna get into that. Don't worry, Miss Barbara, because I got a few things I
Okay.
want to introduce to the conversation. But before we do,
I'm
I
hanging
got
on in there with you,
I
kid. You
got
know, on my page, I have morning meditation now. God bless me with prophecy and morning meditation. So I'm gonna hang
yeah.
on there with you. I don't care if I have to
Okay,
just do it.
cool.
Hey,
Okay, cool. I'm down
J
for it.
Bass,
Flacco,
J
I
Bass,
also have a
hit the
question
link.
too. And then
Yeah, yo.
oh
you
my God, that baby can't walk that hard on those people's head.
I'm not sure about who this is.
Why don't you get your baby, Dior?
Hold
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
on, Miss Barbara. What is? Oh, so you mentioned earlier that you are not trans attracted. So my question to you is, let's do a hypothetical.
Sure.
You and your group of homeboys say, "Hey, I got these girls over here. Come over." Boom, boom, boom. You come over. Things get hot and heavy. You end up being intimate with some of the women. Well, one of the women, and then the next day you find out that she is a trans woman. Do you like when you like so? Because I think the question is an interesting question because it's almost as if when y'all answer no, it's
Yeah.
almost as if y'all expect to know that a trans woman is even a trans woman. Sometimes you're not going to know that. So
Yeah.
what makes you think that if you don't know it and then would still experience that woman like any other female, that you don't have the capacity to be attracted to trans women?
Right. No, listen, right. So, again, right. Like we play like games like this. Let's say, like in let's say like grade school, right, or even college, right. Like we're like we pull up, like like a picture of a trans woman, right, and show our, we're friends, like, yo, bro, would you hit this, right? Like try to catch them in right. So we play those games, right? So like again, like it's possible to be attracted without knowing, right? But me personally, once I know, that's not what like I'm into right now. Again, if I'm tricked into doing it, right, and they never, if they don't tell me, like my like, my like course of action from that point forward is trying to see how I can, right, go to the police, because again, right, like that's a non-consensual thing. You feel me?
Is that a thing?
Yeah,
Is it not? Is
it's
it
not
not?
consensual.
Is that okay if I jump
How
in
could
real quick?
how could it be
Yeah.
non-consensual if
Um,
you?
I want you to go after. Hold on. Actually, hold that thought up. Well, go ahead. Jazzy, then Chocolate, and then Reckless.
I'm just wondering how if you are you get with someone at this hypothetical party and you're attracted to someone, you get with them and you have consensual sex, you made love, and then you find out the next day from someone that this was a trans woman. How does it become non-consensual when you?
Right, definitely, right. So, right, and here's why, right. So I consented, but to sex, let's say with out on the term, right, with a cisgender woman, right. That's what I consented to. Once I find out that that person purposely withheld that information to trick me into having sex with them,
They didn't trick
then
you.
so
They
that encounter
turned you on.
is right. Then that encounter, right, is no longer consensual, because again, I never agreed to have sex with a woman, with a trans woman, if like that's the right, like terms to use. You feel me? Right. So again, it's not consensual if I'm tricked into having sex with somebody. You feel me?
But you weren't tricked into having sex with them. You were
It just wasn't
aroused.
disclosed to you.
Yeah, you were aroused, and you enjoyed it. Let it
The
not,
judgment is
and it
not
was
there.
wonderful. You enjoyed
It's
it.
not
And so my
deception.
question is,
Yeah.
how does
I
that
know.
become non-consensual once you find out that it was a trans woman? When it was in
Deception.
fact all right, you enjoyed it, you aroused. I guess I don't understand how it
It's
becomes
hard.
non-consensual.
Well, actually, right in like the UK, right, like
Deceived.
right, like that's an actual thing. You feel me, right? Like there's like trans people who like have gone to jail or sorry, or have been arrested on rape charges for not disclosing it, right? So like in the UK, that's the thing. Only here where our laws really haven't caught up to it.
They were aware of the equipment that the person had.
Right, so right, you feel me, right?
So
So
it's
like,
not deception
yeah, UK
because
actually
they
have
were
laws for it.
aware.
You feel me? We just don't yet.
Yeah, it can't be deception because they
Oh,
were
okay.
aware.
You just said in UK, right?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on, you guys. I want to share this real quick because I just googled it. So let me just read this to y'all to get y'all thoughts real quick. Hold on, let me make sure I ain't got no pouring up. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, okay. So this is an article from UK. It says trans people could face RA. Oh, hold on.
They're gonna porn.
Let's see. Somebody doing that witchcraft, honey. Hold on.
Rape charges if they don't declare
Okay,
sex.
hold on. Well, I try not to use the actual term. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I try
Oh,
to.
her word.
Yeah. The wording YouTube don't sit well. Okay, let's do living hell.
Wow.
Okay. Hold on. Let me just give me a second. You guys continue to converse amongst yourselves while I find.
I can join from like my PC and share my
That's
screen
deceiving
from wherever you
somebody,
want
and
me
that's
to.
deception. I want to talk now while
Flacco.
he getting it together.
Flacco.
That's
Hold on.
Hey,
deceiving and
Oh,
that's
no,
deception.
hold on, because it was an order. The chocolate earth, then reckless, and then you, Miss Barbara.
Hi. Okay. Y'all, wow, y'all done dropped a lot of knowledge. I've been listening intently. I do have a question for my fellow brother, Flacco, correct?
yes, sis.
Hello. Well, I
Hey,
want to ask you this. Who taught you how to be a man?
um, right. So again, right, like in this conversation, right, like we don't describe like a man
No.
as an
Hold on.
adult
Mr.
male. Yeah,
Flacco. Mr. Flacco, hold on.
sure.
Let me elaborate then. When I
Okay.
say that, and in the conversation that we're having,
Yeah.
what I want to know is in your experience, the first thing you said about having a sexual encounter with a trans person,
Yeah.
that it would be a trick of some kind. And that stuck with me because my question to you is, couldn't anybody trick you? Couldn't a woman trick you? Couldn't a man trick you? I don't think that it's looked at. I don't think that we're there where you can see a person and you can't tell that they're trans. It's almost like saying, well, I look at this person and I know they black. Well, maybe in melanin, but culturally, no. So that's why I asked, when you look at on the outside looking in, where do you get your understanding of manhood or womanhood? Because what I heard you say again was, well, if it's against, if they've tricked me, you said that several times, and I'm trying to understand, why would you think that a person would want to trick you to have an intimate relationship with you? Is it because they're trans? And or wouldn't that apply to anybody?
Sure. Definitely, right. So, well, first off, right, my dad taught me about, like manhood, right? Now, in terms of like the tricking, now, again, I like me personally, right? Like, I just feel like, man, like any sexual encounter that's not just straightforward, man, right? If there's like tricking that needs to go on, it's just not consensual. Now, listen,
Hold on, wait,
man
hold
could
on.
trick me, a female could trick me, right? But
Flacco,
yeah.
did you say that you believe that no deception should take place?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I think you might have fucked up saying that, but go ahead.
I was like, I'm not gonna
Don't
do it to
worry.
him.
Don't worry. I'm going to get him.
I think you might have had walked like right on a banana peel with that one.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
And it's not to throw shade at you, please understand.
Sure.
My concern with all the conversation I've heard tonight, and everyone has a right to their opinion. But again, we have not come up with a solution, and I'm not saying that our panel should, but there should be solutions where, for instance, if you say something that's anti-Semitic, right? They have places that you can go and talk to a rabbi and have this conversation. You can talk to a reverend, you can talk to, they usually do this with people who are like, that have come out of like not being like Nazis or, just, somebody being extreme. We don't have that as a community, where, as Queen Tulsa said earlier, there should be a place where we should have these conversations. And I think when you just realize that these are just human beings, and what they feel, I can't feel, what they feel, you can't feel it, because we were conditioned to be what we are. Prime example, I was the odd man out because I didn't have any kids. All of the women in my family had kids in their teens. Well, I didn't have none, and they used to get on my mom all the time about it. And then I would say, well, wait a minute. You're telling me to have kids, but don't I need a husband to go with it? Well, no. Yeah, I don't want to do this by myself. Those constructs that we've developed in our community is why the issue of a straight Black man understanding what a trans woman or trans man would go through. Where do you go to get that real information? And do you seek it out? Because I find that a lot of straight men don't. They don't search the information.
Yeah, that's true.
And so then there's a lot of assumptions made about, and I'll just say this, they're women to me. I don't know, unless someone walks up to me and says, oh, I'm a trans woman or I'm a trans man. As Troy had put it earlier, yeah, it's like passing. It's like the blue vein test. If you could see your veins, you were white. That was how it was in this country. Sodomy was against the law, and it's still some places on some books, it's still there. So those are the things that I wonder when it concerns me about the thought process of straight Black men in our community when it comes to any kind of sexual difference, because it's so attached to, is she a woman, is he a man, is so on and so forth. And you're not even looking, it's never the human aspect. What is this person like? How are they handling themselves? Are they emotionally damaged? Do they need me to be there for them? But long story short, I suggest this to you, Mr. Flacco, and if you know any other men in your life, have them educate themselves. And don't take, just because some dude get on, no disrespect, get on YouTube and they say these different things and they throw these different phrases out, but it's unsafe. Yes, we can talk about it, and some people look at it as, well, I don't know what we're gonna do. There's plenty to do. We need a community. We need to rally around each other. And the biggest thing I think where straight people, men and women both, have a problem with the LGBTQ community is the fact that they stepped out of the construct. They were brave enough, strong enough, and took that ability and went. Because there was plenty before we even knew the terminology. So it's like, when does it come down to the place that we're all human beings? This flesh is going to go somewhere.
Right.
I think it's going to be
just all human beings. Thank you. I'm done.
No, I think
Okay.
it's gonna be
Beautiful.
When can I talk? Wow, that was a lot. That was too much for
hold
me.
on, hold on, Miss Barbara. It's a reckless turn to go, and I was
Okay.
going to say that I think education is where it's going to start, which is why I'm gonna read something after this too to drive my point home. But reckless, you were trying to say something too.
Ooh, girl, I had to burn some sage. All right, so okay, so when it comes to, I like what Chocolate Earth Lily just said,
I
because I was
do
literally going to
too. That
state
was
that.
beautiful.
Because I was literally about to say that. But however, to this whole tricking thing, I think with me personally, I think sometimes for me it'd be kind of hard to kind of believe the whole thing when it comes down to the whole thing of men being tricked. Only because of the simple fact of when these trans women end up murdered and on, they disclose their pictures, people in the comments say all the time, you can tell, and excuse my language, y'all, you can tell that's a man. So my thing is, you mean to tell me you can tell that's a man in the picture, but you can't tell, quote unquote, that's a man in person? That's where y'all kind of lose me at. And then on top of that, the same way how, let's just be honest, back in the day, the technology wasn't as advanced. So it'd be really like, I'd be like kind of wondering like, okay, if technology wasn't as advanced, that means that transition probably wasn't as advanced as well. I'm not saying that you didn't have the possibility. But anyway, but I do want to say something to what she said.
But what do you
Earth.
say to the exact situation that was the actual hypothetical that was painted, which was that he feels so-called tricked because he was invited to a party and ended up being intimate with a trans woman who did not disclose her gender identity, and he found that out after the fact.
Yeah, so that's what I was gonna say. I think the thing is that we have to get, okay. The point of it all is that you like the person right off the bat without them even knowing, without the whole thing of knowing that the person was trans. But however, since people have informed you of what trans is, and you have this idea of what trans is, and not realizing that this person is human, and so that right there obviously is a quote unquote a deal breaker for you. But however, it wasn't a deal breaker when you didn't know and you loved it and you liked
Society says
now
no.
the reason why I'm also going to speak to this as well, because Conscious also gave me a task as in trying to date more feminine men, because I was just strictly on that masculine thing. But what I realized as well, as I started to go outside of what my norm was, because I was so deep in my head, a man must be masculine, I started to realize I was more attracted to men that were more in their feminine and masculine side. But however, I never would have knew that if I would have stayed in my head.
And then when you also had an experience, you turned your motherfucking ass out from head to toe.
Reckless got it.
Right. Hi,
Hey,
everybody. Hey, CTV.
hey, Yusuf, what's going on, love? Thank you
Hey,
for
Yusuf.
joining us. We are trying to get through a very interesting conversation.
It's a wonderful conversation.
I want
I missed it. I missed so much.
I definitely want you to chime in. I want to let Miss Barbara speak to some of this, and then let you insert if you have anything this far to insert, since you're just chiming in. Because I want to bring up some stuff around Africa, and I'm interested in hearing what Flacco has to say about some things. But
Can I throw one thing out there? Reckless Logic. I like your hair without your do rag. You look handsome.
Thank
I was
you.
going to ask you,
Look
Reckless, too.
nasty.
Are you growing your hair out? Because I know you've been on your do rag tour for the past. Or are you
Yeah,
just
I'm growing it out. But I'm finna like shape it up, get a tape, cause girl.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm growing it out.
You
Okay,
look
all right.
great.
Thank
Let
you.
your bush, baby. Apartments.
Myself.
Yes.
Your thoughts. I don't know exactly what you're responding to.
Ask the question again. What do you want me to answer?
No. Do you have anything to answer? It's like ain't nobody asked you a question. It's like, did you hear anything that you want to speak?
Oh yeah, I definitely heard something. I'm very disappointed in Yinaka, the way I feel that Flacco was being disrespected. You understand?
Well, as long as Flacco is fine, Miss Barbara, like we can't get
Okay,
into
so I'll leave it alone. So I'll leave it alone.
Yeah.
I'll leave that alone. But
I
let
didn't
me
feel
go
disrespected, but sorry about that.
Let me go on and say this. It was something else
Thank
that
you, Flacco.
disturbed me greatly. This is my thing with no, that's somebody else's opinion. Let me just stick to my own. I'll wait till I'm asked the question. Now that
Flacco, I love you.
Yo, listen, man, it's all love, sis.
Thank you.
Was it
Oh,
about that
yeah,
article you
yeah,
had
yeah,
up?
yeah, yeah. Because it took me so long to be able to say one word. Deception is deception. That's the bottom line. That's like if I don't even want to put that on me. Anybody went to bed and they had a disease and didn't share it with the person. You understand? Same thing because of this reason. Let me give it to you right. People are doctored by that Bible, and they feel that they soul and they will go to hell to damnation. That's why they lose their mind and feel that, oh, you deceive me. Oh, you a devil. I'd rather kill myself than live with this damnation. Because they are doctored. There's a lot of fanatic doctor people doctored out there.
Yes,
That's why they do it. I'm just saying, man. Some people won't even marry people that they love because they are doctored not to. They are conditioned not to because of the lifestyle, religion, and all kinds of things. So that's why I'm saying it's deception. It's deceitful. It's deceitful. It's deceitful. And that's the bottom line. Now, I used to see this in real life on Jerry Springer when they used to do that to people, man. And one time I seen it done to this Jamaican guy, and he was like, wait a minute. He was like, wait a minute, my family's watching this. Wait a minute. He was trying to pull her hair back, and she just thought that for that show and that little bit of money to humiliate that man like that it would be okay. But once again, the men that I know, oh my God, would never speak it. I would never speak it. I'm telling you too.
Thank you so much, Miss Barbara. We appreciate you.
Ms. Barbara,
Thank you.
I want to add something to what you're saying. So you kind of you perfectly diagnosed the problem, but you also completely expose the solution to get rid of the indoctrination. The indoctrination is what's leading to people living destructive ass lives. Imagine a world where none of that was the case. Imagine a world where the West culture wasn't what it was, that religious indoctrination wasn't there. So then
I want to imagine that. Take me there. I want to imagine that because it sounds like heaven. So take me there.
Well,
we can create our own. I'm sorry, Conscious. I just want to say this really quick. We can create our own. We can create our own safe space. It is possible. No,
listen, right now, I gotta steam down from you. Because ancestors speak to me and they're tight. Okay? They tight. So I can't talk to you right now. I can't. I just want to talk to Constance. You can ask me a question and I'll answer it. But
That's
I don't
okay.
want to now.
I was just saying we can build a community. Thank you.
Look, I'm gonna move forward. So I want to share this
thank you, Constance.
Okay. Let me share this article so we can go ahead and deal with it. Then I want to bring up what I really want to bring up. This thing that Flacco had brought up about the criminalization of trans people who don't disclose their gender identity to people who they have a sexual rendezvous with. Well, this is from the LGBTQnation.com that says, can a trans person be arrested for RAPE if they don't disclose their medical history first? So it reads that Sophia Cook, a UK trans activist, recently warned that under current law, transgender people could face RAPE charges and jail time for not disclosing their medical history to their sexual partners. According to Section 2 of the Sexual Offenses Act of 2003, a sexual offense is committed if a person intentionally penetrates the anus or vagina of a non-consenting partner, and Section 74 adds that a person consents for the purposes of this act if he agrees by choice and has the freedom and capacity to make that choice. As the law has written, however, the non-disclosure that someone is transgender could be viewed as deceptive and would challenge the freedom and capacity of a partner who doesn't otherwise know they are in sexual contact with a trans person. In a worst-case scenario, under the law, kissing and hugging could be seen as sexual assault, which, while penetrative sexual contact would be considered RAPE provided the partner of the trans person claimed they did not know their partner was transgender. My God. Cook is concerned about the effect this has on transgender people in the United Kingdom, quoting, by forcing transgender people to disclose their history to prospective partners, the law is not only infringing their human rights, it's also reinforcing the bigoted idea that trans people are in some way abhorrent and something that people need to be warned about, said Cook at a recent conference held in London. She continued, quote, at what point should the disclosure be made? As you are snuggling up in bed and run the risk of a transphobic assault and potentially worse, perhaps we should be forced to tell everyone we meet at first introduction, just in case we end up in bed together. While the Crown Prosecution Service has said they have guidelines in place to prevent abuse of these rules, including guidelines to ensure transgender equality management, activists like Cook fear that the lack of clarity in the laws leave it open to abuse. There has already been one case in November of 2015 which highlights the issue. In that, Gail Newland was jailed for 8 years after not disclosing to her partner, Dan, they were not male, including after they had sexual intercourse. The case is pending appeal. There's a trans woman in the UK who has been serving an 8-year sentence because she did not disclose her identity to her partner after they had sexual intercourse. Cook also fears that the law's ambiguity could be taken from fathers to the issue of deception could ensnare people who have had cosmetic surgery, married people having affairs, or even those who have had previous partners who their current partner are not accepting of. Surely a racist could complain to a judge that he felt used after realizing that the woman he slept with had previously had a black partner, or the homophobe object when discovering that his girlfriend had experimented with other women at a university. So, how do we respond to that madness?
That sounds fair across the board. Since they always talk about deception.
Yeah, man. Yeah, nah.
Yeah, across the board.
I don't agree with the Mary thing, man. No, it does not really.
Oh, of course, you would pick and choose and cherry pick the Bible, as they would say, Flacco. Why you don't agree with that?
The whole pump and dump culture.
I don't think that a man like should go to jail like just because like he fucks a woman and don't tell her that like he's married. To me, that's kind of like that's too far.
That's too far.
But it's okay to leave them single mothers.
Say that again, Flacco. I need to get it clear. I'm losing it.
So let me ask you this question, Flacco. Do you think that cheating should be criminalized?
No, absolutely not.
Against the Bible. But that's the same.
Do you think that women? Do you think that the insincere plays that men put on women to get them in bed, such as "I love you," "I want to be with you," "I'm looking for someone special," when that's not really the case, just to get in a draw, should also be criminalized?
Nah, bro. It's just game. That's not really like no. It's just game.
And
so some lies and deception. So some lies and deception
like myself
are okay, and other
would
lies
love to see all gay black men just out open in the free. Nobody wants straight black men around anymore. This is like at this point pathetic. Even with this whole toxic culture of built on nothing but deceit since the 60s, 70s, and then like I think the difficulties that you're having, Flacco, what you're watching is you come from a culture of tribes. You're in America now, right? Where these niggas done had a number done on them, they never fought back. And in the mental state where they're trying to pretend to be somebody or not. And these genuinely are the real men on this panel. And it kind of is bothering your spirit because it's like everything you present and say has been a fail. So everything goes full circle with black manhood. It speaks for itself, even in Africa.
It was just
Flacco.
Can I respond back there real quick though? Right. Wait. Like for example, right. Wait. So like for example, right. Like my family, right. Like we're considered just mad progressive. Like for example, right, if you look up one of my uncles, right. Again, he's a hetero, sexual guy, right? Called Archie Pom Pom. So, and he's somebody who's leading the charge, right, for gay rights in my country, right? Yo, listen, like he's so passionate, right? And he set himself on fire, right, but to protest, I guess like gays being, prosecuted, right? So I come from like a line of people who actually care about these issues, right? But certain things, right? Things, right? If I go too far, right? Like for example, I'm a married man. I don't think should be sent to jail because he, fucked the thought, right? Opposed to him being tricked. You feel me? To me, that's different, right? But I definitely do understand, right? There are needs, for like gay rights. You feel me? So that, I'm definitely on board with. But the other stuff, yeah, no.
And can I help him with that shallow statement? Because I love you, Flocky. We here
Yeah.
together. So the same way someone can say, "Oh, I wasn't trying to get with you because you're the dark skinned girl at the party," it's the same way that fine Queen Tulsa can say, "You was feeling me." It's the same energy. You got to keep that same energy, bro.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
That'd be true.
Gotta stop.
Because
Okay.
I'm trying to understand. Hold on. Before I Miss Barbara go, because I mean, you have hypothetically, you sleep with a trans woman unbeknownst to you. She decides not to disclose her gender identity because you don't have to. You find that out later. You walk away with your life. You walk away with your well-being. You walk away with your sanity. You walk away with your liberty. You walk away with your blackness. You walk away with your dick. What what is this offense against you?
Well, doesn't it depend?
And had a damn good time to add insult to injury. So what really is the law?
Doesn't it depend?
I feel raped, right?
think that it depends on if you always wanted to have this experience in your mind or not. I feel like every straight person, gay person has a level in between teetering and tottering. So if you always was about to do something gay anyway, was looking for the right dude to experiment with, was looking for the right trans who was passing in your type enough, and you got tricked and trotted, that depends if you would care or not.
Yeah, right. Right. He's right. That's like telling, right? Telling like the rape victim, right? Yo, listen, man, when you drank and you had a great time.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I want us to censor the word REPE and just spell it out. I just said R word. But before you do, I want to pile on to what Yusuf said. The issue with this culture, though, is that most people are not even afforded the opportunity to get to the bottom line of their sexual preferences because of the issues of anti every goddamn thing. And so I'm because here's what makes me uncomfortable is that there's something dehumanizing about the extreme of feeling the R word because you slept with somebody that your body told you were attracted to at the time, and the only issue you're having is a mental one due to all the social constructs that we've been mulling over the past 3-4 hours. And so isn't what should be criminalized is you living in a system that didn't tell you that what you did was okay, rather than focused on the person that you enjoyed until you realized that they weren't who you thought they were. Because how many of us have been deceived in that fucking way? I mean, how many of us ended up working for motherfuckers who we thought were one way and were totally fucking assholes, married people who acted one way for years until we married their ass and was getting beat and abused and cheated on behind the I mean, nobody else is getting locked the fuck up for not being who the hell another person thought they so-called were. And it just feels awkward that gender is being weaponized in this way because like at the end of the day, you slept with a human being, not with an ape, not with a zebra, not with a bird, not with a dinosaur, not with an alien, not with an ET, but you slept with a whole adult human being. Where really was the problem?
Yes,
These
yes.
people
Where
be
was the problem with
nasty.
it?
CTV, they be
You
nasty
committed an
anyway.
act of humanity and want to criminalize an act of humanity?
They mad because they just got fucked by something there, but they still be the type that'll go up and show up, and because somebody a little bit different than what they thought, oh, they'll settle for some head now. Oh, well, I didn't want to fuck you. I just wanted to get my. Yeah, that's because you ain't attractive, but you still want to use somebody. And so it's the same energy that goes into acting like you was so something when you know you went to settle for that dome.
If somebody fucks a trans woman, like I don't think they can really like claim
Ain't
it as
no way
being tricks.
nobody
Because how
gonna
do you
fuck no
fuck one
trans
without
woman that
knowing,
don't know it
right?
though. I ain't never seen a trans woman in this world, the most beautiful trans woman, the most passable trans woman in this world, that to where ain't nobody gonna fuck them and not know it was a woman. Cause
Yeah,
and then there's
yeah.
a whole balls underneath.
Well, no,
Whoa.
Let me stop you guys. Let me stop
Yeah,
I
you
ain't
guys
it's a
never
right
post
seen
there.
op.
no.
It's a post
I
op
ain't
and
never
pre
seen
op.
man. Y'all know y'all was fucking the trans. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. And I gotta vouch, and I'm not for this anymore, but there were times where I had to do what I had to do to get by. And it was possible. Very possible.
It's possible every day. There are like when we talk about like past and privilege is a thing for a reason. It's because there are trans women literally blending into female spaces and being able to be afforded the same access to men that these cisgender women are. There are trans women who are post op, pre op. So not every trans
Wait,
woman
hold on.
is even. Go ahead, Miss Barbara.
It's a whole bunch
Okay,
of
I
men
just
that'll
wanted
get
to
their
ask
dick
you.
sucked long as you
I'm
pass
no
them.
more heterosexual now. I'm a six gender. What am I called now? A six gender? Like
Assist, assist.
You're the queen of the universe.
where is the dictionary I could purchase? I'm dead ass serious. 'Cause
You don't
Over in
need
the white library.
pocket sized.
So, so stay right there because I want to pull up some other things real quick. So hold on. So let me ask you, Flacco, because you are from Africa, right? You're from
Yeah.
Africa. Okay. So do you believe that? There has been a strong LGBT presence in Africa prior to pre-colonialism and pre-colonization?
So I do know, right? Yeah, right. Like there's like images of like men like kissing each other and shit like that, right? So,
Egypt.
um, yeah, right. So, homosexuality like was a thing, like pre-colonialism.
So then, since black trans men, black trans women, black same gender loving men and women, black bisexual, pansexual persons, non-gender conforming people, like with Africa being profoundly rich in all of these diversities, like what do you think about the homophobia of America? Like it, the homophobia within like black people of the West. You don't like. Do you think that that's largely just it's just out of ignorance? Because when our own people go to say that this is not African, this is Eurocentric. We got this from mayonnaise folk, etc. Black men don't do this. Blah blah blah. That wouldn't be historically true.
I
So
believe it is. I
How
believe
much
it
of
is.
it is true? That's a good
I believe
question.
it
How
is.
much of it is true?
I like to break it down.
Nah,
My
like
belief.
nah, right? Not like. I feel like they're talking about though, right? Like modern day, right? Right. Like for example, right? Like at some point, again, right? I don't know like how far back, right? Homosexuality was a thing, but at some point that got
as far back.
erased from the history and like was currently, being like accepted and currently, right? In Africa. Now, Africa, right, is light years behind the Western world, right? So, like for example, certain things like a gay kissing scene, right? Gay cartoons, gay rights, right? So when they like see that, like, if they're seeing it like our kids, right, who are currently right, like for example, if African kids, right, or live in, let's say, in 2001,
Uh-huh.
but they can turn on, let's say, the TV or TikTok and Instagram and see things going on in 2022, like gay rights like that, right? And that's where they say, yo, hold up now, bro. Like the Western world is teaching our kids, that these things are right, opposed to what we're teaching them, which is wrong, right? So like, but nah, man, like I don't think the white man taught us, being gay, bro. Right? Man. I think it was always there, right? But like Africans, right, rejected because like we believe that being gay holds no purpose in society, right? Like for example, right, like exactly like what benefit does being gay has in society? Like what benefits will it like produce? Like will it produce, let's say, kids like that,
Do you want answers?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's a lot. To art and culture, we are sort of a subsidiary of spiritual and cultural things in our communities, and people don't realize. See, you Black heterosexual men and heterosexual women are so powerful and divine that even your creations, even if they wind up gay, are just as powerful as you, if not more. Automatically born with both sides of their left and right brain intact, ignited, spiritual gifts, so many things that are born unto you, to your family, as a gift to you for being Black people, creating diversity. And y'all don't even realize it. And you're so worried about adults doing what they want to do and choosing to do what they want to do. But who's really rearing these children and making sure? Because it's a great deal of people. Now, mind you, many of us are naturally born. There's a great deal of gay people, though, that are gay because they were molested. There's a great deal of people who are whores because they were molested. And then that falls again on who's creating and protecting these children. And then you got the man and the woman dynamic, father and mother. And like a lot of like for instance, gays in culture, a lot of them are just mimicking what they saw in their Black mothers, in Black women. A lot of
hold on, please. This is very important. I need some questions answered. You said that some people are gay.
I just got here.
Oh my God! I just want to seriously answer a question. I need some answers.
Miss Barbara, but you can't be seriously interrupting people who are seriously talking.
That's what Miss Barbara
I'm just needing this answer so bad.
Miss Barbara, but people are also needing to talk their points. They're needing to also have a chance to say what they need to say.
Okay, I apologize.
They got the same.
Okay, I apologize.
I told y'all got to write stuff down and hold.
I was looking for my pen. Okay, I apologize. All right.
Go ahead,
I love you, Miss Barbara. Even though we don't always agree, I still appreciate your.
I love you, but we don't agree. But I love you. But
I love you so much because your honesty is, and you really do have wisdom. Like no one can never take away your wisdom. Even when we don't agree. It's all a purpose.
It's really not my wisdom. It's my ancestors. I don't know nothing. I'm
talking about. Well, we all got ancestors with us, Miss Barbara. I'm talking about.
No, I am a minister of
your experience of life. I
forgot what I was saying.
Can we just get back, or can we just get
4
back?
4 hours and 30 minutes in, pass the mic again. I don't even remember. I just want to come up here and sit with y'all because I love you, CTV. I just want to come sit with you.
I'm happy to have you sitting and pooch.
Ask me anything. When you ready,
brainwashed, but that's where you was at.
When I'm gonna go off, just ask me what you want me to say. Yes. I'm just watching y'all.
Well, before anybody else gets to speaking, let me just go ahead and just share one situation real quick.
Let me get
I'm curious to know what the panel, including Miss Barbara, has to say about it. Hold on.
You just say hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna say that if I ever have sex again. Hold on.
I know he be saying it when he be get. Let me leave.
Yeah, hush, Yusuf. Okay. Now, this article is from theguardian.com, and it reads, "If you say being gay is not African, you are out of your motherfucking mind, because it surely is." And it reads, during his visit to Africa this summer, the U.S. President Barack Obama addressed legal discrimination against LGBT individuals, meeting the Kenyan president, and I'm going to butcher the fuck out of these African names, so I'm just going to say Kenyatta as the last name. Obama said, quote, "When you start treating people differently, not because of any harm they are doing to anybody, but because they are different. That's the path whereby freedoms begin to erode. Unfortunately, the response from Kenyatta was that, quote, there are some things that we must admit we don't share. Our culture, our societies don't accept. This is the same argument that Robert Mugabe
Yes.
used to suppress the human rights of LGBT people in Zimbabwe, that the former president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, used when he signed the most dangerous law against LGBT people in the modern world, and that president, Yoweri Museveni, used in a ceremony. Museveni used in a ceremonial. You know what? When I get to a word, I'm just let y'all jump in and pronounce it.
Okay.
When I get used in a ceremonial signing of the anti-gay bill in Uganda. The year's Gambia's president Yaya, is it Yaya? That's it, all right.
It's Yaya Jammeh.
Yaya Jammeh for gay people's throats to be slit. This year's Gambia's president Yaya Jammeh. What it is again? What's the last name? Jammeh called for. Okay, is it Jahamaha? Who the hell said Jahamaha?
It's Jammeh.
Jambalaya.
You know what? See, this is gonna fuck me up even more. Called for gay people's throats to be slit. My God. Okay, when I was appointed, I'm just gonna get to the point. Let me just read through. Oh, here it is. Here we go. For example, okay, in digging up facts, I found while many Africans say that homosexuality is un-African, African culture is no stranger to homosexual behaviors and acts. For example, in my local language, Yoruba, the word for homosexual is that word right there, a colloquialism for someone who has anal sex. It might sound insulting and derogatory. However, the point is there is a word for the behavior. Moreover, this is not a new word. It is as old as the Yoruba culture itself. In the northern part of Nigeria, that word right there,
Yandadu,
is a Hausa term to describe effeminate men who are considered to be wives to men. While the Yoruba word might be more about behavior than identity, this, am I saying that right?
Yeah, this Hausa
term is more about identity. You have to look and act like a
Yandadu
to be called one. It is not an identity you can just carry. These words are neutral. They are not infused with hate or disgust. That's a good point to add. In Buganda, in the Buganda kingdom, part of the modern day Uganda, King
Mwanga
II was openly gay and faced no hate from his subjects until white men brought the Christian church and its condemnation. Though King
Mwanga
is the most prominent African recorded as being openly gay, he was not alone. In Boy Wives and Female Husbands, a book explaining homosexuality and feminism in Africa, the researchers found explicit Bushman artwork that depicts men engaging in same-sex sexual activity. There had been other indicators that the transition from boyhood to adulthood within many African ethnic groups involved same-sex sexual activities. So what accounts for the current dismissal of homosexuality on the continent? Okay, on the continent. So it just goes on and on and on and on and on. Now, also in West Africa, there is extensive historical evidence of homosexuality in the kingdom of.
Where are you?
Dahomey.
Where are you?
Eunuchs were known as the royal wives and played an important part at the courts.
Oh, I see where you are.
No, I'm in my own notes here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The Dogaba people who lived in the Burkina Faso believed that homosexual men were able to mediate between the spirit and human worlds. So those were just a few of like little historical references to the different ways in which non-gender conforming and two-spirited people and same-gender loving men and women and non-binary folk were perceived in their cultures. And there were largely more metaphysical, spiritual interpretations of queer people than there was anything else.
Yeah.
In the West, obviously, we know that because of Christianity, it's more of a moral issue and a condemnation around one's orientation. But Flacco, with you being from
Yeah.
Africa, what do you think of that?
Right. I'm gonna say this though, right? So when I hear like that, right? Again, like and like for example, right? Current leaders right now and who like ban the act, they're not demons, right? And here's why they banned it, right? It's because like individualism is only a thing in this country, right? Meaning like back home, and everything that's done is what benefits society, right? So again, like gay people have a lot to offer, but again, like this is dumb as people. But the act of being gay has no benefits to society, right? Like for example, right? If a male and female and have
Can I
sex,
challenge that though? Because it does have benefits to
let
society.
me just finish though, right? Right?
But it's like
Right?
unchallenged.
Um, um, hold on, you guys. I'm allow Flacco to complete.
Yeah.
Right. So again, gay people again, they're very creative, like right, creative, etc., right? But that's them just being people. But the act of being gay, meaning a female having sex with a female or a male having sex with a male, we as Africans view it as like that holds no benefit to society in the larger
No, I
picture.
would say
Meaning, like if a male and
biologically,
a
it
female and
holds
have
no
sex,
benefit
right?
by.
The benefit for that could be okay. There's new offspring. However, if
I
a
knew he was
male
going
That's
to
and a
do
not.
it.
female,
That's not socially. That's biologically.
But also, too, my question to you guys are: do you
I'm
guys
not
have
yelling
laws
at you.
against men and women who don't produce? So where are those laws that for the women that don't have children, or the men that have vasectomies, or the men that just they soldiers don't march? And that's what we're talking about. It's like you guys, the whole thing about offspring only comes up when it comes up to gay people. But however, you understand the whole thing about not having offspring, that also affects other heterosexual people as well. So I
And what
want to know
about all the
what
gay
are those
foster
laws as well
parents?
too.
What about all the gay foster parents, Reckless? All the gay uncles, all the gay brothers who picked up the slack for the heterosexual man who left the niece, nephew, brother, cousin, and you underestimate the fact of a black creation. Again, as I said earlier, when you give birth to a child, it's a black creation. So if a gay person has a black mom and a black dad, that makes them a black person. So that's more important that you
Well, in
created
most
that in your
cultures,
community. No,
Raka, in
and
most cultures,
there's no benefits. Let me finish. There's no benefits to creating a child and not doing anything to foster an environment for them to grow and thrive.
in most cultures, if you can't produce, you shun. If you are biological born woman, you are shunned. If you can't produce,
That's
especially,
wrong too, Miss Barbara.
But what are you doing outside of
so
producing the
more so to
child? If
the
you're not
point,
taking care of
if
the
you
child, then
can't
what's the
produce
point?
a son, you ain't no damn good. Okay? If you just producing daughters, they are known to be garbage. If you can't produce those sons, you are shunned. Okay, I'm talking about biological born women in some of these third world countries. This is how they are treated, and even master countries
Well, in
like
China,
China.
they figured out after they would kill their baby girls. They figured out that there were far too many men in the country, and that they couldn't produce babies. It was so important with Chinese families to have
That's why I
sons
wanted to answer a question,
that when
because
they
I
had
want to answer
girls,
a very
they would
important
kill
question.
them. And they figured out we can't populate if we don't have women. So
When you mess with human nature, this is what you get. When people start stepping in and messing with just let it be natural. If a young man or woman, they're gonna naturally be who they are if we left them alone. But since we don't, yes, this is why we have all of this backwards thought process. And and I apologize for jumping in, but I will say this: just because you can't produce a child, that doesn't mean that you can't assist in building a community. And I think that's what we completely miss in the conversation. I don't care whether or not there's always going to be somebody making babies. Okay, cats
I
ain't
just
stop
think that
having
man was.
kittens.
I'm going to jump in also. I just think that man was altered to appease these entities, and that's what I said, and I meant it. Now y'all can
And
say.
that's true. That's
I
just
want
a
to. I
part
want
of it.
to.
What you
Hold
just
on, you
said?
guys. I want to thank the person who helped me to pronunciate these African
That
damn
was
words.
me, Jazzy.
Thank you
I'd like
so
to know
much,
where
Queen.
that article came from. I'd really like to.
I'll send it to you, boo.
Okay,
I
thank
want to
you.
thank you for the. I also want to say that I think that there's something like inherently gross about the fact that us as human beings who have nothing to do with the cycle of life aside from cultivating us shit uh, through our bodies is sitting here trying to justify human existence based upon how we believe somebody can be of use. Like I could be here to eat corn on the cob and a fart in your motherfucking face, and that's enough. Like,
That's right.
You don't like. I don't have to have no inherent fundamental value to the fucking society in which I'm born unto.
You'd be surprised how
I
many
don't
people
have to
like that.
contribute in no damn. How many in that case? How many useless ass motherfuckers done came and gone throughout the goddamn centuries? Like I don't like it. Ain't it's not. It doesn't even matter. There doesn't need to be a justification for existence. Existence is existence. I think that at the end of the day, it like rather a motherfucker want to sit on their ass and do nothing but eat popcorn until the end of days, that we should arrive at a place of still respecting other people's existence, irregardless of how the fuck they choose to utilize their
Can
time
I
as
speak
seen as
my
a
piece
mortal.
on that? Can I speak my Holy Spirit revelation on that, King? Can I
Sure.
speak my Holy Spirit revelation on that statement that you just made?
I was still stuck on popcorn and farting.
Okay, Coco. Can I? Because I got to say this. Okay, check this out. Man was created to mine gold for the gods. Now, let me explain. Right now, in this state and century, the gold is the stock market. Knock, Fort Knox. I don't believe there's a piece of gold in there. Why? It got to be used for the entity spaceships, the extraterrestrials. We are not the only entities in this universe. Okay, but you are doctored and you are taught by your government and by your Bible and by Yidaka. I heard Chocolate talking about these Pope that was hiding those Nazis that was killing innocent people. They could change all the doctrine. I accidentally muted myself. They could change all the doctrine. See, like the Christian church could change what? The doctrine of people thinking. The space, okay, the entities, these are altered. Man was altered to appease these entities. And that's my spiritual belief.
So to Flacco's point, so like,
Can I
what
clarify that
makes
though?
you believe? What makes you believe that we have to have an inherent purpose in the earth?
Let me clarify real quick though, Conscious, right? When I say again, right, like we have nothing against gay people, right? So again, like identifying it as gay is not a crime. It's the gay act, right? I mean, if you're caught having sex, right, with another man, that's where the crime comes in, right? So the people itself is not banned or like that, right? It's the gay act that's punishable by law.
Well, we do
But
realize
didn't
that.
that article mention Christian that it was accepted until the Christianity came?
Yeah, it says that
Mainly American
Christianity and
evangelicals telling them
the
that.
European invasion is largely
Yeah.
responsible for the homophobia currently present. But to Flacco's point is, because like that's real cute and coy for a discriminative law to say, I'm not discriminating against the person. I'm going to discriminate against the expression of your person. So if you are discriminating against my expression of my identity, you are ultimately discriminating against me. I have to walk around as a human being and actually like walk in my expression of self. That's like saying I'm not going to discriminate against you as a man, but I'm going to discriminate against you dressing like a man. So therefore, you can look like anything else aesthetically, but a man. But we're not going to discriminate against your biology. I'm not going to discriminate against the fact that you are a born male. But I'm going to discriminate against your expression as a male. Do you see how like much fuck shit is tied up in that, Paco? You get to be gay as long as we don't know, as long as you don't do it, as long as you're not visible in it, as long as you don't walk talking quack like a damn gay. You can be gay. Like what? You just essentially
no, right? For conscious though,
like I ain't discriminating against the person.
No, for conscious though, right? Again, though, right?
Nobody knows.
It has why though, right? Because again, right? Again, individualism is only taught in this country. Back home, it's all about what benefits society, right? So again, gay folks can do a lot of great things, right? So again, like we love gay folks. It's the gay act that has no benefit in society, meaning, right? Like it doesn't benefit us in any way, no how, right? How does, like, for example, right?
No,
but you producing.
How does same-sex benefit society?
Hold on. Why does the dick in my ass need to benefit all of us?
Because
we're society, right? Like,
if they can't get a nut off of it, it's wrong.
Oh boy, I gotta put myself
right.
Let me go, fam. I just wanted to hop in because I gotta watch the beginning because y'all must have cut up tonight. Y'all must have cut up tonight. Everybody can do what they want to do, and it don't help nobody giving birth and breeding to kids in the world. You ain't worried about no peace. You ain't worried about no prosperity and no generational wealth.
Hey,
so that
Flacco, I'm confused. Now the reason why I'm confused, because wait. The reason why I'm confused is because you start off the statement with saying that gay people do a lot of wonderful things, but then you ask the question of how are they contributing to society, as if only having children is the only
act, not them. Sorry. No. Right. So, for example, right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So again, is gay folks can do again, man. They can get into politics, adopt, etc. Right. So we're not discriminating against gay people. It's the act, right? Like for example, right? Right. Look at this, though, right? So look at this, right?
I'm sorry.
So look, right? So look, right?
I have a question.
So look, right?
Explain it for him.
Wait. Hold on. Y'all not even letting the man let the man talk. He ain't even finished. Go ahead, Flacco.
Right. So again, right? Like we understand that people are people, meaning like gay folks have a lot to contribute. So them as a person, they're good. However, right? It's the act, meaning like you can say, yo, I'm gay, wear like a dress, hair, makeup, right? And nobody will give a fuck, right? But it's that act, right? Has no benefit. It only takes away from society, right? Meaning like right? Same sex, right? Again, same sex has no benefit. It only takes away from society, right? Meaning like it stops the reproduction of kids in society, and it has no benefit to society.
Hold on, wait, Flacco. This is the fuck shit of this legislation. So if that's the premise, right, that gay sex does not contribute to population, guess what? Gay men who can't have sex are still not populating. So keeping it from having sex ain't taken away from reproduction when they're not reproducing with women to begin with. So even if they were to sit celibate, it would be equivalent to the anal sex they are participating in. Because in either that, so that's what's so hypocritical is that like, so you don't want me to have the sex because it doesn't reproduce, but it's okay for me to be celibate because I'm gay. Obviously, I'm not going to be sleeping with women. Like it doesn't even make any fucking sense.
Mm-hmm. Can I make sense of it because I understand?
Hold on. I want Flacco to respond.
Okay. And after, can I respond?
Yes.
Yo.
Okay.
Yo. Consciouztv, right? So again, right? You make it amazing sense, right? I don't know why, you know, certain things are not, like taken out or added in, right? Right. So again, if they get into a point where like they're now saying, yo, like you don't have the free choice to like not have sex, that gets into tyranny, right? So, right. So like, I don't think they would take it like that far, right? But again, me personally, right? I do not agree with the laws. However, I understand why they exist.
Oh, girl, I'm about to
Okay,
lose my
now can
mind. I'm
I
about to lose my
explain what
mind.
I understand him to be saying? I would
Yes.
like to explain what I
I
understand him
think
to
that
be
Identity
saying.
Theft wanted to hit the link
Okay,
too.
I just
Identity,
want
if
to
you still there.
explain what I understand.
Yes, Miss Barbara. Oh, Identity.
I got
Identity. Withheld. I think you was in the chat earlier. I think you're trying to hit the link. The link is provided if you're still down there somewhere in the Ethernet universe. Go ahead, Miss Barbara.
This is what I understand him to be saying. A man dressed as GQ. GQ, you know that beautiful suit and tie, handsome cut, clean cut. But he is a homo claiming to be sexual. He's gay. He claims to be gay. He claims to be homosexual. As long as he is not spreading his homosexual and tendency sexual acts, okay, he is accepted in the society. Okay, for example, you're not gonna see on, you're not gonna like, you won't see in that country them having bed like they doing right now in United States in America. You won't see them laying down having that sexual act because in their country, you know, I'm telling you what I see him to understand. I'm explaining his definition as I understand him to explain it to me. I understand fully what he was speaking of. He is
I don't know
saying,
if that is what.
That's
you know,
not what he's
let
saying.
me just finish. Y'all don't let me finish doing nothing.
Oh,
Okay,
look who's really, Miss Barbara.
y'all keep me in bondage.
Really,
Right. Let me finish.
the queen of nobody can finish anything. Don't want to be interrupted.
Y'all been kicking me all day.
Go ahead, Miss Barbara.
Okay, now I'm talking. Wait, I'm getting an echo. Is that me? Okay, now as I was saying, now I'm picturing a handsome man because that's the people I well anyway. I'm picturing him in this nice suit, GQ down, smelling good and everything. He fine. Look at his shoes from head to toe. Stacey Adams, hey, top of the line, everything. GQ down, gentlemen, quality down. He's accepted. What he do in his personal business is his personal business as long as he keep it to his personal business. He don't want it. He can't teach it in the school. He can't put it on video. You understand? He can't go into the damn lady's bathroom. What he do in his personal business is his personal business. Okay. Now, as far as this country is, when people are dressing in garments, they are not prosecuted because, oh, look at him, get him, arrest him, got a dress on, get him, arrest him, got lipstick on, arrest him, arrest him, the makeup, you understand? That's what I'm understanding this man is saying. Now, y'all.
Okay, because here's the hypocrisy and the nickocracy of it all. Here's the thing behind it. It kills me that y'all too, both of y'all. Well, I'm not gonna Flacco just explain it, but you still trying to make sense of all this. But however, let's change that narrative to the exact same thing that goes on within Black people within America, as in when slavery is not even a thing no more, even though prison is the newborn slavery. But however, we're not gonna actually just put Black people in jail. We're gonna target laws to Black people, and then we wonder why we end up with the result that we have. That's exactly what they are doing. Gay people, we're not targeting, but however, the act of it. What you think gay people do? Have gay sex. What the hell y'all think this is?
That's
not everybody's asexual. But however, I'm not
supposed to be in my household. It's your business.
Interrupted.
In your bed, not mine.
But here's the thing behind it. I find it so funny how we like to police the representation of homosexuality, but however, the explicit expression of heterosexuality throughout time has always been around. So I find it funny now that the playing field are starting to get even. Now all of a sudden we want to. Oh, I don't think. They talking about Will Smith. I don't think that sexuality should be explicit or anything like that. But however, there's cartoons that show it. There are freaking books that express it. There are everything that express it. But the thing is, y'all so used to it, y'all don't even
They're
notice
all
it except
wrong.
for us.
They all wrong in my opinion.
No,
They're
Hold
all,
on, hold on, Rick,
I'm not going for that.
tag me in. Hold on,
all
tag me,
wrong.
tag me the
Tag,
hell up in here because see,
tag.
y'all, the dominant society loves this cherry picking bullshit that the dominant society does. I don't want to hear nothing about how now everything needs to be on the table because everything was on the table until LGBT shit got on the table. And now all of a sudden, in order to get rid of LGBT shit, we need to just do a grand sweep of everything. Let all that shit stay where it is. Let the cartoons be what they be. And just allow that LGBT shit to be interjected because there wasn't nobody hooping and damn hollering and marching and protesting and shutting down restaurants and boycotting and getting sicked on by damn dogs over Bugs Bunny gyrating and vibrating to Mrs. Bugs Bunny with his damn heart throbbing out his damn chest, his tail wagging like a motherfucker, him levitating out of his goddamn mind. And that was all fun and fine for your 6-year-old to watch. And so now,
and dancing
all of
and
us, and
drag.
y'all are so, and look, the society is so goddamn homophobic that this reminds me almost of like the extremism of racism that you would rather like people like white folk, racist folk are so fucking racist that if exterminating us meant exterminating them, they would take it. And that's how heterosexuals are when it comes to LGBT shit. Y'all would almost, if it meant destroying y'all damn selves, if that was the pathway to getting rid of all LGBT related shit, y'all would do it, which is why y'all go to the extreme of, oh, well, I don't like none of it, and I don't want none of it, and they ain't want none of it. Like
in my house, in my house, in my house.
Okay, fine, in the house, out the house. It's the bullshit of it all. I do want to introduce Identity Withheld to the platform. Are you there?
My guy, Identity, what's up, bro?
What's going
Hey,
on?
how's everybody doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah,
Can you hear us?
that's a little crazy. Yeah, I can hear you. I think I'm on a slight delay, so I'll try and time it properly. So I guess my question may from ignorance. My question may be from just not understanding a certain platform that's being used right now. Not just this panel, but just in general. So my first initial question is, why should the world have to conform to a person's choice and how they live if it should only affect that person of how they live? Like why should I have to worry about or conform to the ideology, the terminology, the labeling, all of these things when it doesn't exist in my personal world? Why is that? And I don't mean to be disrespectful. I'm trying to understand it because it's around. It's everywhere now as far as being wide open.
Are you black?
I'm just, this is a general question because I don't
Let
want
me
to
just
ask
say
it, say,
this.
I don't care. I'm more asking because I don't think anybody should care what my personal life is. I don't think anybody would even want to know that. But that's why I'm asking from that side of it.
Well,
Why
before you
does
ask
anybody
that
care
Identity,
if I don't even think anybody cares what I like?
Identity, can you hear me? Because I think that your internet is lagging.
Yes.
Okay. Aren't you
Yes,
the
I hear
same
you.
one who? Aren't you the same one who believes that I'm trying to replace black women? Isn't that what you believe?
No, I don't
That I'm
think I've
that
ever
I'm
said
trying to replace
that.
black women? Okay, so what did you say to Rev G in y'all's
Are we talking about an
conversation?
Why you
earlier
quiet?
conversation?
See, I liked you until I heard that. Now, what did you say?
Hold
Well,
on,
actually,
hold
I
on.
never had a conversation with Rev G.
Okay, good, because I want to clear it up.
I think that's Photon DNA. That's not him, right?
No. But if Identity Withheld is not, oh, you know what Identity Withheld? I know exactly who I confused you with. So you were speaking.
Okay.
I know exactly who that question needs to be towards. You are not the person I was thinking of, but y'all sound just alike.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I'm
yeah,
not that content creator. So
got it.
but yeah,
He's
so again,
he's a brave white man. He's a brave white man, and he
wow.
come to speak his piece.
Okay.
Wow.
He's black. He's not. No, he's not white.
I never
Bro, like, he's black.
I'm not a white
Uh,
guy.
he's black, and I mean, it. I don't know if that's really relevant at this juncture, but go ahead.
Seen his face before.
Yeah.
Well, he was going in and out, so I didn't really hear the question like that. So
Okay, could you reiterate identity?
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me again? I
Yeah,
apologize
because I
for
know
the
you
internet
basically
lag.
asked like, why does anybody have to conform to?
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah. So the reason why I'm asking is because from my standpoint, I don't think anybody should care what I do in my personal life. So I'm wondering, why is it the attention that I have to now conform to someone else's choices when I don't even have that choice? I don't, like, it's almost becoming law in certain places on the world that you have to conform to the terminologies, the ideology, the understanding and the sensitivity of it all. And I have no idea what that space is because I don't
It's the same
exist in
thing
it.
with the
But
term
yet I
nigger.
still have to
People
write around
segregation.
my world.
Okay, so to answer that question, it's the same thing. I believe Troy just said it. It's the same thing with nigger. My bad. The N word, hard ER. The whole thing. Why should white people have to conform if that's, however, us being black doesn't affect them? But also as well, I think the whole thing, the reason why I'm assuming that you're heterosexual. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think one of the reasons why is that no
Yes.
one, you never been prosecuted, or as like Flacco just confirmed back in Africa, you've never been prosecuted for your sexual orientation. You've never been beat up for your sexual orientation. You've never been like in trouble or had work bad experiences, as in when it comes down to your sexual orientation. I think that's the difference. I think the whole thing too is that the reason why these certain things like pronouns and stuff like is like a big thing, because those are the little things that people use to be able to have laws like what people do in Africa, because they're like, oh, it's gay sex, we have no problem with gay people, but however, they don't contribute to the society. So it's the little things, the dog whistles that people use to be able to justify the function that they do against other people.
I want to piggyback off of what Reckless just said to your question, identity. Is that also, it actually seems that it is the dominant class who is obsessed with homosexuality. There wouldn't need to be a movement. There wouldn't need to be a upheaval. There wouldn't need to be anything to challenge if the dominant class was not interested in creating legislative that is problematic, as we just read in Africa. They have extreme anti-queer legislation. So it seems that the dominant class, whether that we can assume is made up by largely cis hetero folk, are trying to design the world in their likeness, and queer people are having to contest and rise against that, because what else are people who are being oppressed to do other than to resist? So I don't think the question is for us. I know that y'all always ask, the community that question, but y'all need to ask that to your own heterosexual cisgender peers. Like, why is it that you all designed their religions to leave LGBT people out of it? Why have y'all designed the cultural norms and the legislations to oppress sodomy and the way that queer people experience sex and show up in their bodies and show up in their clothing? Like, that would be a question that you would have to address to your peers who hold the power to design the societies that we're all living in.
Okay, I got my pen, and I want to let me know when I can answer, because I got my pen.
Chocolate Earth is wanting to jump in as well, and I do want identity to be able to respond to that as well. But go ahead, Chocolate Earth.
Yes, hi, identity. I wanted to respond to your question as a cis woman, right? Okay, I just want to make sure I'm saying that right. You said before your statement that you believe that people shouldn't be in your personal business. That shouldn't be the concept of why there's attention brought to the LGBT community. I'll even put it in our terms. I'm a part of like a movement, so to speak, because they're trying to stop women from having abortions. Now, the reason that happened all of a sudden is because the laws changed when the census came out. This is how heterosexual people think. Straight white men set up and decided, because they don't want their numbers to be down, that they're going to stop you or decide what you can do with your body. As a woman in this country, that's a constant. You're always trying to fight to either you wearing too much, you're not wearing enough, you too sexual, you should not turn someone on with what you wear, how you say it, so on and so forth. They've been in our personal business. Our whole life is about abiding by these particular laws that have been put into place to keep us separated. So what I feel like is I commend those from the community that are standing up for themselves, because who's going to stand up for them? Now, it might be somebody's a brother or a sister and they're like, oh, I'm gonna stand up for them. But as a collective, heterosexual people get offended by how the LGBTQ community has to stand up and say that. Well, the reason those things have to happen is because, unfortunately, people that are out here in the world do horrible things to people. They take advantage of the fact that they don't care because, oh, you're a trans woman, so I can beat on you, I can kill you. Oh, you a black woman, I can kill you, I can beat on you. Oh, you a black man, I'm the police, I can put a hole in your chest. We live by that. Our lives are in a construct. Our freedom is what we make it to be, and we're still constricted. So when it comes to why we should know, it should be an educational thing instead of it being where, why do I have to know? You should want to know, because these are our neighbors. Some are teachers, the people that work for us, the people that's delivering our food, the doctors, nurses, so on and so forth. And we don't have a clue, and it's not our business to know. But our government has made it our business. Our culture has made it our business. By saying, oh, you can't get married because you're gay. Well, that's just the same as I can't use this water fountain because I'm black. Yeah. You need to know these things so that you know where you're coming from, you know where you are. And two, it was to Flacco's point as well. Yes, men have been trying to tell other men what to do since the beginning, and women and children, we come behind. Now you have, I think that men and women who decide to come out of the construct, they're always being, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm sorry. Villainized. Is that word? I think that's word.
Yeah, villainized.
Yes.
Thank you. In the sense of, when you use words like agenda, when you use words like, well, you have to, no one is saying that. No one is going to people's doors like the census going, you need to know these pronouns and you need to do this and X, Y, Z. If you would just stop, and I say this for all heterosexual people, you cannot walk a mile in somebody else's shoes. Then you need to step back and learn. It's not going to hurt you to learn what the pronouns are. It's just a matter of respecting that another human being is not the same as you. And I think when it's simplified and brought down to the point, it's amazing to me how we have such confusion with this, but we don't teach our children that. You accept people for who they are. You be nice. You take your turn. You do what you need to do. But yet as adults, we don't do that. So yes, people have taken advantage. People have murdered, killed, gotten people hurt, their jobs lost, on and on and on, because they're worried about their sexual preference. And like I said, until we get out of that and stop identifying ourselves by our member and our vagina, we might get somewhere. Because let me tell you something, people having enough children, there's plenty of children all over the world that need love. So you being gay or straight has nothing to do with it, because straight people make babies and they crazy all the time. So I think what it is that we don't want to, anytime there's an issue that comes up in our society where we don't want to digest it, then we want to holler foul and go, well, I'm a straight person. We should have a straight man's parade. What? What does that even matter? But it's just to keep people in there. What I like to say, if you ain't fighting, you fucking. That's it. So it's like, well, I'm gonna fight you because you're different. I'm gonna fight you. I'm gonna hurt you because you're different from what we've been taught to believe. Perception is reality, true enough, but that doesn't make your reality right. It doesn't make your perception correct. So it's like, it's not being forced down our throats. You can switch the channel, you could turn it off, so on and so forth. It should be about education so that we can, like Troy, Queen Tulsa, anybody, Reckless, everyone should have a safe space. And that's why you should know. That's why it's important for you to know, so that they feel comfortable and feel safe.
I want to add to that I think that it's interesting that we as a Black community are in the same position with the LGBT community as the privilege as Mayo community was in when those water fountain differentiations were removed, when those nigger sections and the mayonnaise sections were removed and eradicated, and you had privileged people saying, why do I have to respect these doo-doo skinned people? Why can't I have a fucking slave? Why can't I nigger that nigger? Why can't I do these things?
Yes.
And so Black people now know kind of what being privileged looks like collectively, and we are in a position to give that same grace that we expected to be afforded to us when we represented the minority class in that context, to now realize that we are the privileged class as it relates to our Black LGBT counterparts as a collective. So it's literally about the age-old practice of just practicing what you preach. And once again, I felt like the more appropriate question when any civil rights go up, whether it's women's equality, LGBT, trans, Black lives, when any type of civil rights issue goes up, I always feel like the question should be, why are those people marching and mad? But what type of society have we cultivated that led to people having to fight for basic fundamental liberties in life? What type of simulation have we created that have put people in this position? Not necessarily questioning the people who are screaming and yelling that they need more space, more resource, they need protection, they need agency, they need etc. But the actual power there. But I want Identity to be able to respond to some of this.
I respect the ability to actually respond. That's actually pretty cool. Thanks. So I guess my immediate reaction, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Wow, I think that delay is like probably 5 seconds. So my first response to that is the idea that I don't want to put the plight of anyone harmed by way of LGBTQ hate and all that. I'm a little leery of linking that to the term with the ER, the N word, mainly because that word was given. That word was beat upon someone's head to accept, and we accepted it to the point where we're now using it as a term of endearment. That I would say is different than someone saying, I don't want to be harmed because of my choices. I stand with you that there should be no one affected by their choice in life so long as it's not hurting anyone else. Your choice is your choice. Do what you do, rock out. But this is kind of where I kind of teeter on the I wouldn't like align it with the abuse of being black, because black is not something that black people chose to be called. We had no
But do
choice
you
in
just
that. There was no to be black. It was no, you are Nigger, whether you like it or not. So that's why I'm a little leery on that part.
identity?
Does that make
But do you
sense?
realize? Yeah. But do you realize that any sexual behavior therapist would tell you that, at least amongst psychologists, they understand that orientation is oriented, that it's not also a choice either, that this is just as fundamental to our human identity as our race is, as our sex is, that your orientation is just as fundamental as anything else is. Just because you cannot
It is.
see
It is
that
a choice.
physically.
I agree. It is. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
No,
sorry. I said that wrong. I apologize. When I say choice, I'm meaning even if you feel like you're a man in a woman's body, it's still a choice to live out that life as a woman or a man. That part's the choice. Which one you pick is whatever you feel in your heart. You feel like you should have been designated and all those things. I'm not saying a choice as in, hey, today I'm going to be homosexual and tomorrow I'm not. No, no, no. If someone chooses to live out their life as a specific sex or gender, that part's the choice. Now that again is personal. Whatever you want to rock out, that is whoever wants to do that, and they should not be harmed because of that. And that's why I'm saying it can't be on the same level as a term or a way of life of being subservient and being called a specific thing when you had no choice in that at all.
Oh, I
but
can't
that's the
wait to
part.
end.
Hold on. But that's the part that is the same for me. Of course, slavery, cattle slavery, is a whole different circumstance than the plight that the circumstances that LGBT people found themselves in. But what I'm arguing is a similarity in the oppression of another person's humanity, whether that be their ethnicity or their gender identity. Just like in third world countries are right now, there are women who are being murdered just for being a woman. Like their uh, vaginas are being mutilated. Like women are literally being hunted like sheep, like for literally just being woman. And so these like anti-human movements that are created and then like cloak themselves up in religiosity and cloak themselves up in world governments and cloak themselves up, like, it's wild. And also I find it interesting that it can be argued that, well, nobody knows you're gay, but so then are you also supposing that I should also practice dishonesty just for the sake of personal safety? Like, I am not going to be dishonest. If I'm asked about my identity, I'm going to be honest. If I want to kiss my boyfriend
I
down the
agree with
sidewalk,
you. You should
I'm going to do that.
live it
If
out the way
I,
you want.
hmm, but that's what I'm saying is
I
that,
agree
like,
with
in
you.
that,
I think you should live out the way you want.
but that's what I'm saying is that, like, in that way, I mean, you can hide your truth, but the issue with that is that in a society that's very communal, nobody wants to, because when my coworkers are speaking about their spouses, I should be afforded the right to also be open and honest and say I have a same-sex partner when I'm going to my family's Thanksgiving dinner and everybody else is afforded the opportunity to bring their partners and their spouses and their booze. Like, yes, I could lie. I could withhold that. I could live in the secrets and shadows of society. But the big question is, why the fuck should I have to? Because nobody else does. And nobody else is getting pushback about the way they show up with their opposite sex partners and their opposite sex affection. So yeah, I could hide it, but I think that's also inhumane in and of itself to tell me to tailor my fucking truth according to your fucking happiness and comfortability. I don't really feel that that's as possible as we think that it is, because if it was, I don't think that the down low community would fucking exist, because you have people who have gone through the lengths to convince themselves to hide themselves to only still end out bleeding out their truth.
Because don't start
Even
much.
in a hold on, even in inappropriate circumstances, like being married and having same-sex affairs on their wives or on their husbands, or like we were talking about with these pastors who are up here preaching anti-queer rhetoric and then being exposed for participating in same-sex relations. So I even challenge a little bit this idea that queer people have it easier because I can just tuck my shit away, because I don't think tucking anything away is, I think that having to not live your authentic self is just as detrimental to the human psyche and the quality of one's life as anything else is that we're talking about.
Let me know when I can speak.
Okay, I want Reckless to jump in, and then you, Miss Barbara, and then
I'm really glad that you said that, but also I also want to, once again, my whole thing, if the car can go forward, it can go backwards, because the whole thing behind it too, when it gets to this whole idea of hiding. So we all understand, us as Black people, what we go through, how we're mistreated, especially when it comes down to the cops. But however, we get so infuriated when biracial people who pass as white don't claim their Blackness and also hide, because they also know these things. Because yes, they can hide it, but however, if you whole thing talking about LGBT people need to hide who they are, then we should not get mad at biracial people who don't claim their Blackness, because they understand all those other things. So that's all I had to say.
Am I ready? Can I speak? Hey, can I speak now?
Yes, darling.
Okay. Now I had the pen, baby, but I lost my light. But I'm gonna just squeeze my eyes. All right, check it out. This is what's going down. All right. First of all, okay, I want to ask you a question, Constance, because I need your senses on this. Back in the day, was there a lot of K words? You know that I don't want to keep saying that. You know, was there a lot of people being K'd back in the day in your community? Was there the amount that's being done now? Was it that amount back in the day?
Oh, when you say Cade, what do you?
You know that word. I don't. You know, with the L's at the end.
Snuffed.
Was people killed?
Who was the people?
Your community, was it as many people? There's abundance of people being K'd today. Was there being K'd back in the day like that? Like they being K'd today?
I'm not. I don't know, Miss Barbara.
Okay, the reason why I asked that question is because I don't believe so. I don't believe so. Because people kept their business to themselves, they sexual business to they sexual. I'm speaking of what? Sexual. Now, when I'm speak of what I'm about to speak of right now, I'm speaking of what? Sexual. When I'm about to speak of what I'm about to speak of now, I will not compare civil rights. I
Y'all do realize that. Hold on. Miss Barbara, before you even get started, LGBT. The LGBT movement is a civil rights issue. Like it is. That's why. It's textbook civil rights issue. It's not. That's not arguable. These are civil rights issues. Now,
in definition, it is. In my definition, is arguable because you're not letting me explain my definition.
Your definition.
Okay, cool. That's your definition.
I made me feel much better. I forgot your definition.
I have a different definition.
Let me write down my notes.
I have a different definition.
Okay, go ahead, darling.
Okay, I have a different definition. Now you can be off. Now what I was saying, because I'm always hammered down. What I was saying, because I was there. I was in cyberspace. I was there with the aliens and everybody. But now, if I could just let me see. Hold on, my notes. Right, my notes. Hold on. Okay, now, of course, I believe people are altered right in their mama womb. So therefore, I do believe people are born that way because why? They are altered. That's my belief. Right in their mama womb. But it is their choice to what? Hold on. Hold on, mama. It is their choice to what? Wait.
Wait, that's okay. Wait, hold on. Don't be pretty down. Wait a minute. Let me see something. Hold on. What was the? Can't really see because I got the light off. You see back in the day. Okay, I already did that. I'm sorry, y'all lost your thought because King just. All right, okay.
A good witchcraft, Miss Barbara. You got to keep up.
Okay, so I'm gonna do the Holy Spirit.
Out, honey.
All right, so I'm gonna do the Holy Spirit. Let me breathe some of this Holy Spirit in. Hold on. Yes, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. Hey, did the baby. Okay, baby, we're gonna do the Holy Spirit. Hold on. You did it. Okay, so here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. I'm not gonna compare it to civil rights. Why then? Because it's a sexual act. David Chappelle did a beautiful skit on that. Hey, because I'm gonna win the next, I'm gonna change the next law. As fine as y'all law, I'm gonna have everybody shaking. If that's the case, sex sells everything. Sex is not civil. That's your personal business. That's your personal business. Now, I got another thing. My household is supposed to be safe. We have a problem. We with my 17-year-old son, every time we have Empire on, Sterling, leave the room. Sterling, leave the room. Every time they want to put the men in the bed together, Sterling, leave the room. Sterling, leave the room. He's 7, he's 16, he's 17. Like, y'all kidding me? I've seen it. I've seen it. But I want my household to be safe. I don't want it in my household. I don't want it in my household.
Don't want what?
I don't want two men having sex on TV in my household.
So my question to you, because girl, okay, lace up, Miss Barbara, because me and you about to go.
Okay, let's go.
Holding up. So what my question to you, do you have that same energy when it comes down to heterosexual scenes being shown? That's my.
I didn't. I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't.
Okay.
Unless they doing that fellatio. Okay.
Okay. Well, I know what you're about to say about the whole thing about choice. About the whole thing.
I don't let that down. I don't like that. I don't like that on my TV.
But okay, so I kind of understood where you was about to go with the whole thing about choice, about gay people, and it's their choice to act in those things. But here's the thing about it.
No. It's not their choice to act. I said to expose their business. See, if you born that way, so how is it, that's your personal business. That's your preference. That's the way you make love. I gotta respect that. And I'm gonna respect your personal business, but I don't want it in my house, in my bed. Come on, man.
But Miss Barbara, hold on. I have a question before Reckless goes. So why is your business my damn business? Why is it that I have to see you and your husband? Hold on. Why do I have to see you and your husband and your wagon of children rolling down the street? Why is it that I have to see your anniversary pictures plastered all across Facebook when you married? Why is it that I have to see your
I believe in marriage.
Hold on. And I'm not speaking about you specifically, but just
no. I want to speak specific also with you. I believe in the union of marriage of anybody. I do believe in that. I believe you have
and
a
not
right
just
to
marriage. I'm just saying, like, just heterosexual affection. Period. It's something that we've all been forced to see. Like, this is what we was talking about earlier. Like, every biblical story is between an assumed heterosexual man and woman. Every romance in cartoons, whether it's Beauty and the Beast, Jasmine and Aladdin, Pocahontas and the Colonizer, Bugs Bunny and Mrs. Bugs Bunny, Pac-Man and Mrs. Pac-Man, Toys, Mr. Woody, like all of heterosexual people's business is shunned down the damn. We are deep throating on heterosexual history in this country as queer people, like deep throating it. Like, we couldn't even get away from it if we wanted to. Every award show, every music video, music largely is heterosexual oriented. Every fucking love story told, like Sandra Bullock being saved by Keanu Reeves in Speed. Like, every goddamn damsel in distress story is between man and woman. Y'all business is all up and through our damn psyche and consciousness and magazines and TV shows and music and love songs. So all of a sudden now, so that's why the conversations around how quiet queer people need to be are irrelevant.
I'm going to answer the question. I'm going to answer it. Were you ready for the answer? You ready for the answer? Are you ready for the answer? Huh? Okay,
it wasn't
this is
really
the
a
answer. This is,
question.
you know, I'm gonna tell you. Okay, well, to me it was because this is the answer. The society as a whole has been doctored by religion. You understand me? And that's what has hate in this world. Okay, that's what not love, hate. The religion
But
has hate in this world. Yiraka, ye, they took the real gospel of the Holy Spirit and turned it into what? Hate. King James, people is in there looking for the gold. You understand? So everybody hating, they'll kill for that what? Gold. There's no love. You understand? So they doctored. That's why they scorn and hurt souls, precious little souls that are altered. They abuse them, and that's why the Holy Spirit is done, baby. You better mind your business. You better love everybody unconditionally because she ain't playing. She
How
ain't
can
playing.
we love people
They-
unconditionally while slapping conditions on the same
exactly.
unconditional love you're
Exactly.
No,
talking
we're
about?
not slapping
Exactly.
condition. We are not slapping condition. We are going by law, our God's laws and rules.
To tell,
Now, if you
to
break
tell
God
them,
is
one,
not
that's
hold
on
telling
on,
y'all
you.
to do some of
hold
this stuff.
That's on you. If I break them, that's on me.
hold on, to tell one group of people to spare you their business while you slap all of yours and theirs is just
Hold
blatant.
on, wait. I got to turn my computer back up
It's
because
blatant hypocrisy. But I want to let Reckless step in, and then I want to let
okay, hold, let me turn my computer
Relay,
back up.
Now,
hello,
Miss Barbara.
and welcome her to the channel. But go ahead, Reckless.
Welcome.
Miss Barbara,
Yes, sir.
here's the thing that be getting me is that I understand probably for surface level a lot of things that you say. I'm like, oh, okay, but then yet you kind of expose your hand because the
No,
whole
it's
thing
not my hand.
you
Let me stop
said
you right there. Hold on. Let me explain. I'm gonna let you explain, but I want you to. I want you to understand something, son. I'm not giving you my hand. I'm giving you facts. But
okay. Well, I'm gonna tell you the difference between facts and the truth. The facts can be altered and they can seem true from different perspectives. But however, let me give you the truth because the truth don't need nothing to back it up. Now here's the thing behind it. Now here's the thing. Now you said the whole thing about this society has been conditioned and the hate and stuff, but yet you literally just said not too long ago before that you did not want homosexuality being displayed within your household. I want you guys to understand hate doesn't always have to be displayed directly. It happens indirectly, and that's an indirect way because guess
I'm
what?
not hating them. Not wanting to
Witches,
see they sex.
excuse
Wait,
me.
wait. You gonna stop? Y'all
No,
want to
no,
see
Miss,
sex
Miss,
with that hate? No, because
Miss,
y'all gonna let me
no,
interrupt when I have to interrupt
No, no,
because
no,
I
no,
have to
no. He's
correct you
no,
because
Miss
you're
Bob,
not on the right
not
page.
Miss Barbara.
Y'all can't shove words down my
You don't
face.
get to object midway talking about you.
I'm
You
not
got interrupted.
objecting. I'm not objecting.
You are. Well, is he speaking? You are objecting.
Okay, go ahead.
Which is the which is the reason why I asked you on I asked you, I said, do you have that same energy when it came to heterosexual type things? And you said no. Now the reason why I said that is because of my own experience as well. My mom never disrespected gay people. My mom never even called me the F word. She
Me
never said
neither. Me neither. They
excuse me, I
raised me.
understand that.
Me
But
neither.
however,
See, that's what
I
y'all. That's what
understand.
your community do. Y'all go with that
No, I didn't.
negativity,
No, I
saying
didn't.
people are
No.
hateful and prejudiced when no
Miss
one wants to accept your
Barbara.
sexual business.
And you said you wouldn't accept it, so that is
Mute her.
hateful.
No, because conscious, I'm like this close from reading her. Mute her, please.
Hey, read. Come on, let it read.
Because here's the
Miss
thing.
Let's go.
No,
Miss
If you let
here's
me
the
Barbara.
thing.
read you back.
No, I'm
Miss
gonna have to
Barbara.
read
No,
you Miss
I want.
Barbara. Go ahead, Reckless.
Because here's the thing. You don't have to say, excuse my language, I'm not going to use it's not my platform. You don't have to say the F word. Sometimes it's the actions that you show or the reactions that you show that lets people know, oh, this is something else. My mom, she never disrespected gays, like as in calling the F word, calling trans people T word. But however, you want to know why I understood that she had a problem with gays whenever there was a gay scene, turn it off, and all that other stuff. And then later on, when she found out her own son was same gender loving, the first question came out of her mouth talking about some, why didn't you tell me? And I told her, I said, it's all cute when parents be in their household giving their personal opinions about gay people and stuff. And I said, it's in your household you can do that, but guess who was listening? I was listening. And then you wonder why. especially when you already live in a society that reinforces that stuff, especially when you are living in a society that has religions that reinforce those things, especially when you have a society that have laws, especially in Africa where you can get criminalized. Like, you don't always have to teach them, oh, okay, you know what, this is the F word, this is the T word, you address them like that, we don't mess with them like that. Because keep in mind too, that's also how racism and racist behavior is also, created as well. They don't always tell their children to call black people N words. Sometimes it's the behavior and all that stuff is adopted. That's what I'm
Okay, can
saying.
I answer now? Okay, can I answer now? And can I get the bass in the face? I love you. First of all, Reckless, I love you unconditionally, baby. And you could never disrespect me, baby. Okay? Because it's not what people call me, it's what I answer to. And I understand sometimes people get mad. And when we can't explain ourselves, sometimes people use ignorant words. Now, let me tell you this. In my house, I serve a God called Jesus Christ. My God called Jesus Christ has nothing to do with the King James Version. You understand? I also serve the Holy Spirit. I'm talking about my God. Can I? Can I?
Who you
Oh,
Can
yelling
I?
at?
Monica,
Who you
allow
yelling
Miss
at?
Barbara to hold on. Miss Barbara, go ahead.
I was gonna tell you there is no Jesus, honey.
Hold Miss. Yeah.
Monica.
Yeah, Monica.
Oh, that's Miss Monica. Oh, I didn't know that was you, baby.
Miss Barbara,
Hey,
get to it. We got other
Monica.
people who need to talk too. Go ahead,
Hey,
Miss Barbara.
Monica. That's my baby. I want her to be able to tell my
Miss
ass.
Barbara, if you don't continue your thought,
Let
I'm
me
going to.
finish. Monica, you gonna let me finish talking? Shh. You gonna let me finish
Yeah.
talking? Shh. Not you, boy. Shut up. Okay. Stop. Okay. Now, in my house, I also take my orders from the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit, the creator, which is a woman of this earth. She's a God of the universe. Mama. Hold on. See laugh. Okay. Which is the God, the God of this earth, the creator of this earth, one of the gods, the only God of the universe of this earth. That's who I serve, the Holy Spirit in my house. So in my house, me and my house is going to serve the Lord. But guess what? I might have some of them little secrets in my house too. I don't know. But it ain't revealed in my house. They giving me my respect on that. I don't know what my
But
kids.
how
I don't
but how do you
know.
expect your
You understand
child
what
to
I'm
be
saying to you? Sometimes you
honest?
gotta read. I might have a beautiful child just like you, sweetheart, okay? But I don't know people business. They ain't telling me. You understand?
They ain't
And
That's
telling
the
you because you
problem.
closed minded.
It
Especially if
shouldn't be
that's
no
your
business
children.
if they do
well,
decide.
whatever. I don't need to know their sexual business.
Okay,
Okay,
They
okay,
don't feel comfortable telling you. That's why they ain't telling you nothing.
okay. So let me
all
introduce
their
some of
sexual business.
let me introduce some of these other folks to the panel as well. Hello, Ellie. Hello. I can't see your full name, boo, but I think you're on mute.
Hi everybody, how y'all doing?
Hello.
Hi, we
How
are
you
Hi.
doing?
listening.
Oh my god, hi! I can't believe y'all let me on. I literally just came across
Hey
y'all
sis.
on my YouTube feed. But I'm so glad I did.
Ooh,
I've been watching y'all for like 2 hours. I love it.
ooh. Thank
I
you for
live,
being
yes.
here.
Come on, Conscious. Yes. Come on, big ups to Conscious
Ooh.
for holding it down. Okay, you've been holding it down. I
Are you
appreciate the
fine?
care. I see the care. I see the
Yeah.
I see the love and the comfort.
Yeah.
Big ups to Miss Tulsa and Troy and
Hey
Reckless.
Yeah.
sister.
Love to connect with y'all.
Yes.
Um,
What are
my
Hey
your
name
sister, how
is
you
El.
doing?
Yeah, my name is
what
El. I'm
what
from
are your
Milwaukee. Where y'all
mhm.
from? Where y'all from?
I'm from South Carolina.
I'm from stank
North
ass Little
Carolina.
Rock.
And
This
I'm from
is this like an
Tulsa.
organizational panel, or y'all just doing this on your own?
This conversation was inspired by there being a lot of I have a lot of trans followers, and so I was like, you know what, I want to have that conversation, really give trans men and trans women the opportunity to talk their experience, speak their pain, their love, their experience. And so that's what initially inspired the panel, and now we have a mixture of heterosexual folk on the panel as well, and some of them are a little, yeah, no, they're giving a little push. Since you're here, I would love for you to. So, oh, you've been here for 2 hours. What have you been hearing, and what do you feel
I
are
hope
the
you heard the
things
ass
you've been
kicking
hearing?
part.
Yeah, I love it. I think just because I think Troy just said it, something I like to tell people is we exist in every culture. We exist as queer and trans people. We exist in every culture. We exist in every family, every race, every dynamic, every city, every country. And we're in history. We're just, omitted from it. And so, it's I don't know. It's there are many depths to us, and no one of us is just a monolith. And I appreciate a lot of the things that was said in the whole conversation. I had got on like at the part when y'all was talking about Zaya Wade, which is funny. I did kind of want to talk about that just because I got into an argument with my sister about that.
What?
But about Zaya Wade, I showed her the TS Medicine
What?
experience show.
Mm-hmm.
And
Need
we
to
got
leave
into a
Zion
whole
alone. Her
heated
daddy
ass
got her.
argument. But what's so funny is she one of my personal biggest supporters. And
Mm,
like literally when I started transition, I've been trans for like 8 years. When I started, she literally was like dragging me. She was like dragging me out. Like she was like dragging me out. Like bitch, no, like you finna do it. You finna get your, you know what I mean? You finna get your pops. You finna get your tens. Like if you know what I'm saying? Like we finna be out here. And
mm,
so it's just crazy, you know what I mean? And as we getting older and stuff like that, and as she raises young children, you know what I mean? Just the whole relevancy, obviously, of Zaya Wade and stuff. And then they're actually from here because Dwayne Wade went to Marquette. So him and his kids and his family and stuff is from
mm,
here, from Wisconsin or whatever. And so it's a relevant issue. The news asked me to do an interview on her and him for Father's Day, like 2 years ago. And I had to tell them no. I was like, what? I was like, why would I do that? I was like, if I was her and some bitch just got up somewhere talking about me and my dad, I'd be like, bitch, my dad dead. So I'm like, it was personal to me because it was about a dad. Kind of, I don't know. It was weird. I'm like, why would y'all even? What type of ask is this? Why would y'all ask me this? Like, this is weird. But
yeah.
I think one thing that Troy said when I was hopping on here now, is that they're not comfortable telling you. I like to tell people in my personal life, just if you don't know who the people that are trans and that are queer are in your own family or in your own friend circle or in your own partner circle, even, right? Like that's because you are the person that they're afraid to talk to or afraid,
Mm,
or not even afraid, but that they don't want to talk to,
yeah.
even. Like everything isn't about privilege and fear, but I do love the conversation. I think the Zaya Wade and Black families and just where we at in the culture right now conversation and so many other things go into the conversation of at what point is it enough? Like I
Did
teach
you hear
people
my part? Did you hear
terminology.
my part?
You know what I'm saying? Like I teach people
No.
terminology. I you know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean, advocate in a lot of different ways and organize and do those things. But I'm tired. Like who need all of that? Like who
Well, let
needs
me.
that? You, baby,
Did
mind the
you?
business that pay you. You are you. God blessed you to be you know what I mean, endowed with all the things that you need. And I do believe, like we should trust our youth. We should trust people to know what's best for them, and that includes
Did
a
you
great
hear my part?
community.
I
So let me
said you
ask you
got to
this.
start kicking
Yeah, babe.
ass.
Who? Yes. Who? Miss
Hold
Monica?
on, Monica. Hold
Yeah.
on. Hold on, Monica. Let me ask you a question, Ellie,
Yeah.
because you just hit on something. Because sometimes I feel like straight folk wanting to not know is also a way for them to like once it, like it's reverse it's reverse control because it's still a avoidance of the actual elephant in the room. It's like I am
Mm-hmm.
choosing to run from being educated by not having to deepen my relationship to these people that exist. And so I don't see even not being open as a solution, even though heterosexual folk would have us believe that us just minding our business and not wearing it on our sleeve would just be whatever. Now, to Identity's point next to you, he's been on the panel and he feels that our culture is being forced, that this is being forced on everybody, that everybody's
Ain't
being
shit being forced. People piss
indoctrinated,
me off at
that
this shit,
everybody's being
cons. Ain't a
indoctrinated
motherfucking thing
with,
being
with
forced.
that everybody's
People are
being
trying to
indoctrinated.
That's
And I'm
just
not finna get too
privilege.
crunk. I just got home.
Thank you,
Ain't shit
Conscious.
being forced. They want to talk about this agenda.
That's
Only
just
time these niggas
privilege.
talk about an agenda is when it's something that they don't agree with.
That's just privilege talking. That's you being challenged for the first
But
time in
y'all
your
don't say
whole
nothing when y'all
motherfucking
kids
life.
be looking up, when y'all little
And
nigga
now
sons be
somebody
looking
forcing
up for
something on
girls'
you. Ain't nobody
skirts
forcing nothing
and
Yep.
all
on
that
you.
type of shit. You don't say none of
Exactly.
that shit. When your sons be looking up girls' skirts, and when you be taking your son to the strip club and saying,
Yep.
"Ooh, you got your little girlfriend," y'all think that's cute. When little Johnny said he had a little boy crush, oh, how you know that? How you know that? But you be asking little Johnny, do he have a little girlfriend? Do he got a little girlfriend? Oh, I thought he wasn't supposed to know what he liked at that age, huh? No, that's only when it come to gay kids. They ain't supposed to know what they
Can
fucking
I
like.
ask the panel a question?
Yes.
When you guys get a chance, can I just say something? Because I came from
So
lower. I'm in
if
that
you
mode.
guys are
Oh, am I ready? I
No,
know.
no, because
Okay, gotcha.
identities. His situation is a little delayed by a few seconds. Go ahead,
Oh,
identity.
okay.
Talk.
yeah, I
Wait,
think conscious
my
is
son,
trouble
but
is in
something
it as
about
well.
this.
Um,
Wait,
Oh, hold on,
so
hold on,
son, reckless feeling.
if
hold
anybody,
on,
if everybody's familiar,
hold on. I know. If I just said that the man's stream is delayed by 25 seconds, why the
Oh,
hell is everybody trying to overtalk him and tell him to hurry up and talk?
no, I
I
was
give
saying
out the order.
reckless.
I give out the orders around here.
Okay, I
Don't
was
be
saying reckless
don't
look
be
upset.
rude and don't be nasty. Now I just said that identity's stream is lagging, so he's not going to hear us in real time. So identity, go ahead and speak.
I again I apologize for the lag. It'll be better next time if I'm allowed back. But if anyone is familiar with someone Jordan Peterson, you don't have to like him. You can Google his name and put in there pronoun laws because he is the first I've ever heard actually mention that there is legislation being pushed to have people identify, whether they like it or not, to identify those who choose to be called certain pronouns, their pronouns. And I wouldn't say it's an isolated thing because it's Canada. I would say that based on just all the things I've been seeing politically, that this thing is really rising up, and it's only a matter of time to me to for it to kind of reach these soils as being some level of legislature being passed
So
to have that happen. And that's what I mean by it being some level of force. And I'm not saying it,
here's
like I
the
said, I'm
thing.
not here
Let
to
me
be
say
negative or
something.
derogatory.
You
No,
need to
I'm
focus on
saying
something
why does
else.
it
hold
It's
on,
a
matter?
lot of stuff. Now
hold on,
let me
and
now let me check.
no,
Let me say something
Miss
real quick.
Miss, hold on. Nobody is allowed to be interjecting in front of anybody. Like y'all cannot have an orderly conversation because what I allow one person to do, I gotta allow everybody to do, and I'm not going to allow that. It creates utter chaos. I don't want to get up on these panels and scream and shout. The shit is fucking exhaustive. Like if you have to write it down, write it down, but let people complete their thoughts. Let them complete their thoughts.
I'm sorry.
Identity. Can you? I don't even know
Okay,
what. I don't even know
I
what his
appreciate
name.
that. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me, but I'll wrap it up really quick so you guys can chew me up about it. But please excuse my ignorance. What I was saying was the reason why I use the word forced is because there is talk of laws being passed that if you do not refer to someone as their chosen pronouns, that there could be laws being violated because of that. That's where I'm talking about the force thing happening. Am I opposed to that? I would say yes because I don't. If that's the case, then we are definitely opening up the floodgates to anyone being called whatever the hell they want to be called, even if it's ridiculous as something like I want to be called a tree, or and it's. I feel like that long look, that long analysis of what's going on, I don't think it's being paid attention to enough to say, hey, where is the line drawn? Where do we draw the line? Is there a line? There's no answer for these. So I think we're shooting from the hip, personally. So anybody can chew me up for that. I'm just speaking my truth here.
Well, Miss Monica, go at it.
First of all, it's more things you need to be focused on besides this fake agenda that don't exist. You got kids bullying folks in school, but y'all don't say shit. The only time you break up these damn kids that you don't really fucking care about anyway, you want to pretend like you care about these kids when it comes to LGBT, but you still don't care about them. You need to be focusing on these kids being bullies. You need to be focusing on your dumbass kids growing up becoming jailhouse birds, drug dealers, and dope boys. Not them learning about LGBT. Y'all always want to talk about somebody pushing some on them damn kids and whatever the case may be. But all this shit that these kids are doing, y'all ignore. You ignore the bullying. You ignore the disrespectfulness. You ignore these kids walking around here fucking up the community. But when they come to LGBT, that's when you want to say something. But you ain't speaking on these kids who commit suicide, are you? Do you care about these kids who commit suicide, who have killed themselves for being bullied? Do you speak on their behalf? Huh? Do you care about them?
I care. Do care. I do care about a lot of what you just said. That's not the topic I'm speaking of.
But now that's what a lot of folks want to say. They want to say, act like they care about kids, but you don't care about these kids committing suicide. Now, I heard people say these kids are weak, and it pisses me the fuck off. And that's why Dawa said that when I was on his panel. That's why I cussed his old swole face head ass out. That's why I cussed Dawa ass out, because he said the same thing, and I cussed his ass all the way the fuck out, and I checked his ass on. These kids ain't weak for them committing
Well, please,
suicide.
please understand. I'm not speaking for the kids because I'm more focused on just the idea that if it's a personal choice of mine to, or even if I feel that I'm born a certain way, or I understand that level that's an internal personal thing that you feel about yourself. Fine. I'm saying, why would it have to be forced by law to some
Why are people
degree that
forcing
if
bullying
I
on
do
folks
not
then? Bullying, you
assign to
forcing your
that,
bullies on folks. That's what you're doing. You forcing your
I
bullying
think the
nature on
narrative
people.
is a little skewed to what I'm speaking
Nah,
of.
it ain't skewed at all. What about
He's
these folks that's walking around here bullying? What you got to say about bullying? Oh.
he's.
Well,
I'd
that's
like
a
to
good.
know what the
I
name of the
think that that's
bill
a
is.
good. I think that that's a good question. Is where is the
What you got to
passion?
say about that? That's what I want to hear more about. I don't want to hear nothing about
Where's
Can I
no
the
damn
answer
fake
it?
passion?
agenda.
But hold on. But hold on. Before you do, I also want to answer to identity. I'm with you. I
Yes.
don't like involving the government in a lot of shit. I don't like
Yeah.
because I know that it does become a floodgate, and it usually starts off with shit like this, and it's just a matter of time before we find out, like later on, what the fuck we did, and it wasn't really good for the whole of us. My, but since you followed up with that question by saying that you don't want to be, that you're basically feeling like this infringes upon your right to believe and think and conduct yourself accordingly. But my question to you is like, what makes you so invested in what somebody else wants to be called? Like whether it's Pookie or Ray Ray or a tree or apple or orange. Like what revs you up about having to refer to someone who you have to engage with for whatever reason by in by whatever name and pronoun like I don't understand the investment in I can't call you tree. Why should
Well,
why should I have a problem with what
I
you
can
want to
I
be
can
called?
answer that. I'm sorry.
Hmm.
Privilege.
Yeah, so here's my personal investment. So I'm in the corporate world, right? And part of that corporate world is inclusion. Don't have a problem with that because part of it is inclusion of people of color. Like that, it took a long time for people to accept the fact that black people wear their hair in threads and all those other things. Look, it could be a cultural thing. Leave them alone. So I understand the level of inclusion. Where my gripe comes in somewhat is I've been in meetings with someone with the hairiest legs I've ever seen and high heel pumps, and I had to address them. Otherwise, my I could get fired if I don't address them as they would like to be addressed. And the problem is I don't know what they want to be called. Is it disrespectful
But
to
you got
assume
women
that
who
they
got
want to be
hairy
called
legs.
Miss or Ms.? I have no. I
So
understand, but this was clearly a definite, later in life transitional situation. This was not a question at all, because at the time that the transition happened, it was during a break. But before the break, let's just say it was Bill, and then after the break, it was Brenda. So
this is hard to
again, it
believe,
was that
identity.
part that was like, well, wait, I swear to you, I am not making this up, but this is exactly what I see.
So
And
why
what
didn't
I
you
see
ask
now
identity?
is
Like,
in the corporate
why did?
world, there are policies, because it was
Oh,
disrespectful to ask. It was disrespectful to assume. So I didn't even know how to approach it, because it was so sensitive in the workforce. It's so sensitive. I
so
could
why
lose
didn't you
my
go
job
speak to your
if I say the
superior?
wrong thing.
So why didn't you go ask for your? So did you not ask your
Well,
superior how you are to address the individual in your workspace?
to be honest, it was so new that my managers didn't really know how to handle it as well. They didn't have
Yeah.
anything tangible for me to say, hey,
Okay.
this is how you address this. All I was told was, this, we're all about inclusion. I'm good with that, but I don't even know how to approach it. So
But here's the thing,
that
identity.
part that
You
I'm learning.
you are describing a issue with the system, but you're projecting that onto the person. Do you understand that? Like, it's not that individual's fault
I
that
do
your
understand.
job has a raggedy infrastructure for how to work alongside non-binary, non-gender conforming, or trans individuals. So it seems that maybe there's some misdirected frustration here.
Well,
Is
the
it
No,
not?
I'm saying
frustration
we're
is the
changing
lack
and
of
it's
knowledge on
literally
my
a
part.
non-pack
The lack of
restriction
knowledge on my part is where I
that's
know it
starting to become
lies.
a
I know
policy requirement.
it's part of it. I don't know it. So when I want to learn it, I'm actually fearful to ask, because we've seen in the news there's people getting fired because they don't address a kid as a tree because they want to be a tree, or they, as crazy as that sounds,
Okay, but that's
there's
different.
But
examples of
why is
You
it
these things
you
acceptable
are
to
popping
conf-
ask
up.
the
hold
same
on,
questions
hold on, because he's
from
already
when you was
delayed,
a
y'all.
kid?
Hold on. But you're conflating two different things, like refusing to honor the name a person wants to be called, and you just not knowing what to do, are two totally different things.
And how long we supposed to wait?
Yeah, I
I
hear
think
you.
that goes back to
Asking
what you
the
were
same
saying at the
questions you was
beginning of
asking in grade school?
the live, where you said it makes them feel uncomfortable. I think it's what you were saying, conscious about people being uncomfortable, and it sounds like that situation made him extremely uncomfortable, and he didn't know what to do. Instead of just being respectful and asking that person, "What are your pronouns now?" Or, "I heard that you were going by a different name. What do you want me to call you?" Instead of just informing themselves, you got dwelled into that uncomfortable situation, and now you're just freaking out right now. You don't know what to do,
Yes.
pretty much.
Eddie, but you just said yes, identity, but that's to everybody's point. You see how
Can
easy
I
Troy,
say something,
like,
please?
hold up. Troy just laid it out like butter in 15 seconds. And but see, but the
Why?
reason why you couldn't take Troy's approach and it wasn't rational for you is because this is not about you being uninformed. This is about you having an issue with the people you're having to share the space with, and you using these changes in your spaces as a way to reinforce this sublime discriminative attitude you really have against queer people and trans women.
I'm more fearful of losing my career because I don't know how to approach it, and I don't know. If you say the wrong thing, even if it's out of ignorance,
Exactly.
it doesn't matter. You said it,
Exactly.
and it's out there.
This is why Constance. Now let me jump in here. This is why from day one you knew my value on this. Those names and labels is just like these religions. They are destructive. You understand? Because Troy, that's who you are to me, Troy, Mister. Move out my way. Excuse me, Mister. Excuse me. Can you pass me this, Mister? Hello. What's your son? What's your teacher name? Mister what? Mister Troy. Tell Mr. Troy I want to speak to him. Now, as far as what's beautiful Tulsa, where's she at? Okay, Monica. I'll use
I'm
Monica.
right here,
Miss Monica.
Barbara.
Miss
Monica
Monica.
gone.
Miss Monica. Miss Monica. Could you move? Cause I said Miss Monica. Miss Monica, could you give me a call? All of this, I'm not looking in your Webster dictionary. What do I address Tulsa as? What do I address Monica as?
You a
What do I
six.
address
You can
Conscious
address
as?
me as a
I'm
sixth
giving you the
gender.
mind of me as a heterosexual is going crazy. Is it from day one? I told Constance these names, even heterosexual, is outrageous. It's disgusting. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
I
It's
think
got
in the
to
case
stop
of
at some
identity,
point.
he
It
can
must
go to
stop.
HR
Because
and
Tulsa,
talk to them.
beautiful ass Tulsa, beautiful ass Tulsa, Miss Beautiful Baby Girl. Okay,
So let
okay. So
I have
how
a
am I to dress? I'm not gonna be. Well, what is Tulsa? She old. The dictionary says she a transgender. What the hell? What the hell? Come on, they gotta stop.
This the
Those
reason.
airborne labels are just like religions. Now I'm gonna shut up. It's just like
okay.
those that are like those
Okay.
words, those religious words, Pentecostal, Baptist, Buddhist, this, that. I can't take it. I'm done.
Okay. I have a question for
Let me get
identity,
her.
and I want a Reckless to speak to. Identity. Have you gone to the appropriate departments as it relates to your profession to figure out what to do, since even your superior has no goddamn clue, which means his own job is also at risk, apparently? Like, what have you done to come to a professional understanding of how you are to conduct yourself?
Well, to be honest and to be as transparent as I can be, I have avoided it. And because of COVID, I don't have to be in the office, so I don't even have to attempt to address or at least ask questions. And in the last 2 years since COVID hit, I've been working from home since then. But I know things have changed in the office. I just haven't been there to experience it. But every month we're getting beat upside the head of inclusion, but it's not just because of LGBTQ. It's just kind of the corporate world of where I'm
Why
in.
are you being beat
That
upside the
inclusion, and
head
that's
if
race,
you work in a
religion, that's
corporate
everything.
setting? Why are you being beat upside the head if you
I'm
work in a
sorry.
corporate setting and that's the commitments that you made is to
Can you
comply with
speak up,
society?
boo? Because we can hardly hear you, love.
I can
Why?
barely hear that.
I'm sorry. Why are you being beat over the head because they have a standard and a new policy and you are employed by them and agree to those
I
policies?
say beat over the head because it's they're called training modules that we have to take at least once a year, and then every month there's like refresher courses, and I say that because honestly,
It's
whether it's
really good.
inclusion or anything, it's tedious.
So they are informing you on what you need to do
Why
and
is it
what you need to call
tedious?
them.
It's good. Is it tedious? Like they also several people in this specific topic said like make it make sense. Like literally like like is it more tedious than other
No,
policies? Like
it's
is it more
no,
tedious
no, no,
than a
no.
fire drill? Like
Don't
what is the tedium
don't take
for
this
you to be
personal.
upset
Don't take this.
that you have to do another training module if you have a certain amount of training modules you have to do?
Please do not take this personal to your own personal walk of life. It has nothing to do with
I'm
because it's
not. I don't
about
really think
it's not
that
just
we
it's not
are.
just about LGBTQ. It's I say beat
It's not.
upside the head because it's a constant thing in the corporate world with ethics, with not just gender equality and all these other things. It's not just that. It's a whole gamut of things that comes with it. It's not one thing. So that's why I said beat
It's
upside the
not.
head because it
It's not.
constantly
That's
being
because our
reminders.
equality and our emancipation is tied together. That's
So
why.
Elliot, I just want to step in for 1 second and piggyback off what you said. So he just said that it's tedious in the training modules. So that goes back to what Conscious and Logic were saying about black people and segregation. You had white people that were saying, well, we've been calling them the N word for 400 years. We've been doing this stuff. So why now do we have to give them? Why they got to eat at our restaurant? Why do they need to be our neighbors? Why do I need to date our sons, date our daughters? It's the same thing. You see how black people are literally becoming the white Republicans and the Trump supporters that we hate. We are literally them. We're just in a different form. It literally is that. And then also to say
I would
that you
somewhat
don't know what to call them,
disagree
they've
with.
given you training. They've given you training. You know what to call them. And let's be honest, you don't even have to see this person. You're in a chat. So it costs you $3.99 to refer to them as their proper pronouns and say their name in a chat. So this is something that you've heard from word of mouth and you've talked amongst your coworkers. Let's be honest.
And now you've talked to us, so you can't say you ain't know no
I'm literally
more
on
on this
the table.
specific thing. You get what I'm saying? We moving forward. You do know. You know what I'm saying? And for me, like I said,
let
this
me
is like my
let the
job. Like I
What is he
literally train
supposed to know,
people.
please? What is he supposed to know? Because I want to know too, so I can learn too.
What
What
the
is he?
training
What I
modules have told him and informed
said,
him.
what I just said was just that. You've now talked to a whole panel, upwards of 6-7 people now on this subject now. You know what I'm saying? You've been
Yes, I'm
given
here to have the
knowledge in this
conversation.
conversation now. So now when we moving forward from here, you can't say you didn't know no more. You do know about whatever the
I
topic
do
is,
know
whatever
that.
the issue
I
is.
do
You know
know
what I'm
that.
saying? You
That's why
do
I'm
know.
having the
You need more than
He
conversation.
knew after he did the training module that
and
worked.
you know, I think in the corporate setting and in our academic spaces, I think there is something that's changing. And in nonprofit structure, like a lot of nonprofits, it's already a standard, and in a lot of corporate structures, it's something that they're picking up. And so that's really, really good. That creates jobs for us in the community, like for people like myself. And so, you know what I mean? I think that it's okay, but we asking as human beings to be embraced by our community in the same ways that we embrace y'all. And so that can be demonstrated by our sisterhood. That can be
So
demonstrated by our
can I make
parenting, by
sure?
our chosen family. That can be demonstrated in a lot of different ways. But we all living in the
Can
same
I
struggle. We black.
can I make
That's the
sure
struggle.
we understand
Our gender is not the
that
struggle.
anybody with a question about this is not in
But ain't
attack mode.
nobody snapping on you,
It's not that
boo.
I it's not
Ain't nobody
it's
upset.
not that I'm no, what I'm saying is because sometimes I can hear the, hey, you need to get more training. It's like, no, I'm asking the questions because where I work and where I function on a 9 to 5, it's not as comfortable as a panel, right? So I can have this
Mm-hmm.
conversation freely here and I
Mm-hmm.
can learn a lot here without being judged too much, right? Understand,
Yeah.
this is why I don't like putting it along the lines of the N word is because again I'm going to say it again. I'm here to learn and understand why is this what we're doing. It's the move we need to make. And secondly, no one's forcing as if like I mean slavery is not the same thing as a question of just because I feel like I should have been born. I'm not a woman. I don't like equating the two because it's a different struggle, and the
But we
reason
aren't
why I say that is
equating the
because if
two
you're
either,
LGBT,
identity.
It ain't
We
no
are,
damn different struggle.
we are, hold on,
We're
hold
not together.
on.
We
We
all even agree differently
there
though.
you
Like
go.
that's
One at a
Hold on.
time.
way
Hold on,
differently.
hold on. You got it's too much noise going. And somebody got like a loud background. It's like a phone ringing, a baby crying, a titty out. There's a lot going on.
Yes,
Okay, got
indeed.
it. I want you to be clear, identity, that we're not bringing we're not bringing up the civil rights for like it's not a nuanced comparison. It's a comparison by principle.
Yes.
And there are certain elements of the issue of overcoming systemic racism in this country and segregation that are very similar. Those are just facts. They're just similar. So to Troy's point, this issue around addressing a group of people the way they want to be addressed. We don't want to be niggas. We want to be colored people now. Like the transition from that like we're using this as a way to illustrate to you your own privilege as a cis hetero black male, like, and we are reinforcing some of that same ignorant privilege and power that we don't want to give up so that we can have sustainability in a system that doesn't sustain everybody except the people who hold that power and that privilege. So like it's just a light reference. Please don't get caught up in the like Don't get caught up in the details and the nuances. That's not what we're doing. We're not conflating it. Like, we're all black on this panel. We know that we're talking about two different forms of oppression, but nonetheless oppression. Like,
Oppression
and I
is
think,
oppression.
yeah, like oppression is oppression, impact is impact. Like, but it seems to me, identity.
Well, I
I
would.
just
Get
I
him.
just want you to be. I
Mhm.
personally just want you to be honest, because I think you're trying to argue two things, but only one of those things are true. Like, on one end, you're trying to make it seem like you just don't know how to navigate this evolving, changing space. But there also seems to be that you have some like
Ish.
inherent discrimination against LGBT people in general. And if that's the case, it's easier to just communicate that so we can speak directly to that, because like if you don't like drop the
I,
shield
I
and
am
be,
I am as honest as the day is long for you right now.
well, is it just me
I'm
or
not. This is
is it
not.
just
This is
me?
not me making up
I don't
No, I
stories.
feel
detect
where you're
no
coming from. I definitely feel that.
I don't detect no deception from him. I
Of
detect the
course you
man
Of
don't.
who
course you don't,
Miss
Barbara. We
Barbara.
know.
Miss
trying to
Barbara. Miss
respect
Barbara.
that guy. I could talk
Are you?
once I'm in the conversation, or maybe y'all just want me to go in the bushes and wait. We all
No, Miss
want.
Barbara,
Every
because
time Barbara say
you
something,
like
it's shut down.
no,
May
Miss
I
Barbara,
ask?
because
We
you're saying
family. Y'all
because
belong
you
in the conversation. We all, y'all, everybody here belong in the conversation. Y'all all that part
Thank
of the
you,
conversation.
because
babe.
Miss.
Thank you, babe. Thank you,
Okay,
May
sweetheart.
I ask
because here's the
Identity
thing.
Michelle just a question?
Mhm.
After reckless, what would you say, reckless?
Sure.
I missed some of it because it was delayed. You say that you are working from home, and have
Cool.
you
Who's she
actually?
talking to?
Are
Who's she
you
talking to? I can't
are
wait.
you all
Man,
involved in any kind of group meetings, like Zoom meetings, in your work? Do you
Yes,
have
every week.
contact? Okay, so there's someone within the group that you saying you're having difficulty
That's all that. Yes, every week.
understanding
Like,
how to address them? Is that what I'm hearing? What
I'm
they
sorry, I could
how
not hear that question.
I'm sorry.
I said, are you saying that you're uncomfortable because someone within uh, your business you're having difficulty understanding how to address them? Is that what I'm hearing? What you should call
Yes, yes.
them?
I don't.
Well, have you tried
I
just
don't
asking?
know how to approach them based. Sorry.
Have you just tried being honest with that person, saying, I want to understand. I don't want to, it's not my desire to offend. I would like to understand what you want me
Well,
to,
well, the
how you want me
interesting
to.
part is I did that here as well, and I'm getting misinterpreted. So that this is actually a really good
Not by
example.
me,
Now
not by me.
imagine
You're
this
not
being more
getting
sensitive.
misinterpreted by me. So don't come over here
Imagine this
like you're
being the
the
Miss
corporate
wounded
world being
puppy.
Miss
In
super
fact,
Bob,
you're not
sensitive to
getting
this
misinterpreted.
topic.
There you are,
Miss
Chris.
Barbara. He's
So you
like, and
don't,
like if the shoe don't fit, don't wear it, Miss Barbara.
I,
If
I'm,
he like,
All on the panel and y'all beating them up.
I'm asking a
Ain't nobody beating him up. He all right.
all right, maybe I'm misinterpreting, but I
No,
feel as
I'm
if he's
okay. I'm okay.
genuinely wanting to know
He all
how
right.
to address this coworker. And
well,
my
of course, Miss
It
and
let
Jasmine,
it go.
my
he had
Let
opinion.
it.
explained. Hold on. Miss Jasmine, he had explained that he's afraid to be fired just for asking. He feel like will that he would be penalized for just asking.
Baby, you will be fine. Ask little baby.
I think that perhaps you would not be fired for asking if you genuinely don't know how to approach the person, or don't know how they want to be called, their pronouns. Why don't you speak with them directly and just let them know? I don't know. I'm genuinely not wanting to offend you in any way. How would you like me to address you? What if it's pronouns? What pronouns would you like me
That's
to
exactly
use?
how I come into this conversation with this panel. This is exactly the
Mm.
reason why I came to this panel the way I did. I wanted to
Well,
make
people told
sure
you to ask about
everybody
you.
understands. I'm not here in attack. I'm literally trying to, I'm walking myself through this because I do work from home, so I don't have to physically be in the present. So, but it's going to be a time where I'm going to have to be, and I'm trying to figure it out now before that becomes a reality for me again. So I'm learning.
Listen, let
So,
me tell you
just
something.
please
I'm
be
gonna give you
patient
some
with me.
advice. I'm gonna get thrown off, but I'm gonna take my shot. I don't want the king to announce me from the throne. But listen, I'm just his demon slayer. This is what you do. You see that beautiful woman down there, these ladies? Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am, that's it. Don't be trying to figure people out. Are you a transicker, whatever the words is? And when you see that sir up top, excuse me, sir, can you move? Or sir, excuse me, how may I help you, sir? That's it. Don't be trying to say, wait a minute, sir, are you?
This is my question. I don't understand identity. Why you're not berating your own department and your own like place of employment? Like why? Like why are you allowing them to leave you out to sink? Like you literally have
I
50
wish I
million
could.
layers
I
of protection between you and this person. So like why not? Like why are you not seeking out whatever the
I
protocol
wish I
would
could
be?
express the amount of how sensitive this is in the workplace. I wish I could express it here. I can't. Obviously, I'm not doing a good job of it, but
No, you're doing a
the
great job.
sensitivity
Am
of
I
it
doing a great
is
job
so
at telling you to
extreme.
exercise every 1-800 number you have in your index to express to your actual place of employment like how dire the situation is for employees because there are transgender men and women and or non-gender conforming individuals who are in the workplace and nobody knows how to necessarily go about that without
Right.
being penalized and being seen as discriminative or rude, etc. I don't understand like why you're not stressing the issue to these departments.
Yes, yes, exactly. Because you have civil rights also.
It is their job to hire someone
Well,
from the community to be in that space to be able to educate you and not put you just putting it on every trans person or a random trans person or your coworker or a person in that instance.
it's not really,
Because
it's
that's
not a lot.
triggering.
There's
Like
not a
the
lot of people
questions
that
that
I
people
can
ask
talk
that's so
to.
invasive and triggering is what y'all don't understand about the questions. The questions is cool up
There's not
until
a lot of
y'all
people
getting
that
in
I
people's
can talk
business
to,
past the
but
point that they should be.
What did the training
Go
modules
ahead.
consist of?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
not a lot of people you can talk to. There has to be someone who has the answers because if but see but
no, I was going to
whatever.
say, that this is probably the most I've ever gotten out of this type of conversation ever. So I can't have this open dialogue without violating some level of it's almost along the lines of don't ask, don't tell, to be honest. It's almost along
It
those
is,
lines.
because that's
Like,
how it is in the culture.
It
do
ain't
not
none of
bring
your damn business.
this up,
You address them
and
as
do
Mrs.
not
Sir
even
and Ma'am.
address it. But that's the problem. I have no idea.
Okay, so hold on. So let me just ask you a superficial question. Can you tell me what this individual looks like from the waist up? Because you describe hairy legs and pumps from the waist down. What does the and like what's happening from the waist up?
I am not exaggerating. I am not
So what
exaggerating.
so what does
Before
this
the
person look
pandemic,
like from the waist up?
it was a white male with glasses, curly hair, semi beard, like a 5 o'clock shadow, jeans and a button up like that. Just a. I saw him on a Friday, and then like towards the beginning of the pandemic, I had to go in the office for some personal reasons of going in, and I saw some of the team, and it was. Wait a minute, like somebody's different here. Like I didn't even address it because I didn't even know what to say. And then I asked another coworker, like, "Is that so and so?" And they're like, "Yeah, okay." So now I knew not to just go and just say, "Hey, you used to be, in a button up. Now you're in a dress with pumps on." Like I couldn't say that. The environment is not that. It's not as
That
open as
is
this
You
now
didn't
presents.
need
that
to.
is a valid that is valid though. You had to explain that it was someone who you knew at work that was
Yes,
newly transitioning.
yes.
in that case, and in any other case, the best thing to do is just to ask them how they would like you to address them. And sometimes even myself, like when you learn more about like non-binary people and gender non-conforming people, like when I'm out in public now, or like for instance, when I be at restaurants and stuff, or interacting with service workers and stuff, I'll ask them what's they or how they like. I ask them what's their pronouns, or call them they, instead of automatically just starting off and saying he or she. And so, again, what y'all don't realize is that it's triggering for us when we live in our lives. Most of the people in our personal lives and in our lives that make up our daily lives, our work lives, and etc., are people that is cool. Like, we've already sussed out the environment. We know what to expect. We know what to expect from here to work, from work to here, from where we're going. And you get what I'm saying? Like, we know how to handle those things. But a random person just randomly asking you something is completely different than you knowing somebody and asking them what's going on, that you see some changes, and you should, if that is the case, you should go to them and be supportive. Did you know them well previous to them starting the transition, or did you,
No,
or
it
are
was
they
just
maybe not
somebody
even
that was
transitioning? Are they just kind of expressing themselves differently, or like, like it's levels to it?
So that's the thing about it, Ellie, is that identity just literally said basically no. So I'm thinking like, so you don't have to know this person in any no in-depth way, but you want a right to like be able to question them about why they're showing up in the way they're showing up. Like,
No, I think that'll be inappropriate.
No,
I think that
no,
on a
no.
workplace, the way to handle that is with respect. That's it. You understand? Now that he has knowledge of a transitional person, he has a little knowledge. I think the respectful way of approaching the situation will be, oh wow, I've learned about these transition situations. How would you
absolutely not.
like
It's
me to
saying way too
address
much
you?
already.
How
Keep
would
it
you
simple
like
for
me
this
to
voice your
address
ego.
you?
What's your name,
I
honey?
get my point. I'm saying
What's your
this
name?
is like I agree on a workplace. This is what I would say. I just like, okay,
That's
suppose
why
he
you're
goes
not in the
tomorrow.
workplace, Miss Barbara. You
So,
already
Conscious,
said
Okay,
can I
much.
speak on
all right. I wanted
actual
to finish
personal
making.
situation where I
You
was
know what,
actually
Joe?
exposed like that in the workplace? So, at a previous job, I worked at a call center, and this was right when I transitioned, when I was about to change my name and everything. When this happened, people literally found a picture from me in high school and passed it around, unbeknownst to me, in my workplace for probably about a month. I didn't know until I got called into the department head's office, and they told me that people were passing this photo around of me showing that this is what I looked like previously. And I say that to say that you being on a YouTube channel and gossiping about it with people, you don't understand what that does to a person. Like that right there, and then I got confronted in a hallway with other people. People ridiculed me. Instead of people just coming up to me and saying something and educating themselves, you don't understand what position that puts people in. Like that person can go home and they could kill themselves. They could do anything because of the embarrassment that they felt, or they could love their job, and then you're at work looking at them worrying about if they got hairy legs, or does it matter? Does it matter? It literally costs you nothing to call them by their name. It sounds like you already knew that person's name. And if you see that this person is presenting in a more feminine way, start with the pronouns of her, she. Start there and then let them correct you. It's literally that simple.
But they changed their name. You can't like T.S. Madison doesn't want to be called Timothy. It's T.S. or whatever.
Yeah, so you call them by their new name.
Oh my God! Can I complete a sentence? Can I
So you
complete
call them
a
by their
sentence?
name, their new name.
Billy, when I'm speaking, let me explain something to y'all. When I'm speaking of beautiful people like T.S. Madison, that's my girl. I
You
like
is out of order. Do not be
I don't
saying
want her to
his
hear
name. That is
panel
not
thinking
okay.
I'm going to finish my statement and then I'm going to say good night to you,
That
lovely.
is not okay. I didn't know
Okay?
about T.S.
All
Madison
right,
since I
so,
was
so
in
then
high
I'm gonna
school,
just
and
say
I ain't
like
never heard
this.
her
I'm
government
gonna
name.
just
That
say
is
like I'm
out
gonna
Yeah,
of
say
order.
this
I didn't know
story
her
about my
government name was
That
that
is
superstar.
either.
all out
That's
of
Then I'm
crazy.
gonna
order.
finish the complete statement about my superstar. When I'm speaking of people
He is.
of
So why the
that are
dudes get out here
transgender,
and say
I
have a real
who's saying this
name?
me and you? Who? I don't want, when I'm speaking of my superstar, I don't want her to get anything twisted. So I don't want nobody twisting my words. So I'm going to say good night. I'm going to listen in the bushes. I would like to invite your Reckless. I love you. You know, your spirit is worrying me, baby. But anyway, I would like for y'all to follow me in the morning if y'all
I'm
want
sorry,
to
Miss
have
Barbara. I'm
meditation.
sorry. I'm
Inaka,
sorry.
good night, Inaka. Good night, y'all.
Good
Good
night,
night. Good
Queen
night,
Barbara.
baby. I love y'all. I'm gonna be up.
We love
Y'all
you.
look at my
Night.
page, please. Just do me a Reckless. Study Reckless. You know how you study, right? Could you just look at my titles and see if you'll be interested in looking at something on my page? All
Miss
right.
Barbara,
Okay.
Huh?
do you realize that you drive Reckless absolutely out of his brains?
I know, I know, I know. In my spirit, you know, tonight I really, you know, he ain't been right since.
Really?
But what Reckless don't know, I got a little baby just like him, but he ain't trying to read between the lines. I'm in the house with these people. Can't be telling people business. Bye.
Bye, Miss Barbara. I wanted to
Okay.
ask you identity. Miss Yoshi Eagle like sounded this up so easily. Why did you just not feel like you could go over and ask them their name? Like what? Like that would have been the most practical
Because
resolve.
again, it's it's the it's the one, I have to be comfortable doing that, and two, I know how sensitive it is that I could potentially say something that I didn't really mean to say. I'm just not at the time. I think I'm a little more well versed now, but at the time,
Mhm.
physically being in the presence was like, okay, how do I approach this? Do I act like I don't see what I see, and then, or do I like it was so confusing to me that it felt like the vibe of the corporate world is don't say a damn thing unless you have to
Yeah.
address them, work, and I said, okay, I'm good with that because I don't even know what to say, or I didn't even know how to approach it. I don't know that person personally, that I know their family and all that, to just be asking personal questions. But again, from a heterosexual standpoint in the workforce, these
That's
are
it.
this is somebody that I don't mind you doing what you want to do. It's just now it's affecting how I approach. I have to know this before I go in, because if I go in not knowing and say something, this
Identity.
chat's chewing me up because I don't even know some
Do
of the
you
things
need
that
to talk to them to do your
this is the
job?
confusion.
Hold on. Identity. No, I think this is good stuff.
Yes.
Because if you feel this burden and this stress and this like thrown off your square just by having to figure out how to address a non-gender conforming person or a trans individual, then just imagine what the hell the non-gender conforming person or the trans individual is actually like going through. Like if like look at how
Mhm.
you almost make this one of the most epic issues of your workplace experience. But like so then just imagine what it's like to be in that person's actual shoes.
Now, I can't imagine, but I can. I respect the fact that that's what, whatever they want to do. I'm just trying to make sure I don't offend anybody, because that's not the point. I'm trying to
Here's the thing,
understand.
identity. Here's the thing, identity. Your privilege wants to burst out of its seams, and that's what you are frustrated about, because you literally do feel entitled to say and speak and make the comments you want to make, and just having to restrain yourself is what you're agitated over. It is not this what to call, how to speak to this person. It's all of the
I
things
have
you feel
no
entitled
idea,
to
though.
being
That's
able
the
to do.
thing. Do,
Identity.
do,
Let me get him
do you
because
see what I'm
I've been
saying?
sitting
Like,
back
I
there.
told you you
it's
can't
it's
say that
just
no more
it's
though.
look, I know,
The
no,
You
I'm
know,
speaking
identity.
there's a
from
lot of
then. I'm
different stuff
speaking
on
about
this.
then. I'm speaking about then. I do know a lot more now. So I'm more well versed when I actually return to the office. I'm not, this is what I'm speaking from then. At the time when I was physically in the moment, I had no clue how to even approach it other than just walk away. Like, don't even bring it up to coworkers, to anybody, because there is a fear of you could lose your job if you ask or say the wrong things. It's just a reality. It is a reality.
Okay, so what's the problem?
the problem is, so I guess I don't have that same problem anymore. I feel comfortable now that I can have a conversation like this. And I know I'm going to be judged for it, but that's okay. You know, at some point I'll be better, well versed, more versed at it than now. But I'm okay with having the conversation. I just want everybody to understand people who have questions like these are not in attack or against. Some people actually do want to like know like what is the move? What are we doing? How are we supposed to operate this? You know, like this is new to a lot of people outside of just a news story. Some people actually get experience who haven't even experienced this yet, even though it's a big thing now and it's become political and all these other things are wrapped around it. Some people have actually not had to be in front of someone who's in transition without being disrespectful. How do you say, you know, refer to them or get their attention? Or these little details can really like change a conversation if it's misinterpreted.
If you actually put the love and kindness of that energy behind the communication, trust me, it'll translate. Because, and I think it has a lot to do with the way that you might be like cultivated. Because like early on in my life, my mother reinforced to me and my brother to like treat everybody with kindness. Like I'm talking about like go upside your motherfucking head if you gave somebody the wrong look. And like if we were in the grocery store, in a Walmart, if we were out shopping and there was like a unique looking person in the space, maybe somebody with spike hair or a bunch of fucking piercings, or somebody who just looked very eccentric, and if we were like caught looking or having a posture that was even offensive, like my parents would easily check us. So from early on, it was easy for me to grow up and see people different from myself without freaking the fuck out, and without like oh my god, like without having a goddamn seizure, because that respect for other people and just being taught that it's okay for other people to be themselves, whatever the hell themselves is. And so you are now an adult who's having that crash course in that lesson. Some people get it early on, some people get it midway through their life. So now you're just in a place where you just have to actually swallow a pill that maybe you didn't have to until the LGBT thing happened, or until this workplace experience happened, which is that, hey, everybody has the liberty to live how the hell they want to live and to have a dignified experience. And the burden on me just continuing to be a respectful person is on me. Like, it's on me, not on the space or the people around me. So you just literally give that respect to those people or to that person the way you would give it to anybody else. You treat them with the same level of decency. You treat them with the same level of compassion, the same level of decency that you would anybody else. And if that's your actual energy, even if you get it wrong, even if you communicate wrong or you act wrong, if the energy of compassion and love is in your being, even when you're making a mistake, that's going to translate well. People will know that you're not coming from that place when you speak. But because it's one thing that you can't fake. We can fake a bunch of words and try to trick people and convince people, but you cannot fake energy. People feel energy no matter what words. That's how we know somebody's lying, who's
That's
talking very
right.
convincingly, because we know we're translating the energy behind the words that are being told to us. So if you would just actually open your heart and just like deal with your own privilege and continue to also educate yourself and actually intentionally work to just love people in general, this will come more natural to you than you having to like be mechanical and manufactured in the way that you're conducting yourself around people who are not like
Well,
you. It'll come more
maybe I
organic.
should I should mention I'm in a very rigid world, an engineer, so there's a lot of ones and zeros in my office. So
Mhm.
sometimes the personality is too few and far between. I feel like I'm one of the ones that actually can toe that line of being able to speak outside of work and articulate my ideas here and there. So if I'm having this struggle of just trying to make sure I'm stepping on the right ground here, I can only imagine what somebody who doesn't want to accept this or doesn't even want to be a part of this, what they're thinking. Like that, I'm literally just trying to just understand the lay of the land. Like, wait, how does this work? Because I don't want to jeopardize my family's livelihood only because of my ignorance. So this is why I want to have these conversations. I don't know that side of the argument. I'm trying to hear it and understand it. And, you know, how do I move with this? How do I function? How do I, you know, hold myself accountable for things that I do in the conversation? Am I being disrespectful? Am I being, you know, straightforward? I would tell you I'm as honest as they come, because I don't know how to do characters on YouTube. This is pretty much who I am. Ignore the avatar of the identity withheld, though. That's a different story. But yeah, so again, I appreciate the conversation and the openness.
Yeah, I just
Well,
want you to just. Oh, go ahead,
well,
Jack.
you sound sincere, as just as Conscious has said. When you approach somebody with respect, when you approach them with a sincere desire to want to know, that person will understand. They will understand, because you're not coming because you're being mean spirited or snarky or phony or disrespectful. You're coming with sincerity. I want to know who you are. One of the people in the chat says, try inviting that if you go back when you go back into the office, try inviting your coworker for lunch or for a cup of coffee.
We love lunch.
And speak with them openly and honestly.
Identity, is this someone that you work with on a daily basis? Like, are they in your department, or is this somebody that you just see passing by in the workplace?
In the department, I have not sat down at their desk and had conversation, but they are part of my group.
So they're not. So you can continue to do
yeah,
your
so
daily
it's
tasks
if I were
without.
in the office, I would talk to them face to face.
So basically, say that you needed to do XYZ task for the day. Do they require you to speak to that person throughout the day? Can you continue doing your job without ever speaking to that person all day?
What the first encounter, I avoid the entire thing. That was what I think I mentioned that earlier. And I knew that wasn't but I knew it was the safest. Because I just didn't know. But yeah, I can have the conversation, but I don't know them personal enough to be asked. I don't think I know them personal enough to be asking those type of questions outside of work.
Are your other
Work-related
coworkers
stuff.
also avoiding conversations with that person as well?
Yes, wholeheartedly, yes.
So you do understand that that person realizes that y'all are all not talking to them.
Mm-hmm.
And as a black person,
Mostly,
you should
I'm sure
understand
it's
that.
obvious.
So as a black person, how would you feel if there were all white coworkers and none of them wanted to speak to you? And they all talked about you, but they didn't want to talk. They
Oh,
didn't want to speak to
I've
you.
had that
They
happen.
avoided you. And how did it make you feel?
I've had that happen. I did not like it. This is said. I know it wasn't the best option, but for the safest of just making sure I don't screw things up, I avoided it. That's the truth of it.
And that's how that person feels. How you felt every day going home is how
Yeah.
that person feels every day when they go home, knowing that none of you guys want to talk to them, you don't want to include them, you're looking at them, you're whispering, and you're talking about them.
Well, I think I mentioned earlier that the environment, that corporate environment, you don't even talk to your coworkers about this. You don't even
But you
bring
do
this up
understand that you guys are
because
making
you
that
don't know
environment.
if they may get offended. I'm sorry.
But you guys are making that environment. You know that, right? Y'all are the ones that are creating that environment that you're speaking of, where nobody wants to. You guys are making that environment. You're making an environment that's discriminatory.
I
You
agree.
are.
And
So
maybe Troy is also saying that like it doesn't have to even be like questions or conversations around their aesthetic or the way they show up, but like just like engage them as just another human being. Hey, how are you doing? How's your day going? Like, hi, like I like your hair. Like you can actually, there are trick questions you can even ask them to get them to give you more information about what they have going on if you just like engage the dialogue and just once again dignify them with just communicating and socializing with them, even if it's unrelated to the big elephant in the room.
Yes.
Exactly.
Understood.
And this is what people meant by like, this is like the kind of like the micro, this is kind of like the covert homophobia and transphobia that queer people experience too, which is not always explicit. It's not always like being called a TRANNY word or a FAQ word. Sometimes it's not being spoken to, people avoiding you in a space, people not making eye contact with you, people not wanting to sit next to you, people thinking that if they look into your damn eyes that they'll become queer or they'll turn to stone or some shit. Like, you know, I experienced this shit on YouTube identity. Like, there are literally men, so-called heterosexual men who like, I can't even look at that nigga. I can't even like, and I'm like, yeah, you need to deal with that. Like, that got less to do with me and more to do with you.
Well, let's be honest, CTV. Outside of everything else, your personality is a handful. Like you do, you do have a presence.
Yeah, but
That is very,
it ain't the presence
it's
that got them
very
shook.
pronounced.
I know, but it ain't the presence that they be complaining about. It's the aesthetic. It's the
Okay.
androgyny. It's the oh my god. If I look at him to the right, I'm shook because I'm actually attracted. But if I look at him to the left, where that beard and that hairline is, that's a whole nigga. So and all that's being made my issue, and I ain't got nothing to do with what because my presence is like anybody else's presence on this bitch. Like we all got a presence.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, what does that say about everybody else? That they don't have a presence?
No, I would say that your presence is more it's more like in your face. It has nothing to do with a gender or anything. It's more your personality is more, you know, I'm going to tell you what I'm thinking right now, regardless of whether it hurts your feelings or
But
not. This
isn't
is
that
what
what
it
all y'all
is.
do though? I mean, but I feel like
Well,
all y'all do
see, a
that.
lot of these people on the internet are characters, and that's again, when I came to this YouTube space a year ago, it took me a minute to adjust because I was actually coming in as me, and I didn't even know how to do a character. I had no clue, and then, you know, I realized that hey, be careful of putting your name out there. Be careful of putting your face out there. There's people out there that's really malicious on things like this. So once I started asking these type questions, I got attacked, and I'm like, whoa, I'm just asking. I always ask wherever I go if I don't understand something. So this is just another space. But yeah, I would say that you are more when you're in the room, everybody knows you're in the room. Like that's a presence. That's a huge presence. Not everybody carries that. Some people try to be malicious and attack and think that's the way to get your views up and all that stuff. But yeah, so you know,
Maybe what's
this is a
loud in
space
the
I'm
room
getting
is,
used to.
yeah. Well, I think that was a pretty way of diagnosing the issue. But I think what it is that because I don't give a fuck, it completely contrasts the homophobia in the room. Because the more loud I am, the more loud somebody else's homophobia has to be who's homophobic in the space.
Okay.
So I think that's really more so what it is than I am a badass bitch identity. That's just like on period.
See, there
But
you go. There you go.
my point still is that, you know, I think that so this is the thing, right? Jesus Christ had an interesting way of making the dominant class, deal with the lower class. And he oftentimes would go swindling with the lower class, whether that would be those suffering from leprosy, whether that would be those who were considered unclean, poor, sinners, poors, etc. And a lot of people think that this was about exposing the lower class or the so-called sinners, but it wasn't. It was actually about exposing the ugliness in the dominant class, because every story illustrated the religiosity and the response from Jesus being welcoming of people who they had outcasted. The woman who came into the temple to wash his feet, the privileged class around him, she shouldn't be here. She's unholy. She's da 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 da. And Jesus had to give them the middle finger. Jesus dwelling with those who had leprosy and going into their spaces and healing them, and them trying to keep him from doing that, saying that you will become inherently stained and tainted by dwelling amongst these individuals. All of the New Testament scriptures highlight the privilege of the church, the privilege of common society amongst those. And this rhetoric, these teachers I found all up and through his sermons, you know, like, if I need water, if I need food, if I'm locked up, will you come see me? Will you feed me? Will you quench my thirst? What will you give me from your privilege? Will you use your privilege to give unto me and to elevate me, to transcend me? And so Jesus came to target the dominant class. And I think that we have a wonderful opportunity in the West to not be Sodom and Gomorrah and to not be Babylon, but to actually cultivate a space that's actually predicated on love and compassion and community. But that does mean everybody having a strong look in the mirror and realizing that they have to give up something in order to have that society. And what they have to give up is that power that benefits them. What they have to give up is some aspects of that privilege for the sake of the whole. And the question now is, will we do just that?
That's right.
Will we? Or will we tap dance and moonwalk and find ways to talk ourselves out of lending a helping hand to those who we are supposed to consider a neighbor? Will we find some way to justify why we should not make spaces and societies safer for people beyond us? Because that safety that we have comes inherent to us. We don't even have to, some of us as privileged people don't even have to think about our safety, because that's just how privileged we are. We don't have to think about what we're going to be called today. You get to walk out of your house and know you're going to be referred to as a man. You show up as a man, you identify as a man, that's going to be your experience. It didn't even dawn on you that that's a complication and a complex in your life. That's not something you even having to fight for, and yet that's something that people are dying of.
I call that the mental acrobatics, because y'all got to understand, for us, like I mentioned earlier, it's triggering for us, the questions, the harassment, the intrusiveness, all of it. Anyway, it's triggering. But why is it triggering? Is because y'all don't realize that the people in our personal lives and the people that make up our daily lives, for the most part, be accepting, because it be situations that we grown into or consented to be a part of, like community we were a part of. And so, you know what I mean? How am I supposed to know? How am I supposed to know when I'm gonna be in danger because someone isn't inclusive? Like, I don't care if you're inclusive. You know what I'm saying? For me, a lot of the times when we talk about the entry level questions, which are totally necessary, you know what I'm saying? Like, the conversations are totally necessary, but while we talking about that, you know what I'm saying? It's 2 girls that just got killed in Chicago. While we talking about that, it's a lot more shit going on. You know what I'm saying? And if you can't recognize, just point blank, period. You know what I'm saying? As a black trans woman, as a black woman, we support the whole community. You know what I'm saying? I support people that's older than me, people that's younger than me. I support motherfuckers I like, motherfuckers I don't like. You know what I'm saying? I support what I need to support, because that's a part of our culture and a part of how we make it to the next, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, movement or generate whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't matter, like, you know what I'm saying? I want you to have your questions answered, but many times over the panel, people have said, at what point do you take that upon yourself to educate yourself? You don't need to interrogate this other person and have your law and order CSI desire to interrogate them be fulfilled, which by your privilege to answer these questions. You can definitely Google them. You can definitely look them up and find other resources like a video like this. Like after this, or if I don't know if the conversation is available after this, people will be able to find this and people will know about this and people, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a part of the culture and it's a part of things changing. And yeah, people always say it's so new. Why do y'all say that? Why do y'all say that? Why do that make sense to y'all to say? I don't get that. You ain't never met nobody. I don't really believe that. Like, I don't know about that one. By the time you a certain age, I don't know about that one. And I don't know, can you just, even if you didn't like, I mean, it's my first time meeting your ass too. You know what I'm saying? Like, what you mean? You know? I don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't know.
So that leads me to a question then, identity. Like, do you honestly felt you absorbed anything or you learned anything from the dialogue? Is there anything that you are willing to take back to your people and
this is
give to
the
them?
first conversation I've had like this ever. So there's a part of it that I'm learning myself. And I think I already got the part down of just letting people know that, you know, I come in peace. Like, you know, that's the first part. So we can at least have the dialogue. So
yeah. Because queer
like
people,
I said,
I don't want you to take some of the defensive posture personal, because it's not. It's just that queer people have to live defensive lives, and they're used to more people than not coming on a bald headed whole shit instead of on some love and generosity. So it's just almost like a trauma response, really. You know, if queer people are a little bit impatient, a little bit like, you know, they ain't here for it, you know, it's just due to a lot of the shit that minority folk have really gone through.
So for the panel who can answer this, and I don't know if Flacco's still here. Do you think that you are LGBTQ that's a black person or a black person that's LGBTQ?
Ooh,
Who want to go first? I don't feel personally that there's a separation for me personally. People have always assumed things about my sexuality and my gender identity since I was a young person. So for me, I didn't start transitioning, like I said, until like 8 years ago. I was like 25. So, you know, it's not something that I was physically expressing or walking in as a young person, but I haven't done nothing like the opposite gender since I was like 10. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. It's like crazy.
Okay, can someone like reiterate the question for me? Because
Are
like
you
for my
are you a gay man who identifies as black, or a black man who identifies as gay? Which one came first, practically, the chicken or the egg?
Oh, okay. So for me,
I don't
honestly,
think it's no separation. I'm sorry. I said I think it's no separation.
yeah, for me, it's no separation. Honestly, the whole thing behind it is that I stopped putting one before the other or the other before, because they both are a part of me, and neither of those are important than the other. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to black women, we don't tell them to put their womanhood on the back burner, even though, however, we understand how that ends up. When it comes out to other things, we don't tell other people to put all their other intersections on the back burner just because they're black and etc. However, when we have the conversation about us being queer and black, then all of a sudden that gay shit gets put to the side, which is why we run into the issue where we are standing up for being black. But however, when it comes to your black queer people, it's like, okay, we understand you black, but however, since you queer, go about your way because it's on the back burner. So for me, either or, they both on the same level.
I answer that question by saying to piggyback off of Ellie and Reckless's point. Definitely, there's not a separation between church and state. They're like simultaneously existing as one. I think that a lot of people think though that one does come before the other because you are relying on what you visually see. So because you can see my blackness before you can see my orientation or know of my orientation, you think that one precedes the other. But I've known I've been gay about as long as I've known I've been male, as long as I've known I've been black. Matter of fact, like I knew I was same gender attracted before I even had language. And I experienced my attraction as like a magnetism toward the same sex. I didn't know it wasn't sexual, but it was like this. The best way I can explain it is a vibration. There was just this magnetism that I've had toward guys that just was not there for girls. Maybe the best way to explain it is like a butterfly. There was like a tingling, a butterfly-y type of indicator that something was there for dudes that just wasn't there for guys. So queer people don't have a like before and after. It's just that like one part of my identity is more psychic. Like I don't know how I'm aware that I'm same gender. I just like I know how I'm aware based on what I'm attracted, but I knew I was attracted before I even knew what attraction was. So there's just something else there. And then I'm black and I'm male and I'm a whole bunch of other goddamn shit too. So I can't argue one over the other. I just know that I'm a person. It's living a multi-intersectional existence. And that's just what it is. Troy?
Yeah, I have a purpose
just
and
said.
why I'm asking this question. So when everybody runs out, I'll tell you why I asked the question.
Yeah, pretty much the same thing that y'all just said, it's pretty much all the same to me. I don't really put one over the other one because I'm gonna still fight for my black people and I'm gonna still fight for my LGBTQ people as well. So, it's all the same because at the end of the day, I can't change my skin color and I'm gonna be black. That's what I present as every day. So, yeah, same thing as y'all said.
And Tulsa is actually sleep, so you can go ahead identity. Oh well,
yeah.
Jazzy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know if Jazzy wanted to speak to that because she's also a queer woman. She might be sleep too.
Okay.
But go ahead.
So the reason why I asked is because in any level of oppression, you have an oppressor, right? And this is my way of thinking through this. And as a heterosexual male, I don't know the true plight of LGBTQ, only what I've been seeing, hearing, and all that stuff. But as a black male or black person of color in this country, they don't give a shit what orientation I have as far as my preferences and things like that. And so I'm wondering which fight gets the most attention, or is it they get equal attention as far as just fighting and fighting for equality and all those things? Like, should there be a backseat to one or the other?
Okay, I can answer that. For me personally, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say when we're dealing with a different group of people, yes, it's about this. Now, the reason why I can't say that because what is it? We're dealing okay. So when we so when we deal with white people, it's about this. But however, the thing is why we get so hung up, especially as black queer people, is that we understand that we are black, which is why we're always in black communities, which is the reason why we're always surrounded by black people, black families. And it's never about us being this because we're all this. It's all about our sexual orientation or our gender identity. So I think that if depending upon if you're more diverse with your environments, then I would say if you're more around black people, there's 9 times out of 10, if you're black as well, it's gonna be more about your sexual orientation compared to other things. Because 9 times 10, if it's anywhere else, it's gonna be more about blackness and being anti-black and then possibly. And also, and plus, also it depends on what they see first. Because sometimes they be like, okay, you black, but then sometimes they be like, okay, you a little too feminine. Because you know, not everybody shows up like me. Not everybody shows up like Conscious. So.
Okay. I want to say that, I just, once again, it's the same response about the sexuality and the ethnicity. It's, I mean, I'm both handed. Like, both issues are being fought simultaneously. Like, when I'm on my way to the club with my friends and a police car is behind me, I have to experience the way that my blackness is going to be interpreted in that experience. So when when I'm a black person in a predominant white space, I have to experience my blackness in context of that. That doesn't dissolve itself just because I'm queer. But also, when I'm worried about how the hell the police are going to interpret my goddamn blackness if we get stopped on the way to the club, now that I'm at the club, I have to worry about the way that these fucking straight men are going to fucking interpret my goddamn queerness. So it's like there's no escaping either or. It's just like you just are when you have an intersectional existence. I mean, you have a multitude of fucking dramas that play out sometimes all in one situation. Sometimes they are compartmentalized. So there is no more or less. It's just like you have multiple oppressions and you just give all the attention you can to those fucking oppressions as they show up.
That's why I said, that's why I started kind of like talking about my childhood, just because even when I wasn't transitioned yet, I still had to deal with all of the same things that I deal with as a trans woman. And so, you know, I don't know, it's like society was denied, you know what I mean? Like I didn't know that I could be a trans woman, but I still was dealing with things and battling things and situations and people and you know what I mean, different things and you know what I mean, harassment and assault and stuff, and you know what I mean, they'll let you go through your whole life and don't know, you know what I'm saying, and you know I don't, that's why I think it's like no separation, is because for me the intersectionality was always just there. And, thank you, Conscious, because you helped me sum that up. That it was always there. Like there never has been no separation. Like for myself, and so some people will call that being too gay. Some people will call that being flamboyant. Some people will call that, I don't know, being whatever they'll call it. You know what I'm saying? And that's okay. But I don't know. I've been modeling just being yourself for, you know what I mean, regardless of what my identity was. So, you know, I don't know. I don't think we can separate it, and I don't really think that we should.
Well,
And
do understand because
more
I don't have
issues
that
that
experience.
connected, because the oppression that holds one of us down is linked to the systems and the oppression that keep holding everybody down.
I didn't know
What
if
was
Troy
the
had
question?
wanted to answer that as
Understand
well.
that because I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I was listening to what you were saying.
What happened today?
Oh yeah, do understand that, you know, I can't understand fully what the plight is for LGBTQ, but I can understand wholeheartedly what the fight is for people of color. So especially
What if
with, you know, every panel I
identity?
go to that don't know me, people that don't
Identity.
know me think that I'm a
Identity.
white guy. So that's always a fight that I always gotta prove my
Identity.
blackness, I guess. I don't know. Yes, 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 yes.
Identity.
You seen that movie? Sorry Not to Bother You. You gotta see that movie.
You just you
Yes.
don't know the plot. You just listen
No,
to
no, no, no,
all
no, no.
these.
I don't know. I can sympathize. I can't empathize. That's what I mean. Sorry, I didn't say that right. See what happens by the wrong words.
But
You
is
see
it
what
the? I
happens.
mean, I don't. The plight is the same for. I mean, I think that all minority people have the same plight, which is they want to be treated with decency and dignity, and they want access to resource. I mean, like I don't think. I mean, we all are oppressed for different reasons, but we ultimately all want the same thing. It's like the universal language. Like, I need a
I got
dignified
that.
existence, and I need a resources. Like, it's
But
and
here's the thing. I don't know what you go through every day. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what that's like for people that, like you said, I walk in a room as a heterosexual black male. That's what you see, that's what you get. You know, I guess there's not a real question. So I don't know that
you
discrimination
can kind
level
of
that
you
someone
can kind of
questioning my, you know.
Do you want
but
like
you can kind
specific
of see what I
examples?
go through on a like in a microcosm type of way, even on YouTube. Like, you can probably think of a few people right now, identity, who would devalue anything that I say just because I'm a gay man. Like, you
I
probably can name a
understand that,
few
yeah.
people right now who, even though I'm a black man and experience the same white patriarchal construct and the same bullshit and the same whatever, a few different spaces I could enter into and try to insert my feelings, my thoughts, and etc. And I would be devalued just because I am an openly gay man.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So what you see for yourself, what queer people go through.
Oh, I
The
know what it
bullshit.
looks like. I just don't know what it feels like. I
It
Kind of
don't
doesn't.
like
know
when
what that
Flacco was saying
discrimination feels like
earlier
You're
from
you're
that
that,
point.
you're black. You're black. You do know what it feels like.
yeah,
No,
You're black.
I know what that discrimination about for being black feels like. I know what that one feels like. I don't
were
know
you
what
here
it feels like
earlier
to
when
be
Flacco was
discriminated
saying
against based on the way I
about the
live my
African?
life.
And remember, you guys,
Hmm.
identity is experiencing a delay on his end, so he might not hear you if you're speaking at the same time that he's speaking, because it's a delay on his end. But can you exit that question again, Troy? So
I
identity.
said, did you hear when Flacco was here earlier and he was saying how um them people
Yes.
being gay is okay, but the act of having sex is not okay because it's not contributing to society in any way. That's a perfect example. Stuff like that, like that's demeaning to a gay person. You saying things like that. Yeah, you're black, but you see how you still don't have inclusion because you're gay and you're engaging in gay sex. So you're no longer with us anymore.
Yeah, I mean it's taboo. I know the level of taboo for the black family. I grew up in, at a time where it was taboo to even come out. Like it was like even if you came out, people would just act like it didn't happen. Like, okay, we're just gonna act like this isn't happening. I saw that growing up. I know what that looks like, but I don't know what
Right.
that feels like to be receiving it specifically for that.
I think the best way is, like, just refer to any experience of rejection in your life.
Yeah.
That's how it ultimately feels
'Cause
like.
you'll never really truly
Gotcha.
feel what we feel because you're not gay or trans or part of the community. So you're never really gonna
Mm-hmm.
fully understand how we feel. Um, but like you say, like being in church and stuff, I know from me being in church, that was a problem for me to like come out and be who I was because you feel like when you're listening to those scripture and you know that deep down inside you're different, it feels like all of that shit is just like stabbing you in the back. Like it's all directly towards you. Like I know that I just felt like I was going to hell and everything that I was doing was a sin and just that in itself eats you alive like constantly. So you'll never really see how it feels. I don't know if you're looking for like specific examples. Me being trans, you can go right now. You can go into the corner store and get you a pack of cigarettes. Me being trans, I have to go through the fear of showing my ID and letting them see my gender marker. I don't show my ID. I get people to go in the store for me and give them my ID. I don't go places where my ID needs to be shown. My name is legally Troy, but I said my gender marker is not changed, so I don't show my ID, so I don't have to show that to people to see that. It's stuff like that you'll never understand, unfortunately.
Troy, you can
I appreciate that.
Could you
um
could you imagine identity? Could you imagine your life Like the simplest kind of like conveniences you have are like a whole fucking military obstacle course for queer people. Like just having to consider something like your fucking ID. Like is it even safe to show my fucking ID? Like I may be in danger. Like just showing my fucking ID. Like that's
Yeah, I
wild.
hear you. I hear you. I mean, again, that's one of those things I would have never thought of as far as being something to think about, right?
And
Because
that's what we
that's
call
not my
privilege.
world.
That's what we call privilege. You have the privilege of not being inconvenienced in the ways that maybe some of your other minority counterparts are. Because even though you are a minority man yourself, like once again, it's like the way in which people are oppressed and struggle is unique. So, and that's why intersectionality exists, because it says that just because I'm a black man, that my experience will be unique to that, because I'm not just a cisgendered black man. I'm a cisgendered, openly queer, or openly same gender loving male. You add all the aesthetic shit, I'm a cisgendered, same gender loving, black androgynous male.
Wow.
Like it every little bit of comma, and then I am a black cisgender, same gender loving, androgynous individual who's also a witch. So I have to deal with all the bullshit from my family as it relates to Christianity and all of its fuckery and the witch hunt against all of that. So it becomes very interesting, and the rabbit hole gets deeper the more commas you have in your existence. And so we're all having a different experience for sure. And ultimately, queer people, minority people just want the dominant class to get the fuck out of the way. Like, get the fuck out of my way. Just get the fuck out of my way. Ultimately, it's what all minority groups want, is for the dominant class to move the fuck out of the way and let the good times roll. Because, like, look, me and you can come here and do this, or you can come here and be a part of something like this, and this is the way that it should be. We should be
Right.
able to share space and engage each other and cut up and talk and communicate and rendezvous and have a drink and whatever. Like, but there are these invisible lines that we believe in so deeply that keep us completely separated from one another for the reasons that they do. And it's ridiculous. That what keeps us
Okay.
apart from each other is ideas. Fucking ideas. Subjectivity is what separates humanities and societies. Fucking ideas. No real thick inherent line of demarcation. Just what we've created as a division line. It's insane. And how real that shit is to us.
Wow.
Yeah. So on that note, it's time for me to put my black ass to bed.
Yeah, I was going to say that I appreciate the time, everybody, for tolerating me this long.
You are
I'll
always
be.
welcome over your identity. I don't know. I'm glad you hit the link. I'm glad you showed up. Like, I think it's fucking dope that you.
I'm glad you're here.
Over here.
Appreciate it.
And you're always welcome. So thank you.
Don't be no stranger.
Appreciate it.
You are a content creator as well. So before you get out of here, can you like shout out your channel and shit?
Yes. You can look me up. Identity Withheld. I got the WP on the mouthpiece. It's for wordplay. Some people actually clown me and say it's for like power. It's hilarious, but it's actually for wordplay. I do a little music and a little, Black awareness type stuff. I do conduct lives. I haven't done one in probably a couple months. Family stuff, but I do plan on ramping that back up. And I always have questions of taboo questions. I talk about religion. I talk about, this is actually one of the topics I wanted to talk about, but I didn't have enough info to really just, start up a conversation. I don't want to go in blind and just, spew all kinds of goofy
how about
stuff.
you invite some of us over? Invite some
Hey,
of us over
sub
there.
to the channel. Sub to the channel. I invite any and everybody that wants to hold a conversation about anything. I do not hold back as far as taboo topics of religion, whatever. I don't care. I would love to talk because there's things that people didn't tell me growing up, and I want to know other people's perspectives that I don't have. So check me out. I do have a couple episodes up there that you can chew on. I think the music is more entertaining, to be honest, because they're only like 3-minute, 4-minute songs. But check me out.
I already subscribed.
All
Thank
right, look
you.
at that. So don't say CTV ain't did nothing for your identity.
I
Don't say
appreciate
don't
it.
say CTV ain't did shit for you.
I know. I appreciate it. Everybody have a good night, and I will see you on the
You too,
YouTube
man.
streets.
All right. Thank you for being here, Identity. And you guys make sure to subscribe to Identity with Hale. I'll put his link in the description box of this video. Ellie, this is your first time hitting the motherfucking platform. I'm so happy. You're so fucking pretty and chill and laid back. I'm happy that you fucking hit the
Thank you, baby.
link.
You is too.
Huh?
You is too.
Thank you. So, first of all, I need you to fucking subscribe, okay? Because I need you to.
Okay.
We do this all the time. Like,
I swear to God, you just literally popped up. I was like, what? I'm like, what? I'm like, this is so cute. It was so cute.
well, I'm happy that YouTube did a fucking job for one. So that thrills me. Are you a content creator too? Like, do you have a channel, Instagram, etc.?
So I do have an Instagram. I mostly use Facebook. Like I said, I do community work and education and sexual health education work. And so transgender health and sexual health education work. And so, you can definitely find me on Instagram and Facebook with my name El Halo, and you can definitely look for more stuff from me. I am a model and a writer and an advocate and a singer. So all of those things are like, on my page and stuff. But I'm really not a YouTuber. I never did a YouTube panel off the cuff before, but I like I said, I just was watching y'all. I was just sitting here, and then when it kind of when it kind of calmed down a little bit, I was like, let me shoot my little shot. So I'm glad y'all invited me into the space. I really appreciate it. Happy Trans Visibility Day and week coming up this week, and
Right.
it was nice to meet you. Yes, and
Synchronicity. I had no idea, and that's amazing. Okay, look, I'm gonna have you back then since this is your field. I may have to have you back to have
yeah, I would love that. I would love that, and I might come tap on y'all too.
Yes. Okay, so
Yes.
I'm gonna add you on Instagram. I'm gonna follow you on Instagram, and I'll message you over there.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Y'all know where to find Ellie. Y'all heard it where it is. She's mostly on Facebook, so go follow her motherfucking ass and hit her up on Instagram. Okay, so you spell it just like you see it on the screen. That's what it do.
You can Google me too, baby.
And Google her, period. Just like that. But thank you for being here, love. Have a good night. I appreciate you. And once again, make sure your ass hit that subscribe button.
Thank you.
All right. Troy, thank you for being here. You were a great panelist. I know your ass been here for 50 billion 11 goddamn hours. And, like, it's been a lot. What was your experience? Like, I'm
It
sorry I
was
had to
dope.
go after the night for one.
Oh no, you good. I'm a night owl. Like, I'm straight. It was good. It was a dope conversation. We got to talk to all types of different people. It was dope. I'll definitely do it again. Like, it was. I actually had a really good time. It didn't feel like 7 hours. Like I said, we had a great conversation, and it was dope. And I think the conversations that we needed to have, even the ones that were difficult, were needed in the community. And I'm glad that we got to educate some people and reach different types of people. So I think it was a really positive experience.
Sure. Well, thank you for being
You're
here.
welcome.
You know what? We might have to do a part 2 because I still didn't even get to. I only got through half of my questions, so I might have to plan a part 2 and see when y'all available again to come and do it all over again. So,
I'm down.
do
Just
you
hit me
have
up.
any Do you have any social medias that you want folk to subscribe?
I'm on Twitter. Y'all can hit me up. It's Troy You Dummy. That's my my Twitter handle. But other than that, I'm not really on social media like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. What y'all heard
Conscious,
Yes.
I'm so sorry. Can I shout out one little thing?
Yes.
This week, actually, like I said, it's Trans Visibility Week, but Angelica Ross from Pose, y'all know Angelica Ross.
Yeah.
She has an organization called Trans Tech, and I'm doing a workshop there. But a lot of people are doing workshops there, and she'll be there virtually this coming week. So like the end of this week and going into the weekend. So I have a workshop there on Sunday called Radical Organizing in Digital Spaces for QT people. So
wow.
join me, and I love y'all. Thank y'all so
Look,
much.
I'm gonna share you out, so you just keep me informed. Send me I'm not on Facebook, but just send me the information, and I'll promote that shit on my platforms.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Reckless Logic. You already know what to do. Andy Danny co-host, thank you for pushing through. Let the folk know where they can find your ass at as well.
Hello, what's going on, tidy ass bitches? Hello, my name is Reckless Logic. That's with 2 C's because I'm different. But however, my Instagram name is strictly Reckless. But however, my YouTube name is Reckless Logic, the name that you see on the screen, baby. That's it. That's all.
Well, you also got to tell the people that we're going to be doing the Bad Boys review earlier in the week rather than on Friday.
Oh, yes.
So what? Are we coming back to them tonight with a review?
Yeah, just so you know, girl, we can do it to tonight because I was watching the episode while I was up here. Girl, I was multitasking, girl.
Oh my god.
It was good, bitch.
Oh my god. Trifling. So we'll see y'all tonight, y'all. Thank y'all for hanging in there. I'm glad y'all enjoyed Conscious Crew. Make sure y'all thumbs up this video. You will see this panel again in the future. And on that note, we are signing off. Good night, you guys. I love y'all.